Okay, let's kick this off. Welcome everyone to the family gathering of the Python community here in Slovakia. And many of you are from Slovakia or from Czechia, and you would obviously understand Czech or Slovak, but because there's so many of us from all over Europe and the world, we will have this opening in English. So welcome. It's super exciting to see you all here. Hope you had a good trip. And yeah, during the last PyCon, I called this a family gathering for a reason. During the last PyCon, our youngest member was just a few cells in the mommy's body. And last year we skipped PyCon because we would have to have one after just a few months. During the pandemic, as you remember, our last PyCon was not in March, but it was during the fall. And we're very happy to be back here. Our youngest member, Agatka, you will see her in the baby carrier somewhere around here. So if you see her, say hello to her. During the last PyCon, she was just a few cells, but now she's a beautiful baby, and we're very, very excited to be here back as a family and family of friends. So there's more than 550 of us around here. So a lot of people from all over the world, and dozens of countries are represented. We're very excited to have you all here. We are at the Faculty of Informatics and Information Technologies, as always. This has been our home since 2016, BC, meaning before COVID. So I would love to welcome Marek Galiński from the faculty and greet us here. Marek.
Thank you, Johnny. When I told my colleagues yesterday that I will be here at the opening of PyCon, they asked me if it's just because Python is the only language I can use for something. So, okay, maybe just a coincidence. However, let me welcome you to the Faculty of Informatics and Information Technology. We are happy to see you here. We hope that you will enjoy this conference. I saw statistics that Python is currently the most used programming language in the world, so apparently this community is doing a great job. And I have just one, maybe question, not a question, maybe it's something that I would like to encourage you to. Every speaker on the conference, on every conference, loves to interact with the audience. And here what I see happens on every lecture at the university. All the people are sitting in the back rows and nobody is sitting in the front rows. Maybe think about changing this attitude, because the speakers will really appreciate seeing you face to face and interact with you during their speeches. So that's it. Enjoy the conference, feel welcome here, and yeah, enjoy the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marek. And now I would like to welcome the representatives of Titans, who were our biggest supporter, and before it was cool, actually, you know. So they are our platinum sponsor with the biggest sponsorship package, and we're happy to call them not just our sponsors but also our friends. We were joking that in the morning, you know, if you want to do a greeting here, you need to be named Marek, because there is Marek Galiński. And there's going to be Marek Greško and also Robo. And we will have greetings in English, but one in Slovak as well. So please.
Welcome. Zdravím vás všetkých. Je mi veľkou cťou, že tu dnes s vami môžem byť a že mám tu možnosť otvoriť PyCon. Neviem, či ste mali niekedy možnosť zamyslieť sa nad tým, aké dôležité je programovanie, alebo aký je výsledok vašej práce ako programátorov a IT špecialistov. My sme sa vracali minulý týždeň z dovolenky a klasicky, ako keď lietadlo pristálo, tak všetci zatlieskali pilotovi za úspešný let, že všetko dobre dopadlo. A ja keď som tak sedel v sedadle, tak som si povedal, že koksu, jak to zatlieskal vývojárom, že autopilot doviedol to lietadlo bezpečne na zem a že sa vysunul podvozok a že fungovali klapky ako mali. A keď to zoberieme ešte viacej zoširoka, ITčkári podľa mňa nemajú veľmi ďaleko k lekárom, kvôli tomu, že sa musia celý život vzdelávať. A takisto, keď sa podarí nejaký chirurgický zákrok alebo operácia, tak je to super a všetci tomu lekárovi dajú poctu, vďaku. Ale kto dal vďaku programátorom a ITčkárom, ktorí naprogramovali CT, ktoré diagnostikovalo tú chorobu? Kto dal poctu programátorom, ktorí naprogramovali rentgen, aby snímky boli tam, kde majú byť a boli bezpečne uložené? To je posolstvo, ktoré som vám chcel odozdať. Preto vám chcem všetkým zdať hold, poklonu a obrovský potlesk za to, čo robíte a že s vášňou sa venujete IT technológiám a programovaniu. Pre mňa a pre nás v Titan ste všetci hrdinovia za oponou a to, čo robíte, robí svet lepším a bezpečnejším. Prajem vám, aby ste získali dnes dostatok novej inšpirácie a hlavne, aby ste si to užili. Ďakujem.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to follow up on Marek, and I'm going to be much shorter. Well, upcoming weekend is going to be a real celebration of technology, of Python, of all of you, and I'm really looking forward to it. We are really proud to be with you here for the 4th time, if I'm counting correctly. I'm not going to give you a PR speech about the Titans. You all can find out what we Titans do. If you come out of this hall, and right opposite of the hall, you can find the stand with our logo. Please feel free to come there. There's going to be people ready to talk to you about interesting IT projects, not just in the IT, or not just in the Python community. We have some great exercises and competitions ready for you, and let's just roll. Enjoy a weekend, enjoy these days. It's going to be really great. After 1 year pause, it's going to be tremendous. Thank you very much, guys. See you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. For those of you who did not understand the Slovak introduction, it was so awesome, and I love that you highlighted the work of the IT developers who are completely invisible behind the scenes, but actually running the world, making sure it's safe, and making sure that everything works. Loved it. Thank you so much. And now the final Marek will tell us about the activities of the Slovak Python Association and teaching with hardware. Marek.
Hello, everyone. It's really great to see you here. Sorry, I'm a little bit winded because we're still running around and getting everything prepped up for the conference. What I wanted to tell you here that A, enjoy the conference and meet other people, and B, please learn more about the Python community. If you are not that active in the Python community, if this is your first Pycon, or even if you've been to many Pycons but you don't know so many things about either us, our NGO, the Slack Python user group, or the NGO which is actually running the whole Python ecosystem, the Python Software Foundation. So there are 2 booths right and directly in front of this blue room, so you can go there and ask there more about how the Python Software Foundation is run and also about how our NGO is run. And what is the thing which is important for me to tell here, and which I would want you to learn more about, is the project Teaching with Hardware. Because yes, our NGO in the past few months has been working on organizing this conference, but most of the time the Slack Python group does, in my opinion, maybe something even much more important than this conference and the Python community, and that is changing the educational system and changing some things in the educational system as much as we can. And as you can see in this image, partially generated by AI and partially by the awesome Slovak graphics Sestry Ančové, who are creating comics. So we are working with schools to bring modern, fun, enjoyable education to schools, whether it's building drones, whether it's programming microbits, a small educational device, whether it's just learning how to create a project and work in a team and with other students. So these are all of the things which we are trying to do, and we've had quite a great success. Now we've changed and brought modern informatics to almost 1,000 schools in Slovakia, and there's about something more than 3,000 schools in Slovakia. So for a small non-profit with a relatively small budget, I think that's a real incredible thing, and we're trying to do even more. Now we're trying to focus more on working on bigger projects and project-based learning. So if you want to learn more, please visit our booth, which is directly in front of this main auditorium. And also there's a quiz which you can join at the booth. And if you guess correctly, I think the question is how many teachers we have come through our trainings the last year, so you can win a free ticket to the speakers dinner tomorrow. So that's for me, and please enjoy the conference. Thank you.
This is so fantastic. And another refrain that so much work is happening behind the scenes, something that is not directly visible. This Pycon conference is something that is an annual celebration when all of us meet together, but there's so much more happening during the year. The meetups, also these activities in the school. And I remember that it was not that long ago when we were counting for our statistics, trying to look cool. Do we already have 1,000 students enrolled? And now there's almost 1,000 schools, which is absolutely mind-blowing, especially for such a small country. So yes, please visit the booth. There are 2 booths of the Slovak Python Association. One is about teaching with hardware, this project that's happening in schools, and the other one is about the other activities in the community. You will see the cup in the lower right portion of the presentation. And you may have noticed that now we have this year, there are reusable cups. So there's water dispensers around the venue. So if you want to have a drink, please use the cup. There's one box where you can pick up clean cups. After you use it, don't throw it out. Please put it without water. Just put it clean in the box where we will wash these cups, and there's a professional washing machine. Don't worry, we're not going to be spreading anything around here, hopefully. So please, let's reuse those cups. If you would like to take one with you, you can buy one at the Slovak Python booth. So if you'd like to have something to remember, you can purchase one at the Slovak Python booth. And if not, you can just return it, and it will be reused. Also T-shirts. Those of you who are eligible to get a T-shirt, it's part of your ticket. As you see, we're going very ecological. Those of you who have a T-shirt, please pick one up at the Pycon booth. All right. There's more than 20 volunteers on the venue. You will recognize all the volunteers by either yellow lanyards or the staff is also carrying the red lanyards. So if you have any questions, you need help, you need more information, please don't hesitate to reach out. If there's anything that you believe should not be happening here, we have a code of conduct. You can find it on our website. If you go to the section called About Us, there's a code of conduct section, and you will see 2 names. There's Veronica and myself. If you want, you can reach out to us personally, or you can send us an email. There's contact information for the code of conduct team, and we will get back to you, and we will also have a look into what you have reported and make sure that you hear back from us. There's 3 pillars for the Python community. One is to be open. Another one is to be considerate. Another one is to be respectful. There's no rocket science. This is probably how you behave in your normal life. This is something just to be aware of. Many of us are different. Let's be respectful of our differences, and let's make sure that we have a very nice and positive attitude around here. This is a little bit of a joke. For someone who's from Slovakia, will probably understand what's going on. For those who are not, there may be a bit of explaining to do. So there's a quotation from the Ministry of Culture who said that culture of the Slovak people should be Slovak and none else. We tolerate other national cultures, but our culture is not about mixing other cultures. So there's a little bit of a joke. If you have a national dress, you're absolutely welcome to come here. Not as a joke. I mean, traditions are awesome. At the same time, we are from all over the world, from many parts of the world, and we absolutely want to encourage you to get to know each other, to make friends, to find collaborators in your projects, and cross-pollinate. Change ideas. Make sure that something cool comes out of it. It's like any great cooking, you know, when you have different ingredients, different recipes, different ideas, you can get something much more interesting going on. So yes, absolutely, let's celebrate our cultures. Let's make sure that we are proud of our cultures. At the same time, let's learn from each other, and where it makes sense, let's absolutely cross-pollinate and learn. If you have any questions during the presentation, we want to be as interactive as possible. You know, if you wanted to just watch the lectures, you can do that. These are streamed live, so you can share the links to your friends who were unable to come, or to your colleagues, or anyone you care about. So there's live streams happening, and we always share the videos under a permissive license. So yeah, these talks will be available. There's something that will not be available, and this is this community, this community spirit. Again, this is a family celebration. So we want to make this as interactive as possible. So during the talks, there's a Slido QR code which you can scan, or you can go to slido.com and enter Pycon SK hashtag, and you can ask questions of the speakers. So you know, speakers are just like the rest of the organizing staff, are volunteers. So when you ask questions, make sure it's either a question, something that ends with a question mark, that the speaker can respond to. This is not to show off how smart you are. You know, you're smarter than the speaker. This is to maybe showcase them, to make sure that they are the star. It's something for you to learn. So yeah, let's ask questions. And if it's not a question, let's make sure that we speak in a way that encourages the speaker. What we try to always do is to ensure that there's speakers who are, you know, very accomplished and are superstars in what they do, and we also have many first-time speakers, and we are very, very, very happy to see everyone coming on board. So you'll see a great variety. We try to make sure as a team that we have talks that are from all levels of experience, from complete beginner to intermediate to advanced. And also we have all kinds of speakers represented. Quite a few of you are first-time speakers, and we are very, very excited about that. When here's the Wi-Fi information, probably the most important piece of information around here. You don't have to try to copy it frantically now. It's also at the back of your name tag. So on the back side, there's the SSID and password. So you can log in, and we have been very lucky to be here at this school. Wi-Fi has been fairly reliable over the years and working quite pleasantly. So please enjoy. Again, huge thanks to our platinum sponsor, Titans, to our gold sponsors, the Python Software Foundation and the EuroPython Society. You will find the booths or roll-ups at least, and someone there in the hall. So please visit our sponsors, say hello, make sure that you learn about them and appreciate them. We also have silver sponsors: Zurich, IBL, Takeda, Alitair Technologies, Seznam, CZ Slovensko, Blueprint Power, Bloomreach, and GoPass. There are bronze sponsors: Slido, O'Reilly, Alma Career, Sticker Mule, and there are sponsors for Django Girls and PyLadies, Accenture, and our media partners Živé, Nextech, and Robíme IT. We have also other partners, including the Slovak University of Technology, the school where we are right now, BTS Group, who are doing an awesome job behind the camera, and Code Dojo Bratislava, Lab at Námestí SMP. You may know them. They will have some really cool stuff prepared, like 3D printers and other interesting things. It's like a makerspace in downtown Bratislava. IT, free food, whose food we will all be eating. Data Science Academy, PyLadies Bratislava, IT Valley Košice, and Pycon Lithuania. So thank you all for being our partners, our sponsors, and we are very happy to be here as a community, and thank you for your support, which makes this possible, and also as affordable as possible. All right, who has heard about lightning talks before? Oh, so about half. Those of you who are part of the program already have your presentation as part of the main schedule. Those of you who have not signed up for the main program, no problem. You can still sign up for a lightning talk. There will be a board outside of the auditorium where you can write your name. And lightning talks are presentations that are up to 5 minutes. You are not you are not forced to exhaust all 5 minutes. If you do it in 4 or 3 or even 2, that's fine. 5 minutes is the upper limit. The way it works, you start talking about something that you care about. Could be introducing your local Python events wherever you are in the world, introducing a project you've been working on, or introducing anything that you're passionate about. There were really interesting talks about how to properly stick a sticky note. Anything is a fair game. Could be absolute fun. How to proper stick your sticky note, how to tie your shoes so that they don't untie. It could be anything. You can just get up here. It's no pressure. It's just up to 5 minutes, and that's it. It could be any topic. This is excellent for first-timers. So if you've been rather hesitant to step up in front of the audience of hundreds of people and have a half-hour presentation, this is your perfect chance to get your feet wet and try things out. So please sign up. This is always one of the most fun parts of any PyCon or DjangoCon or other community events. This is really cool. So, something that you may be interested in. Lunch will be served from 12:35. And I was speaking with Marek, and I said, why don't we change it to 12:34? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Numbers were running in my head. Like, that'd be cool. And Marek, no, it's 12:35. So, okay, and why is that? Well, let's make sure that everyone has been instructed not to serve food before 12:35. And this is kind of to make sure that there's a talk happening, and you say, hey, it's 12:25. Let me just sneak out quietly, so I'll be the first in the row. You can try, but it's not gonna work. Okay, not 12:34, 12:35. That's when the food starts. So, but you can look forward to that, and we'll have 1 hour. And don't worry, there's plenty of food for everyone. So there's a terrace outside. We have been very sternly instructed, like, do not smoke or vape. Just don't, okay? There's very strict rules around this venue. So that's not the place. So, you will need to find another place where there's these, what are these called? These smoking ashtrays, thank you. Yes, and you may also provide some smoking instructions, right? You know where those places are. So yeah, just walk out exactly like in the airplane. That's how you get there. But please do not use the terrace. In case you do, we already had one folk art slide, so let's have another one. In case you do, there's a tradition in Slovakia during Easter where men will take a bucket of water and pour it on the ladies' heads. I was trying to generate an AR art so that we wouldn't have trouble with copyright. No matter how I phrased the phrase in the chat GPT, it just refused to generate a picture because it said this is inappropriate content, like no whipping women, no pouring water off, it just refused. So hopefully we'll not get into copyright trouble by this is the only Creative Commons licensed image that seemed appropriate. So yeah, there's a bucket of water ready. If you please don't try. Okay. If you'd like to share anything with your friends on social media, as always, the hashtag is Pycon SK, so you can use that one. And in case you would like to support the work of the Slovak Python Association, there's many ways to do that, volunteering and many others. You can learn more about that in the booth. This is tax time, time when you submit your tax. Or many of you have already done that, but is there anyone who hasn't filed their taxes yet? Okay, quite a few. Well, those of you who have not, if you would like to donate your 2% of taxes in Slovakia, you can do that to this. You can do that to the Slovak Python Association. Again, more information in the booth. So, once again, a huge welcome. Thank you so much for coming, and let's enjoy the show. Our first talk starts in 4 minutes. Tak, dobre, perfektné. keby si chcel takýto. Dobre? Nechceš? Tak ho vypnem aj? Aby to zbytočne nedobre. Ja si vieš čo, ja si ho nechám u seba. Že keď budem čo? Tak to nenávidíš, že sa obávam trošku. Tak zaokrúhlim akože. Dobre. Welcome everyone. Please find your seats so that we can start. It is a huge pleasure to welcome Miro back to Slovak Pycon. When I asked him what I should say about him, he said, like, don't say anything. So I guess I'm not going to say anything, but I will say a personal story about Miro. Sorry. Well, no, we will not be changing your name. And let's make sure that these microphones are turned on, if we can ask the BTS group. And we also have this microphone as a backup, just in case. And the story I wanted to share is very simple. In the past, Miro has some of the talks that really were really interesting to me, and those were about time zones. You may still remember that Czechoslovakia at the time was the only place in the world, like ever, if I remember correctly, where we not only had summertime and the regular time, but we also had winter time, like three different times, and it was still in the legislation. It was like from 1948 or something. So a lot of super cool facts. So Miro likes to like dig into little deep, weird things. And that's probably the Pycon video I shared the most with my friends. So it's always a holiday to see Miro speaking, and we are happy to have him back as a speaker. Miro, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So if you leave the room now, not now, wait, I will explain first. And go downstairs and take your car and go to the highway, to the D2, then over the bridge and change to D4, and then continue for about 30 kilometers. You will come to a place that that there were plenty of red blinking lights in the evening when it is dark, and during the day you will see a lot of wind turbines. And there is even one wind turbine there where you can climb, not completely on the top, but just if you see on the shadow, there is a platform just below the engine room where you can climb and see the countryside. You can see up until Schneeberg and little small Carpathian mountains. And that's something, well, you go to this website and you can see that, you can visit it. But that wind turbine is not there just as a tourist attraction, it is also producing energy. And the wind turbine, that's a complex machine. You can imagine that's, well, I didn't take my 3 blades with me, but imagine that, well, there are the 3 blades that the wind turbine, for example, knows where the wind comes from because it always wants to face the wind. So, for example, if there is a wind coming from there, then it turns slightly there. Then the wind turns, it comes from there, and it always follows the wind. But after 3 rotations, it has to stop because there are cables that have some liberty, but they are not infinite. So actually, at some moment, the wind turbine says, oh, well, I'm already too much to the right, so now I have to turn back. And then there are thermometers, there are plenty of electrical appliances in that, and all these have to be checked by someone and have to be checked for errors and also to know what is the production of the wind turbine. And then comes a data engineer and reads something that looks like a CSV file. So this is a CSV file that comes from such a turbine over 1 minute, approximately. So as you can see, the first column, that is the timestamp, usually. The second column, can you read it? Or maybe, well, I will zoom a little bit. So the first column is the timestamp. If it is in UTC, then you have 1. It depends on the manufacturer. Some manufacturers, they put something there. They even don't know what time zone it is in or what is the format. The second column is the source, where this comes from. So sometimes there is a one wind turbine that only has that wants to tell you, for example, the entire energy yield. Well, that's simple. That's one number. But sometimes you receive this data from a whole wind park, and there are several wind turbines, and they are enumerated, and then you have also some parameters from them. So there you have keys that identify the device, so the wind turbine or thermometer, anemometer, so something that measures the wind speed and wind direction. And then there comes the value. But take this file and put it into a database. Well, timestamp, that's clear of the type. The second, that's some string text. But what is the third column? That could be integer, float, Boolean. Usually it will be put into a single float. And then even if there are integers that come in or Booleans or strings, then they have to be converted somehow. On the other hand, there are PV plants that are more like, I would say, more like plants. So if I compare a wind turbine to an animal or a human that has plenty of parameters, a power plant or a PV power plant is a huge tree of that starts at the very small photovoltaic cells. And if you look on the PV plant from the top, well, that's nice blue or black. But if you look from the bottom, there are plenty of cables. There are small boxes that associate all the current. That is, at the beginning, it is DC. Then it is changed to AC and transformated to a different voltage. And there are plenty of sensors. There are thermometers. There are pyranometers. Pyranometer is something that measures the irradiation. And that counts the sheep. That's very important. You can have sheep if you have a PV plant. Never take goats. They are destroying the plant when they jump on it. Sheep, they are fine. They are going to eat the grass around it, and that's fine. So this PV plant that collects all this information and that sends it again to those who want not only to know how much energy it is producing, but also if there are any problems. Because if you are going to cover halfway a panel, and on the other half there is a sun shining, then you are going to burn it because the difference in voltages is going to be very important. And the CSV file that comes from such a plant can look like this. I know I will zoom right now. So this is something that you receive, for example, every 30 minutes. And you have from this huge tree from this PV plant that contains several transformators, plenty of inverters, some devices that measure the voltage, amperes, and whatever. They are all identified here, and then you receive a CSV file that has 500, 5,000. I have seen CSV files with 20,000 columns. And the same way, they are identified by the tree position within the tree, and then the parameters. If you store this in the database, this is better because, well, every column can be of a specific type, but on the other hand, you don't want to write a select for 10,000 columns. But you probably didn't come for the PV and wind, you came for the title, and there are two hard problems in computer science. The first one is cache invalidation. I tried to find something within the data that I'm working with, and found actually that, well, what you are using, or the data that you have, is it a three-dimensional field that's timestamp, device, and parameter. And there are devices that always give you the most recent information on some parameters, but there are some that, well, something doesn't work, but they still have to deliver you a big CSV file. And now, what is it going to do? Is it going to, if there is a value missing, and 15 minutes later or 10 seconds later a new entry has to arrive, what value is it going to write? You have to know it. You have to know what your sensor is. Is your sensor going to give you empty value, or is it going to give you nothing? But it cannot give you nothing in CSV. You have to give you null. But null can mean I don't have the data now, or I don't have the data in general. Or is it going just to repeat the last value that is known? So if we take such a CSV file that was this narrow, long file, then what can happen here is that if you don't have an information, you just don't get the entry. And then your three-dimensional space is just going to have tiny holes. And that's fine, but you have to know to cache somehow the previous information and decide whether you want to take it or whether you just say that, well, there is nothing. If you have this white file, then you see that, well, you have always to give some information. It can be null, it can be the previous information, or the new one. Now, in this example, I took two anemometers, so two devices that measure wind and wind speed and wind direction, and thermometer that measures the temperature. And you see that in both cases, it is somehow, well, in the second case, imagine that I get the third anemometer, then I need two new columns, NMO3 wind speed, NMO3 wind direction. Well, you are going to change the structure of your database the whole time. What could be the good compromise between these two? And my suggestion is, well, look at the individual devices. Divide your tables by devices. And this is it. So you can create a table for every device type, and there is a type anemometer that usually gives you always wind speed and wind direction, thermometer gives you always temperature, and you have two tables, and logically you know I want to do something with wind speed and wind direction, I take this table, or I take that table. And then, since the timestamp and device are the primary keys together, then you can add any number of new devices, and if you remove a device, then it will just stop giving you the information, and you will have a little bit less data, but you will not have holes, and you don't have to change the structure. So that was the first hard problem, cache invalidation, and now naming things. So we have already three parameters: wind speed, wind dir, direction probably, and temperature. Or temporary? No, it's temperature. But some other file gives me ambient temperature in degrees Celsius. Then I have a temperature of the main oil tank in Celsius, and supplementary oil tank temperature, and rotor speed, and average wind speed, and velocidad media del viento in metros per segundo. And imagine that even you can write something in Slovak with MacChain and Wokan, even Wokan, that's ugly, if it appears somewhere in a CSV file, because many people think that it is only a typo, but it's a beautiful letter. So now we are going to finally not only look at the data structures, we are going to use something that we are all here for. What are we here for? 6 letters. P-Y-T-H, Python. Python, and another thing that will help me will be pandas. I don't have an image of Python eating pandas. 10 minutes after this picture I've taken in a terrarium, they gave it a piglet, so a small pig, but it didn't look like pandas, and I won't share the picture of it with you. There are 3 basic things that I would recommend you to use with the names of your parameters. The string, it is identifier, is ASCII, is lower, which means that you will thank me if you can name your parameters the way that you can use it as Python variables, as columns in databases, in PostgreSQL, MySQL, in Databricks, that you can use as columns in pandas, that you can just use as file names. So no minuses, no walk-ins, no spaces, no brackets. If you work at a company that respects or follows some standards, congratulations. I have seen many standards that are backed up, paid by big companies that even these companies don't support them entirely. So if you can use these standards perfectly well, but if not, then have a look at all your parameters that you are using in your domain and try to find a system. So this is lower, is ASCII, is identifier, is lower, is everything lower, no uppercase, is ASCII means, well, no, nothing beyond ASCII, and is identifier is something that can be used as a Python variable name. So it doesn't start with a number, with a digit, there are no minuses, no spaces, and so on. So now I have taken all these parameter names and I have converted them to lowercase with underscores. It still looks messy to me. Does it look messy to you? Well, maybe some of you are happy with that, but imagine that I told you about 10,000 columns. So you'll have plenty of parameters. How can I optimize this? I can optimize this, and I'm going to use one very useful tool that is called GraphViz. GraphViz, that's a free tool in standard operating systems, so we installed it as a package, and then what you do is you write a file that is dot file, so dot file, and you write the relations between the objects. And now you see that I'm using something that looks like variable, so I can use temperature of the main oil tank and these individual words. And you write a dgraph with small arrows and semicolon at the end, and then run this GraphViz, and it will give you a picture that will look exactly like this. I didn't modify anything. It gives you exactly this. I can absolutely recommend you to use GraphViz if you need some organization. So for example, you know you have plenty of entities, you have plenty of steps in your project, and you use, let's say, some project software that starts with a J that doesn't support this natively. Then just export all the steps and write all the relations at the beginning or in this file and then run it. And then you will see, oh, there are things that are not connected with each other. We have arrows that go back. So there are plenty of possibilities visually that you can, that will help you to optimize the stuff. And here I see that I have really very long chains of individual words, of the parts of the variable name. And I have also some arrows that go backwards. So this looks quite messy. And what I do here, I will try to optimize it. I will not show you the steps in between, but this is my result. So for example, I replaced all units with something that is single. So if there were kilometers per hour, I converted them to meters per second. And what I did was as the last word within this long variable name, it is always the variable, not the variable, sorry, the unit. Before that is the main word, is the substantive, so the known, what it is about, so temperature, wind direction, wind speed, and so on. And before that are the specifiers. And for example, you see that there is oil tank as one word. You should write oil underscore tank and then have two words. But that would make sense only if you had oil tank and water tank. So you could have a beautiful tree that has as few connections between the words as possible, and your tree should be compact. And this is something that you can extend later with other variables that will help you to organize your variable names in a good and efficient way. And that will be the knowledge base actually for your company, for your business. So we have touched now naming things. So there were two hard problems. It is cache invalidations, naming things, and of Py1 errors. Let's have a look at this CSV file. So this is some measurement. Don't look at the third column. There can be any parameter. But these are some values. This is actually a real part of data that I have seen already. And with the little Spanish that I understand, I was able to decipher actually the second column that was very important, INV. It means invierno, verano, and it's a winter or summer. So actually, they define the time in local time, and they add I or V in the second column that defines whether it is standard time or daylight saving time. Now, if we want to aggregate this by day, well, you have the column date, the timestamp, and then you could just extract date and then group it. But look at the column that has value 4, that has value 5, the one that has value 5, so that's set to midnight. Is that is the production within 15 minutes before or after these 15 minutes, or before midnight? Yeah? So this means that if there is 0, 0, it means actually the 15 minutes that were before. So we are calling this write bound. So we will have buckets, and the timestamp that is there, it identifies the end of the timestamp, or of the 15 minutes interval, which means that I want to take this entry of the 16th March 0000. I want to put it to the day before, so I cannot simply take date, cut it, and then group by it, because the 15 minutes will come to the other day, to the wrong day. This is usually not a problem with PV plants, because in Europe, well, if you don't do ugly stuff, then you don't have sun at night, you don't have lights on your PV plants. But wind, of course, there is wind almost the whole time, so you can have the problems. So this means that you have to distinguish between entries that are timestamps that are triggered by the time and that are looking at some or, well, it is a sum over an interval of time. Best, it can be explained here. So I have two graphs here, two values. I have some average temperature, and I have precipitation per month. It is important to see that, to distinguish which graph you want to take. You want to take a line graph. Line graph is good for stuff that is status, that is temperature, wind speed, such stuff. That if you are missing one value, then very probably it will be the average between the value before that and before after that, because you can never go to 0. And the black bars is the quantity. So I have the quantity of 5 millimeters in January, or 6, which means that if I'm missing this value, I cannot interpolate or look at what are the values before that or after that. And also, I cannot do something like a sum of the yearly temperature. It doesn't make sense, but you can make something like the sum of the yearly precipitation. And in Pandas, you have the timestamps, you have daytime index that allows you to work with stuff that is really based on time, exactly the time in microseconds. But it would be nice to have something that allows you to work with intervals, with periods. So I would like to have the entry, this entry is valid for this 1 day, for this 1 year. Unfortunately, there is something like that. There is period. And you can do really beautiful math with that. So if you write, for example, PD period now D, that it creates a period object that represents the day, today, exactly the whole day. And if you need to use these objects to work with database or to show this somewhere, and you need exactly the beginning at the end, then you have the attributes start time, end time, that give you exactly the timestamps that are at the beginning and at the end. You can do math like this. So if you have the period of the current day, you can do -1, and you receive the previous period. So yesterday, plus 300, whatever. So you can jump around. And there are periods for day. There are periods also for other time intervals. So there is for year. And what you see in the second line, it returns a period of 2024 year minus that's December, which means that this works with the standard, with the default that the year ends in December. But if your financial year ends in March, for example, then you write Y minus MAR, and it will define a year that starts in April and ends it in March. The same is for quartals. So if you have quartals that are not exactly the blocks of 3 months from January, then you can define that months, week. Week, this is important. The default is W sun for our weeks that end on Sunday. If you start your week on Saturday or Sunday, then you want to write there W sat. Then you have days that we have seen, hours, minutes, seconds, microseconds. And everywhere you can do the math. So you define a period of that hour, plus, minus, and it will count correctly. Now, imagine that you would like to have some intervals that are not exactly hours, minutes, seconds, days, but you would like to have something like 6-hour blocks. So the first quarter of day, the second quarter of day. If I do this, then I receive the current hour. That was 9 o'clock now. But if I do 6 hours, I can do that. I will get a period that is 6 hours long, but that starts now at 9 o'clock. I would like to start it, well, now we are before lunch, and we want to have a 6-hour clock that started at 6 in the morning. And for that, the shortest thing that I found was this. So we have to define the timestamp, floor it to 6 hours, and then change it to period of 6 hours. You will receive it correctly. I suggested actually to Panda's project in an issue to have it shorter and somewhere directly in the PD period constructor, but since several months there was no reply. And with this, you can do beautiful stuff. You can create even period range. So for example, with this, you tell, I want the period of the previous 3 days until yesterday. You create a period range. So with the end is the day of yesterday, and the number of periods is 3. Or you can have also the year to day. So the list of all days from the beginning of the year, from the 1st of January until now. And what is great about this is, what I use it for is, if I have functions that, for example, read something from the database, and I could give the parameters arguments where I say, this is the first day and the last day, and I was this frequency, it is easier to create once a period index in the main program, and then pass it around to everyone. Because I expect from every function that it returns a data frame that I can further process. And I can test every function that if I give it a period index, it returns me a data a data frame object that has the same index. And the tests, who is testing? Who is writing tests here? 1, 2, 3, 7, nice. That's a good start. So you can use this actually to have a nice status quo. This is what I'm working on, and all the functions, everyone is going to use this period index, and when I receive it, then I can test it. So this was it. Keep your data frames in good shape. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miro. Well, you were talking about the picture of a python eating a panda, so I went back to DALL-E to generate an image, and again, inappropriate content. So it's really hard to get some visual imagery sometimes. Just a reminder for all of you, we are using Slido. So if you'd like to ask a question, you can ask that QR code or go to slido.com and enter Pycon SK. So that you can ask your questions that way, or we can pass a mic around. Before we start with a Q&A, if you could please just, those who are sitting on the sides, if you could please sit closer to the center, because we have folks sitting on the stairs, so please make room for them. Question number 1. About naming things, what are your favorite lessons learned or mental hacks for naming variables in Python?
There is Zen of Python, so import this, where it says explicit is better than implicit. So when I was younger, I preferred to have short variable names. Now I tend more explicit, because if there is something like TMP, and well, then we are discussing with the colleagues what is temporary or temperature, or, well, we don't know. So that's why we tried to set a good set of set a good set of basic variable names and use them everywhere, and then the life is easier.
Do you remember any time you went like overboard? Okay, this is too much. Maybe I went too explicit with a variable name. Do you remember any like really crazy variable name?
Recently, we changed black from 80 to 120 characters. So now we have much more room for nice variable names.
That's a really good hack. I like that a lot. Any questions from the audience? Okay, Miro will be, okay, there's one. Let me just run with the mic so everybody can hear you well.
So you mentioned that you're using functions that both take pandas data frames as arguments and return them.
Sorry. They take the period index only.
Okay. But I was wondering, do you use any kind of format checks on those pandas data frames, or how do you make sure that the format is satisfied without getting messy about the input data and output data?
Well, in the test, of course, I assert or I test that that the function returns the shape exactly that I need. So that should be usually enough. But what's great about periods is that if you have two data frames that have both period index that is different, it is like with data frames, it doesn't allow you to join whatever is of different index. So that's also a good check that at the result where you have plenty of functions that give you some data and then you aggregate it somehow, then you will receive an error if some function returned a period index that was in a different frequency or different format.
There's another question. What is your favorite case? So how do you like to case your variable names?
Yes.
Snake, okay, that was a quick one. Any other questions from the audience? All right, so let's go back to what we talked about before. Let's use this opportunity to meet each other, and our next talk will be starting at 10:15. But before we go, let's give a big round of applause to Miro.
Thank you.
Thank you, and see you in 15 minutes.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimeshardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobytom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobytom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobytom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimeshardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobytom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimeshardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Welcome back, and thank you for your consideration when you are sitting down. I see that some of you are already leaving spaces on the side so others can sit down as well. Thank you so much. If you are able to move closer to the center of your row, that would be much appreciated. Also, you may have noticed that there are signs not to bring water or drinks into this room. So if you can, please drink your drinks outside. Obviously, this is not the case for speakers. Speakers sometimes need to refresh themselves. But if you're able, please leave your cups outside and have a drink outside if you can. All right. Now it's time for our next talk, and Matúš Ferek will tell us about Nix, know what you are running, testing, and deploying. One thing I would mention before we start with the talk. This Python is a community event, and community is all about doing things bottom up. Nobody's really prohibiting you from doing things. You can do really, really cool stuff. And there's many communities in the open source world that are very active, do all kinds of in-person events. So, for example, the OpenStreetMap does mapping events. So if there's like a spot on the map that doesn't look too awesome, people do a trip. They book a cottage, they go there for a week, they collect data, upload it to the map. Very nice. It's something that community will appreciate, where people get together face to face, make friends, and also do something meaningful. This is also true of Nix. There's hacking sessions where people rent a cottage and stay there for a week and just do coding, or there's a camp where they also rent out the place and they do these very informal events. And this is also kind of like a suggestion for you. If you are involved in anything, don't be worried to bring others on board, not just in the digital space, but actually face to face, in person, where we are living in a world, but sometimes activity, civil society is being challenged, and it's really good to be mindful of that, and also to be active ourselves. So with that, I see that most of you have already sat down, so I think we can start. Matúš, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you for a nice introduction. Okay, thanks for a nice introduction and thanks for having me. So I'm Matúš, and I'm a software engineer at Deutsche Telekom Cloud Services. I'm interested mainly in systems programming and distributed systems. Last year, I joined a program called Summer of Nix. It is 3 months during the summer when you do mob programming for some open source projects using Nix. During this time, I learned a lot about Nix, and I would like to pass some of this knowledge to you. If you'd like to reach me out afterwards and ask some questions, feel free to do so. Here is my email, my matrix handle, or you can find me on GitHub. So, what's the problem with the current development setup? Well, let's say that you have a Python project. You opted out for using something more advanced that requirements TXT, like Python poetry. So your dependencies are pinned, hashes are checked, everything is fine. But then a new teammate joins your team. You want to make the project run on their machine. So you clone it, start installing, and it fails. But how so? It was supposed to work. It works on your machine. Well, you start asking a simple question like, do you have the same version of Python? And then you maybe notice some errors. It can be, for example, from some compiler error. So you may need to install GCC. So install build essentials. OK, then it complains about something else. It needs Python headers. So for that, you need to install Python 3-dev if you are on Ubuntu, or for, Python 3 Devel if you are on Fedora. It's different. It differs from distribution to distribution. OK, another problem fixed. But now you get another package has an error. It tries to create bindings to some system library. So you need to install the library, and let's hope that your distribution has the library, and that the library has correct version, and that it will not break anything. So that's a lot of things we need to hope that goes right. OK, now the project's built successfully. We have wheels for everything else. Well, unless you are, for example, running Alpine Linux, which uses muscle C instead of glibc, in which case there are little to none Python wheels pre-built. The worst thing about this is that you need to repeat it again and again. This process is not reproducible. When a new teammate joins your team, you need to do this dance one more time. When you want to build this, when you want to run a CI, you need to do this again. And you want to build a Docker image? Yes, you guessed it. You need to do it one more time. So, and all of this may result in that you are building a project, but actually you are running and testing a different one. So if only there was a better way. And as you may guess, I think there is. There is Nix. Nix is a package manager and a programming language. It enables you to create declarative builds and deployments. It has also a package registry with over 80,000 up-to-date packages. Here is a graph from Repology. On the x-axis, there are a number of packages in the repository, and on the y-axis, there is a number of fresh packages in the repository. So you strive to be the top right corner. As you can see, this is all Nix. One thing below is Arch user repository, and red dots are Debian repositories, blue dots are Fedora repositories. So I would like to show you how you can utilize the powers of Nix in Python with minimal knowledge. Therefore, I will use a project called Poetry to Nix. It reads PyProject Tomu and Poetry log file to build your project using Nix. So, demo time. Here, I have, is it big enough for you? OK. So here is an empty repository. I will use an official template to get the basics. It created an empty Python application and a minimal PyProject Tomu. It has no dependencies. So let's add Flask and build a simple web server. So we import Flask from Flask. Create an app object. And create a simple handler for a GET request. That will return a simple message. Now we need to add, we also need to add the main function to run this. So main. Now we need to add it to scripts in pyproject.toml. And we can try building it with Nix. By default, Nix tries to download all dependencies from the cache, and it doesn't succeed. It builds them from sources. So now we build the application, and the artifact is stored in a results directory, and we can try and run it. And we get a response. Notice that we didn't even need to touch the flag.nix file. And by this time, you have a Python project that is built using Nix, and new teammate can onboard your team, and you can be sure that you are really running the same applications. But let's take a look at the flag.nix file. Flag.nix file needs to follow a schema. It's called the flag schema. It has a dictionary-like structure with a fixed set of attributes. First, we define inputs. These are dependencies for our flag. We will use Nix packages and poetry to Nix. Then there is output attributes. It is a function that returns a package set. Nix can build projects for many different systems. We use each default system to iterate over systems and create and build the application for all of them. By default, this will create the application for Intel and ARM architectures on Linux and Darwin. And then, now the most important for us is this packages attribute. It is a set that contains different targets. Here we create the target my app using make poetry application, and we make it the default target. Okay, now that we know what is in this file, we can try and edit it and add another target. Let's build a Docker image from our application. So I will add a Docker target. I will use Docker tools from Nix packages. And I will use function build image. The build image function takes several attributes. We need to name the Docker image. So let's call it app. It needs a tag, so 010. And create it. This will edit the timestamp. And config file, config. Config will have a single attribute, and that is command that we will use to run the app. We specify the path same as before from the command line. So bin app. Okay, and there is one thing I cannot forget is make this a recursive attribute set because we reused my app in this set. Okay, so this should be it. Now, if you want to build a different target, after the dot, you need to type a hash and then name of the target. So in this case, it's Docker. This will create a tarball containing the Docker image that we can then load from to the Docker or Podman. So I will use Podman. We can take a look at the image. And it's here, we created it just now. Let's try to run it. And verify that it indeed sends us a response. Okay, it does. There is, and now we can be sure that the application in the Docker is the same that we run as on the local host. But there is also another advantage. The application, the Docker image contains only stuff necessary for building the image, nothing else. This is important because every extra package in the Docker file is an additional attack surface. At work, we use container scanning to find vulnerabilities in our images. And one day we found out that one of our images was vulnerable. And we explored it and found out that the issue was not with our application, but with another tool that came from the base image of the image we run. So if we used Nix for building this image, this problem wouldn't occur. Okay, so I promised also a better shells. Because you don't want to run Nix build every time you edit a file. This is not the development cycle we are used to as a Pythonistas. So let me introduce you to dev shells. Let's take a look at the flag.nix. At the bottom, there is a dev shell. This creates us a new shell environment. We can specify additional packages that we want to be accessible in our shells. And so let's do so. I will add RAF, the formatter. And let's add also kubectl. The make shell function has a fixed set of attributes that it takes, and every one which it doesn't know is considered an environment variable. So, and this variable will be exported in the shell. So let's add some environment variables. Now, to activate the shell, we will run nix develop. And now I have the RAF program and also the kubectl. And we can echo the environment variables. And now I can also edit the Python sources interactively. So let's run Flask in the debug mode. We still get the hello Python response. So let's now change that. the server automatically restarted, and we can check that we indeed get a different response. This can be even nicer with an additional tool. The tool is called drenv. Drenv activates the NIC, can activate the NIC shell when you enter the directory and deactivate it when you leave it. So let's first I will show you that I have the kubectl, and when I out of the deactivate the shell, I should not have it. Or here it. Okay, so to activate the drenv, I will just echo use flake to envrc. And I have the kubectl. And now, when I leave the directory, I don't have the kubectl. So the drenv is not in any way related to NICs, but it integrates really nicely with NICs. So now we can set up the CI, but first let's add some tests so that we have something to run in CI. We will add PyTest to dev group and write a simple test. We will request the index URL, and we will do get request, and we will assert that Pycon is in the response. Now we can run the PyTest, and it fails because it's not string, it expects bytes. Okay, so we have some test-driven development here. So Pycon is no longer there because I edited it, so let's test for NICs. Okay, so for the CIs, I will not type them by hand, but I have it there here. So I will just copy them. For CIs, it's really simple because all you need to do is to pull from some image that contains NICs, and then you can run NICs develop with the specified command. So this is the GitHub action. And there is also one for GitLab. It's a bit simpler. Okay. Okay, and now we can push it. I will just add everything and push it to. So this action will run, and in the meantime, I would like to thank you. And I hope that this talk made you curious about Nix, because I think that while Docker was able to solve the problem, it works on my machine, I think that Nix was able to improve it and solve it everywhere, on local development, CI, and in deployment. Now we just scratched the surface on the Nix, because Nix is a language-independent tool and can create declarative builds and deployments for any language, not just Python. If you would like to see the repository, it's at this GitHub URL. Here's my contact if you would like to ask me any additional questions. And if you would like to learn something more about Nix, here are some websites that I think contain a pretty good material for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Matusz. We have quite a few questions. So let's start with the one with the most upvotes. It's kind of related to what you ended with. And that is that some folks prefer to use Docker or Podman for their development containers. You prefer Nix. What is it that Nix gives you that Docker or Podman doesn't? Why do you prefer it?
Well, it depends, because if you are if you want to build Docker images with Docker instead of Nix, yeah, sure you can, but there are the disadvantages I talked about before, that you are not sure that you are really running the application that you are developing. Maybe you are not using the same base image, or also, some of it is that Docker images I think that they are really difficult to get right, and they can, as a result, they can be insecure and also not reproducible, because when you want to install something in a Docker image, or at least we did it, we run apt update and apt upgrade to get the newest packages. But this may break the build because you don't know what's updated. And with Nix, everything is pinned and hashed, so you are sure that it will build always the same as before.
Okay, so that's when we have those hashes, and in this file you are guaranteed that you get a specific file. Okay, yeah. So absolute reproducibility would be what gives it. Okay. Is there an easy integration into more robust IDEs such as PyCharm?
I'm not sure about PyCharm. I don't use it, but there are some language servers. So if PyCharm supports a language server, I think you should be able to get it done. There is one for Vim and Emacs and also VS Code. So
most of the popular editors are supported. There's another one. I kind of missed what's actually in your build container image. Does it build on Nix OS as the underlying platform or something else?
No, it's built from scratch. There is no base image. That's the advantage, that it will contain just the stuff that is needed for building the application, nothing else.
Yeah, one of the things, by the way, which I really enjoyed personally about Nix when I was playing with it, is that it works with pretty much any Linux distribution. Yes. So you can, if you're using Ubuntu, Fedora, whatever, you can just start using that. So that was I enjoyed it a lot.
That's cool, because as I said in the intro, actually, for example, you need to install the Python headers, but they are called different name on a pretty much every distribution. So this is a bit easier, at least for me.
One thing that scared me off, by the way, was that the language seemed, someone said that it's like a cross between Haskell and C++. It's not from the C language family. I think it's more from the ML language family. So it's not so familiar, but it's, in terms of syntax, it's simple language. It doesn't have that many features. So I think everyone is able to learn it pretty quickly. The another thing is learning about its ecosystem. That's a bit more challenging,
But the language itself, I think it's pretty simple. Once you understand it. Firstly, I didn't understand the word. I was like, where should I put the semicolon? Should I put it there? What is this thing? But then it just clicked for me and it worked. If you find me around, I can do nice translation between Nix and Python, so maybe that will help you.
That sounds very cool. So absolutely, let's use the opportunity. There's another question. How well does Nix Manager manage path dependencies, path depths? If I, for example, have a project that depends on my other project, and I use path dep in my pyproject.toml, subsequently, search results also suggest that Nix appears to have issues with development dependencies here and there. How likely is that a development path dependency will cause complications?
I'm not sure.
So if you're depending on other packages, as far as I understand.
The file system?
I don't know who asked this, but I think this is mostly about managing dependency. So if you're depending on another Python project somewhere.
Like if it's in your in poetry, if you declare it by poetry, it's non-issue. And if it's otherwhere, you can create like derivation for that project and then import it in your project as well. So I think it's possible, but it will not be this straightforward.
Okay. Do you have to use poetry?
No, you don't. I just wanted to use it because I think it's the most straightforward, and you don't need to have the Nix knowledge. There are other tools, or you can in Nix repository there are also many Python packages, so you can use packages directly from Nix repository. But the one disadvantage that I think is about this approach is that there are mostly packages on the latest version. So if you want an older one, you are pretty much out of luck. So I like this because you can have any version, and the poetry will load the correct version for you.
And if you do like poetry to Nix, it generates some sort of derivation or something else? What does it do?
I think it reads through the log file and downloads it according to the hashes. It must also it generates the derivation. Maybe I can show you. I will need to build the app. And these are the derivation that it depends on. So for example, the first is the hash, but then there are, here are the derivations. Here you can see Flask depends on markup save, Werkzeug is dangerous, and so on. So this derivation, the Python poetry to Nix created for you.
That hash looks like it really is dangerous with that file name. Yeah. Another question: why are you using Fedora instead of NixOS?
Because of this talk, I migrated to NixOS on a different PC, but I didn't want to break. I didn't want to risk it that something happens. I want to have my old environment. But after this talk, I'm pretty much on NixOS.
Nix prides itself on complete reproducibility, but how do I specify that I want security and bug fix updates of the underlying platform? I'm rarely interested in the exact version of glibc, OpenSSL, GDBM, glib, or gettext, but I want them up to date with a major ABI-compatible version.
Okay, so there's multiple ways how to do this. If you use, for example, poetry, and you want to have your dependencies up to date, there are projects like Renovate or Dependabot that will build, that will search for dependency and create the merge request for you. And then if your test run, and it can merge it automatically. So this is how you can have your Python dependencies up to date. And there is also a way how to have the Nix dependencies up to date. Because if I want to update the Nix dependencies, I run a Nix Flake update, and it will update them. There is also integration for that it will do periodically and merge it if it runs tests successfully.
So did I catch correctly that it runs tests and makes sure that it keeps working after you update those?
Yeah, it's up to you. I would like to run the test. Like it's not the feature of Nix. It's just the integration in the CI. That it will bump the version, and in the CI your test will run, your build will run, and if it's successful, you merge it.
This is why I want to write tests, folks. Okay. What kind of situations or projects you see Nix as not being the best choice, and why?
Probably some project that have Python that has dependency management really well done. For example, some Rust project, because in Rust ecosystem, the main and probably only package manager to use is cargo. Everything goes with cargo, and you create a static binary, or you could create the binary for it. So in Python, it's a bit different because there is like no canonical way to build your build an application. You can have poetry, there is Hedge, setup.py, and many others. And also, since you don't have the binary, it's a bit more difficult to distribute.
And what have you not been able to achieve using Nix, or where is Nix difficult to use for what kind of projects?
I mean, for me, the most Nix is, I see it as a young language, or it's a young project, but actually it's not that young. It's around 2000 or so. But I think the most difficult part for me is debugging, because it's a pure language and pure functional language. So there isn't something like, okay, I will give their print statement. So that was difficult for me. And also, as you said, that some can say that Nix is like a marriage between C++ and Haskell. It pretty much inherited the error messages from C++. So that's something that I would like to see improved.
Got it. And our final question, what feature do you miss the most in Nix?
I'm not sure, because I haven't used Nix. I learned Nix just last summer, so I haven't explored it into depth. But probably that you always need to be on the latest stuff. It's good to be on the latest stuff, but sometimes you need to have an older dependency because some other project that you don't control relies on it. So maybe this one.
Thank you so much. Let's give a big hand to Matúš.
Thank you.
A little bit of housekeeping.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír. Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, k
klikni na učimecehardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobytom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimecehardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobytom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učiemesHardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice break and met some new people, new friends, new colleagues, new collaborators. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Rudolf Starovský, who will talk about optimizing Python and about the Number library and speeding up Python. Ale teraz by som mal prepnúť do slovenčiny, pretože tento talk bude po slovensky. So this was for those of you who may be English speakers. This talk will be in the Slovak language. So if you do not speak Slovak, there's another talk which is happening in English in the other room. Of course, you are welcome to stay here if you would like to learn Slovak. Takže ďakujem pekne, nech sa páči.
Takže dobrý deň, vítajte na tejto prednáške. Ďakujem za predstavenie. Volám sa Rudolf Starovský. Vyštudoval som fakultu matematiky, fyziky a informatiky, odbor informatika. Doteraz som pracoval s programovacími jazykmi Java, Scala, Python a momentálne pracujem vo firme Zurich Insurance Company na pozícii lead developer v Pythone. V stručnosti o firme by som povedal, je to globálna poisťovňa, na Slovensku síce priamo nepôsobí, ale máme tu kompetenčné centrum, kde pracujeme v oblastiach data science, business intelligence, development, aktuárstvo a ďalšie. Možno ste sa už stretli s knižnicou Namba, ale ak nie, tak nevadí. Pokúsime sa priblížiť nejaké základy, ako to funguje. Bolo už v názve, že dokáže zrýchliť Python, tak uvidíme, že aké sú výhody, nevýhody. Na začiatok si pozrieme štandardný Python interpreter, ako funguje. Potom si prejdeme jednotlivé operačné módy, v ktorých Numba funguje, popíšeme si kompiláciu, ukážeme, ktoré časti Pythona sú podporované aj na konkrétnych príkladoch a záver bude priestor na otázky. Najskôr by som teda vysvetlil nejakú tú motiváciu, že prečo, ako som sa vlastne ja dostal k Numbe. Používali sme ju na projekte a keďže, ako som povedal, pracujem pre poisťovňu, tak je tam veľa ľudí, ktorí robia s poistnou matematikou a oni sú odborom skôr matematici ako informatici, ale už aj pri ich práci si nevystačia s nejakými tabuľkovými editormi, ale využívajú programovacie jazyky a Python je práve taký veľmi vhodný, lebo sa ľahko učí a je oproti iným programovacím jazykom taký prístupnejší. Ako vieme, tak Python je interpretovaný programovací jazyk a používa dynamické typovanie a práve z tohto dôvodu nie je najefektívnejší a až tak rýchlo nebeží. V poisťovni sa často používajú poistné modely, ktoré vyžadujú dlhý čas behu. No a aby to bolo použiteľné, tak treba ten Python zrýchliť, lebo tie modely bežia niekoľko hodín, avšak keby sme nepoužívali knižnicu Numba, tak by trvali aj niekoľko dní. Je to práve výhoda tej Numby, že dokáže optimalizovať vedecké výpočty, takže v tomto dosahuje naozaj vynikajúce výsledky. Tuto napravo je ukážka, ako sa jednoducho dá Python kód použiť s knižnicou Numba. Vlastne vidíme tam ten dekorátor, ktorý je nad definíciou funkcie a to je vlastne všetko, čo bolo treba pridať okrem importu. Takže už sme spomenuli ten Python. Na tomto obrázku vidíme vlastne Python interpreter, ktorý má dve úlohy. Keď napíšeme kód v Pythone, tak v podstate, keď ho spustíme, tak sa začne generovať bytecode. Následne druhá časť interpretera, ktorá je vlastne implementácia virtual machine, tak začne tento bytecode interpretovať. Python je vlastne naprogramovaný v jazyku C a tá implementácia sa volá C Python. Takže podstatná vec je, že tento bytecode sa nedostáva priamo na procesor ako strojový kód, ale je vlastne interpretovaný touto virtual machine. Vlastne prichádzame týmto rôzne možné optimalizácie, napríklad tým, že v Pythone nie sú tie dátové typy, tak všetko sú to Python objekty. Napríklad pamäť sa ťažšie potom optimalizuje. Tuto máme ukážku, ako vyzerá ten Python bytecode. Takže základná funkcia pre sčítanie sa preloží sa do týchto 4 inštrukcií v bytecode. Numba vlastne v dokumentácii bola taká výstižná veta, ktorá veľmi dobre vystihuje, o čo ide. Je to just-in-time compiler. Just-in-time kompilácia znamená, že sa generuje strojový kód vlastne zábehu programu a prekladá časť Pythonu a NumPy do rýchleho strojového kódu. Tak tuto už vlastne vidíme, že nie každý Python kód je možné týmto spôsobom zrýchliť. Numba využíva LLVM compiler, čo je vlastne projekt, ktorý poskytuje nástroje pre rôzne programovacie jazyky, ako kompilovať do strojového kódu a Numba ho teda tiež využíva. Numba vlastne pri tejto kompilácii funguje v 2 módoch. Jeden sa volá NoPython a druhý je objektový mód. Tam sú vlastne uvedené aj dekorátory, akými treba označiť funkciu, aby bola kompilovaná do takého alebo takého módu. Tuto máme ukážku NoPython módu. Máme tu vlastne funkciu, ktorá vykonáva nejaké aritmetické operácie a sú tu aj také črty toho Pythonu, ktoré má rada Numba a vie ich veľmi dobre optimalizovať. Ide o cykly, NumPy funkcie, operácie na poliach. Môžeme využiť ešte aj ďalšiu optimalizáciu. Vidíme, že pri tom dekorátore sme použili parallel rovná sa true. Toto pri tej kompilácii umožňuje paralelizáciu na jadra procesoru, čím dokážeme dostať ďalšie zrýchlenie. Tuto používame, volá sa to explicit parallel loop, vlastne to je tá p-range funkcia, ktorá je viac menej to isté ako štandardný range v Pythone, ale tuto vlastne vynúcuje tú paralelizáciu. Dajú sa vlastne pomocou tejto funkcie robiť také operácie, ktoré sa neovplyvňujú medzi iteráciami, takže sa aplikujú napríklad v tomto prípade na tie prvky, plus navyše sú podporované aj redukcie, ako napríklad sčítanie. Teraz máme objektový mód. Tento mód vlastne je určený tým, že za tým dekorátorom máme force object rovná sa true. Mohli by sme to skúsiť aj v tom no Python móde, že by tam nebolo nič v tých zátvorkách, ale tento program by nám nezbehol. A nezbehol by nám z toho dôvodu, že Numba nepozná napríklad data frame. Numba používa vlastný typový systém, takže pre všetky, teda nie pre všetky, ale pre niektoré Python objekty máme akoby vytvorené ekvivalenty v tom Numba typovom systéme a data frame tam nie je. Ďalší problém, to uvidíme potom neskôr pri tých príkladoch, zvykne bývať aj so štandardným dictionary, pretože do dictionary môžeme v podstate zabaliť akékoľvek objekty. A tam už vlastne Numba tiež má problém s určením tých typov. Ako teda tá kompilácia vyzerá? Takže vlastne v tej fáze, ako sme mali pri tom Python interpreteri, keď sme mali vygenerovaný bytecode, tak tuto je ten bod, kde nastupuje Numba a zoberie to pod svoju kontrolu. Cieľom vlastne Numby je obísť ten Python interpreter, ktorý v podstate spôsobuje to zdržanie v Pythone. Takže od chvíle, keď máme vygenerovaný bytecode, nepoužíva žiadne volania z Python interpretera, snaží sa nepoužívať tie objekty. Prvá fáza je vlastne analýza bytecodu, zistí si tam vlastne nejaké súvislosti, ktoré potom v ďalších tých fázach pri optimalizácii budeme môcť využívať. V druhej fáze sa vygeneruje intermediate representation. To ide vlastne o nejakú abstrakciu toho bytecodu, s ktorou vie Numba pracovať. Dôležitá vec je, že sa vlastne mení stack machine reprezentácia na register machine reprezentácia, že skôr sa to už na tie registre fokusuje. Ten bytecode napríklad, čo sme videli, tak ten bol umiestňovaný na stack. Ďalšia fáza je prepísanie tej intermediate representation. Týmto spôsobom sa dajú niektoré veci, ktoré by neboli inak podporované v Numbe, nejakým spôsobom prepísať, aby sa dali. A následuje veľmi dôležitá fáza, čo je vlastne odvodenie typov, odvodenie tých Numba typov. Potom ďalšie kolo optimalizácií, prípadne paralelizácia, ak sme ju umožnili. A podľa toho, či sa tie typy podarilo vygenerovať alebo nie, tak Numba vygeneruje no Python kód alebo object alebo kód pre object mode. Ten object mode v podstate neprináša až taký benefit, pretože používa Python objekty a síce on to skompiluje do toho strojového kódu, ale budú tam odkazy práve na ten interpreter Pythonový. Takže ako to aj vlastne budeme vidieť neskôr, v konečnom dôsledku ten objektový mód neprinesie až také zrýchlenie. No a posledná fáza je vygenerovanie toho strojového kódu. Tento sa načíta potom do pamäte a zabalí sa do Python wrapera, aby sa dal vykonať. Máme tu uvedený taký prehľad, ktoré funkcionality z Pythona sú podporované. Ide o celkom použiteľnú množinu, teda štandardný if-else, cykly, základný yield pre generátor, assert, list komprehenzia. Čiastočne sú podporované výnimky. Sú tam také obmedzenia, že napríklad keď používame try except, tak môžeme použiť except všeobecný, alebo potom musíme použiť výnimku, ktorá dedí od triedy exception. Context manager pozná iba v takom zmysle na jedno použitie, čo je, a síce môžeme vlastne v tom kompilovanom kóde použiť nejakú časť pre čisto objektový mód a zvyšok pre no Python mód. Asynchronné volania sú nepodporované. Yield from, tam je vlastne nejaký zložený generátor, ten by tiež nefungoval. Komprehenzie fungujú teda len pre tie listy. A takisto ani triedy štandardné nie sú podporované, ale je tam vlastne špeciálny JIT class dekorátor, ktorý umožňuje vlastne tú triedu previesť na kompilovateľnú numbou. Je tam však potrebné takýmto spôsobom, ako to je ukázané, dodať informácie o typoch. Vidíme vlastne, že tá špecifikácia, že používa typy, ktoré sú importované z balíka numba. Takáto trieda, vlastne všetky metódy, už potom nemusíme na tie metódy dávať ten dekorátor, ich bude mať kompilované pod numbou. Ďalej vlastne k tým podporovaným veciam, tak štandardné volanie funkcií funguje. Funkcie môžeme posielať ako argumenty, vnorené funkcie fungujú, closures, takisto rekurzívne volania. Je tam niekoľko obmedzení, napríklad pokiaľ používame premenlivý počet argumentov, musia byť vložené ako tuple, nemôžu byť ako list. Vnorené funkcie nesmú byť rekurzívne a podobne. Ďalej, v podstate sú podporované aj tuple, môžu byť dokonca homogénne, teda heterogénne alebo homogénne, teda buď rovnakého alebo rôzneho typu prvky. Doteraz, čo som hovoril, tak toto platilo pre obidva módy. Tieto ďalšie veci, toto vlastne upresňujem pre no Python mód. V objektovom móde fungujú dokonca ešte trošku voľnejšie. Takže čo sa týka listov a množín, tak tie musia byť homogénne. Dictionary som už trochu spomenul. V podstate v tom no Python móde nie je podporovaný, ale existuje nejaká taká podobná štruktúra, ktorý typ vlastne dodáva numba, takže vieme to nejakým spôsobom obísť. Teraz by som ukázal niekoľko príkladov. Mám tu pripravený notebook, ako to asi v praxi vyzerá. Takže by som začal s definíciou jednoduchej funkcie, ktorú použijeme dekorátor JIT, to znamená, že budeme v no Python mode. Teraz som ju iba definoval tým, že je pod kontrolou numby. Duplicate. Skúsim to zväčšiť. Dobre, myslím, že by to mohlo byť vidieť. A ešte väčšie, alebo asi v pohode? Dobre, tak poviem ešte raz, lebo neviem, že čo bolo vidieť. Tuto sme použili ten dekorátor pre no Python mod. funkcia bude kompilovaná numbou a tým pádom môžeme na nej zavolať aj metódu signatures, respektíve field, ktorý nám hovorí, že zatiaľ nebola skompilovaná tá funkcia. Ako náhle zavolám funkciu s argumentami, tak sa prebehne kompilácia a aj následne sa vykoná tá funkcia. Tuto si treba vlastne uvedomiť, že prvýkrát, keď voláme funkciu, tak až vtedy nastane tá kompilácia a ten čas vykonania sa môže predĺžiť kvôli tej kompilácii, ale už potom, keď budeme volať opakovane, tak už sa iba vykoná ten skompilovaný kód. Teraz, keď sa pozrieme na signatures, tak už uvidíme, že tá funkcia bola skompilovaná s argumentmi typu int64, čo sú vlastne z toho numba typového systému. Túto funkciu môžeme zavolať aj s inými argumentami, nemusia byť typu integer. Vlastne takto dostaneme zreťazenie, alebo môžeme ju zavolať aj s poliami. Keď ju volám vlastne s novými typmi argumentov, tak kompilácia musí prebehnúť na novo pre tie nové typy. Teraz, keď sa pozrieme do signatures, tak už vidíme, že máme tam rôzne možnosti. A pri vykonávaní, podľa toho, s akým typom argumentov sme to zavolali, tak tá skompilovaná verzia sa zavolá. Existuje aj možnosť, ako vynútiť alebo obmedziť vlastne kompiláciu na určené typy. Tuto sme použili 32-bitový integer, štandardné volanie. No a tuto je ukážka, že naozaj budeme používať 32-bitový integer, pretože vlastne došlo k pretečeniu. Keďže sme ju ale povedali, že s akými typmi tú funkciu akceptujeme, tak keď sa ju pokúsim zavolať s iným typom, tak dostaneme chybu. No matching definition pre tie argumenty. Teraz máme tu vlastne príklady, ktoré som ukazoval aj v prezentácii. Táto funkcia nie je odekorovaná, takže bude bežať v štandardnom Pythone. A skúsime zmerať, koľko trvá. Používam vlastne na to timeIt, ktorý simuluje vlastne opakované spúšťanie tej funkcie a vlastne dostaneme priemer 28,7 mikrosekundy pre jeden beh. Teraz pridám dekorátor pre NoPython, kompiláciu. Tým pádom vlastne vynecháme ten Python interpreter a zmeriame čas. Dostali sme priemerný čas 1,75 mikrosekundy, takže približne 15-násobné zrýchlenie. Vďaka tomu, že to bolo teda kompilované v strojovom kóde. Tu som vlastne náschvál dal aj ten výpis, aby sme tam oddelili tú kompiláciu. Lebo to si teda uvedomujeme, že to prvotné skompilovanie berie nejaké náklady. Ale nám išlo o ten čas behu. Teraz prichádzame k ďalšiemu príkladu, o ktorom sme hovorili, že vlastne nebude fungovať v tom NoPython mode, lebo používame ten data frame. Ale okrem toho, že používame data frame, posielame tam aj dictionary, štandardný pythonovský. A prvé, čo spadne, bude, že Numba nerozumie vlastne tomu pythonovému dictionary. Ako sme si tam ukazovali, tak vieme použiť tento dict typ, ktorý prichádza z Numby. Je to trošku zložitejšia definícia, pretože musíme určiť, čo do toho slovníka budeme dávať, aké typy. Toto si zadefinujeme a následne tam vložíme dva prvky. Takýto slovník už môžeme vložiť do NoPython kompilácie. Avšak narazíme už na ten avizovaný problém, že Numba nevie, čo je data frame. Takže túto štruktúru nemôžeme používať v NoPython kompilovanom kóde. Vieme však použiť ten objektový mód a môžeme dokonca použiť štandardný pythonovský slovník. Pretože ten, ako som teda už povedal, ten objektový mód, on to skompiluje, ale využíva vlastne volania na ten Python interpreter. Takže v podstate robí to isté, čo Python interpreter, a preto aj ten benefit objektového módu je v podstate otázny, lebo až tak sme si nepomohli. V prípade, že by sme používali cykly, tak je tam taká možnosť loop lift rovná sa true, čo ako keby vloží nejakú medzifunkciu, do ktorej vlastne tie cyklové volania zabalí a toto skompiluje. Tuto sa dá dostať nejaké zrýchlenie, lebo je to vlastne taká kombinácia NoPython a objektového módu. Tak zo zaujímavosti teda zmerajme, koľko trvá vykonanie tejto funkcie v objektovom móde. A následne porovnáme vlastne s čistým Pythonom, ktorý nepoužíva Numbu. Dostali sme 700 mikrosekúnd v objektovom móde a v čistom Pythone sme dostali v podstate polovicu. Takže vidíme, že naozaj ten objektový mód nemá zmysel. V tomto prípade možno v nejakom inom by mal, ale určite to nie je to, čo dosahuje ten NoPython mód. Mám tu ešte jeden príklad, ktorý využíva paralelizmus. Takže tuto používam vlastne pole, ktoré má dimenziu 480x3. Je to vlastne taký zjednodušený stavový model, čo je podstatné. Máme tu cyklus, ktorý opakuje 1000-krát toto vnútro. Volá tam nejaké ďalšie, pre ukážku iba jednoduché funkcie, robí tam nejakých 480 krokov a celé to opakuje 1000-krát, nejaké základné matematické operácie. Toto, keď smeriame v čistom Pythone, dostaneme 200 milisekúnd. Keď to odekorujeme pre NoPython kompiláciu v Numbe, dostaneme 4 milisekundy, čo je vlastne 50-násobné zrýchlenie. A keď ešte pridáme paralelizmus, tak spustím. V podstate máme tu paralel rovná sa true a to p-range. Tak dostaneme 832 mikrosekúnd, čo je ešte v podstate 4-krát oproti tomu bez paralelizácie, takže viac ako 200-krát oproti čistému Pythonu. Na tomto je vlastne aj vidieť, že keď, ako som na začiatku spomínal, tie poistné modely, keď spúšťame, tak vlastne je tam veľký rozdiel, či ten model beží 2 hodiny alebo 200-krát dlhšie, čo je teda, neviem, či viac ako týždeň, alebo minimálne v dňoch. Tak vrátil by som sa k prezentácii. Na záver už iba zhrnutie. Takže keď sa pozrieme na tie výhody, nevýhody, musíme si uvedomiť, že čo je našim cieľom, lebo ako so všetkým, niekedy to stojí za to, niekedy nie. A u nás bol veľkým plusom ten speedup, ktorý sme dosiahli, a tiež to, že vieme nám ľahko integrovať s Pythonom, v podstate tým, že máme v tíme na projekte poistných matematikov, ktorí práve s tým Pythonom robia, bolo to ako veľmi výhodné prepojenie. Tie nevýhody, ktoré sú tam, tak je to tiež vlastne cena, ktorú sme museli zaplatiť, tým, že sme museli vlastne ten kód tak písať, aby bol použiteľný pre Nambu. A museli sme napríklad, keď sme dostali nejakú chybu, tak ako sme aj videli tie chybové hlášky, tak nevždy je to také ľahké tam nájsť, že vlastne o čo ide, zvlášť keď tam ide o tie Namba typy. A teda tá posledná posledná nevýhoda sa nepotvrdila u nás, ale videli sme, že sú aj také situácie, že to nie je to ideálne riešenie. Teraz môžem povedať, že u nás sa to osvedčilo a tie plusy prevážili mínusy. Tak ďakujem za pozornosť a priestor na otázky.
Ďakujem za prezentáciu. Otázky. Skúsili ste aj nejaké alternatívne riešenia, napríklad Rust, alebo Py-3, alebo Python?
Sú rôzne takéto prístupy na just-in-time kompiláciu. Aj ten Python, ktorý bol spomenutý v otázke, je vlastne tiež taký, je to vlastne kombinácia, dá sa povedať, C a Pythonu. Je to v podstate nadmnožina Pythonu. Dosahuje tam nejaké tiež zrýchlenie, dokonca je svojím spôsobom všeobecnejšie, použiteľnejší. Avšak to zrýchlenie, ktoré dosiahne Python, nie je až také významné, ako keď sa používajú tieto NumPy operácie a polia. Takže oproti Pythonu bola NumPy výhodnejšia. Čo sa týka tých ďalších riešení, tak práve bolo kľúčové to používanie Pythonu, že už nejaká implementácia aj bola, aj to, že vlastne ostatní členovia, ktorí nie sú informatici, tomu rozumejú. Takže asi tak.
Okay. Uvažoval si niekedy použiť Nambu nad GPUčkom?
Čo?
Nad GPU.
Áno, toto vlastne tiež zvažujeme do budúcna. Namba vlastne poskytuje spôsob, ako pracovať s GPU. Ten koncept je dosť zložitý, alebo teda oproti čistému Pythonu tiež zložitý, ale viem, že kolegovia teraz vlastne sa tým tiež aj vo firme zaoberajú, že či by sme to vedeli použiť. Toto napríklad je výhodné tam, kde sa masívne používa paralelizácia, napríklad násobenie matíc, takéto veci. Vlastne je to, čo robíme, takže zrejme sa tým budeme tiež zaoberať do budúcna. Ale zatiaľ sme boli iba pri tejto základnej verzii.
Vie si predstaviť využitie aj mimo data science, napríklad vo Flask backende, aby som to možno ešte rozšíril tú otázku, že ešte a pri nejakých iných veciach, že nielen webové aplikácie, ale či tu má ešte niečo také, či napadá iné použitie ako len túto matematiku?
Záleží teda, čo sa tam využíva, lebo vlastne aj tá webová aplikácia môže na pozadí robiť nejaké výpočty, takže v podstate hej. Ide o to, že čo je vlastne vo vnútri. Ako som teda spomínal, tie nejaké vedecké výpočty a takéto, ak používame veľa cyklov, tak tam tiež môže dojsť k zrýchleniu tou kompiláciou do strojového kódu. Takže dá sa to použiť aj inde.
Okay. Ďalšia otázka. Skúšal si sa pozrieť aj na, teraz nech sa vysvetľuje JAX, JAX od Google, JAX, JAX?
Týmto sme sa nezaoberali.
Type hinty by nepomohli Nambe identifikovať typy?
Ešte raz, prosím.
Type hinty? Že či by Nambe mohli pomôcť?
Tieto typy, v podstate čo z tej anotácie v Pythone, tak ten Python interpreter ich ignoruje. Takže ono je to skôr ako dokumentačný prostriedok, ale čo sa týka behu, to nedáva prínos.
Máš nejaké skúsenosti s debuggingom LLVM, IR kódu? Ako riešite problematiku debuggingu kompilovaného kódu?
Áno, akože toto je nevýhoda. V podstate v tomto Pythone sme to nejak dovnútra, sa nám to nedarilo debugovať, lebo nepoužívali sme až také pokročilé nástroje na debugovanie. Toto patrí vlastne k tým nevýhodám použitia Numby, že nemáme to až tak pod kontrolou, ako keď si debugujeme vo vývojovom prostredí štandardný Python.
Ako ešte optimalizáciu situácií, kde je problémom pomalý warm-up?
Toto je tiež vlastne tá cena, že tá prvotná kompilácia si vyžaduje nejaký čas. No a už to treba zvážiť na tom use case, že či ak niečo teda bežíme často, tak tú cenu úvodnú zaplatíme. Ale ak sa tam nevyužívajú, ak by sme tu iba raz bežali, tak asi to nemá zmysel. Už potom asi záleží od aj tej architektúry, od toho procesora, takže koľko trvá tá kompilácia samotná, takže na inom stroji možno by to bežalo rýchlejšie, ale to už treba tak experimentovať trošku.
Ak mám projekt, ktorý veľa používa Numbu, dá sa úplne vypnúť bez nutnosti prepisovania kódu?
Áno, my sme to vlastne tiež tak riešili, že sme mali vlastne vlastný dekorátor, ktorý podľa toho, aké bolo nastavenie v konfigurácii, vlastne vrátil tento JIT dekorátor, alebo teda prázdny. Takže sme vlastne vedeli bežať tie modely pod JITom aj v čistom Pythone. A toto bolo vlastne také prvotné debugovanie, že keď sme nevedeli prísť na to, že čo je problém v tej Numbe, tak sme si to spustili čisto v Pythone, lebo niekedy išlo nie o problém Numby, ale išlo proste nejakú čistú logický problém.
Tak ako keď dizajnuješ offline first, hej, že keď to funguje offline, tak to funguje hociako a toto tiež také, že jasné. Takže čokoľvek beží v Numbe, tak beží aj v čistom Pythone. Dá sa povedať. Aha. A PyPy si náhodou neskúšal? Tiež podporuje just-in-time compiler, má nejaké svoje limitácie. Má nejakú výhodu Numba oproti PyPy?
Tiež je to v tom, že na čo je to zamerané. PyPy je tiež vlastne alternatíva, dokonca všeobecnejšia, ale tie časy behu sú rýchlejšie. Ak sú v tej podporovanej množine, čo má Numba, na tých poliach prevažne NumPy, tak je to rýchlejšie v NumPy. V Numbe.
A debugger napríklad vo VS Code vidí Numba hodnoty?
Nevidí.
Trošku také pilotovanie bez visibility, hej?
Áno, to je problém toho debugovania.
A čo numerické výrazy, num expressions, niekedy je rýchlejší?
S týmto nemám skúsenosť, neviem.
A ďalšiu?
Povedať.
Čo je najväčšia výhoda a najväčšia nevýhoda podľa tvojho názoru a v tvojej skúsenosti? Najväčšia výhoda, nevýhoda Numby?
Asi tá zložitosť, ktorú to prináša, jednak, ako bolo aj v tých otázkach, problém vlastne s tým debugovaním, a potom to, že nie všetko z toho Pythonu, nie na všetko ju vieme použiť. Takže asi toto je tá najväčšia nevýhoda.
Ako je to s knižnicami pre GUIčka, napríklad PyQt 5, a podľa všetkého Numba by to nemal rád? Bežal by toto aj s GUIčkom?
Takže obávam sa, že tie knižnice, pokiaľ využívajú objekty, ktorým Numba nerozumie, tak je s tým problém. A predpokladám, že to nie je v tom fokuse, takže asi s tým bude problém. Ale neskúšal som, tak iba čo si myslím, hovorím.
V porovnaní napríklad s PySparkom, aký je performance, aké sú výhody použitia?
Akože neskúšali sme to s PySparkom. Môžem len tak, že čo si myslím asi, že v podstate Spark a takéto big data riešenia možno sú vhodné v situácii, keď máme ozaj veľké dáta, na ktorých robíme transformácie. My sme mali skôr taký problém, že sme mali nie až tak veľké dáta ale náročné výpočty. A vlastne kvôli tým výpočtom, to je vlastne tá silná stránka NAMBY, tak nám sa to osvedčilo.
Keď bolo spomenuté použitie NAMBY nad GPUčkom, nemá skúsenosti s porovnaním NAMBA nad GPUčkom versus NumPy nad GPUčkom?
Nemám s týmto skúsenosti.
Posledná. A vie to bežať aj serverless, napríklad v AWS Lambda?
Neviem, či rozumiem otázke, ale myslím si, že áno, že nie je tam nutný nejaký server.
Ďakujeme krásne.
Ďakujem.
Náš ďalší talk sa začne o 11:55.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír. Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimeshardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobytom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkou z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimeshardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Vítajte všetci späť. Vítajte. Je pred nami naša posledná session pred obedom, ktorá bude o analýze freelance trhu, trendy, štatistiky a prehľad v IT projektoch. Privítame Michala Brandisa.
Ďakujem vám teda veľmi pekne za účasť. Ako ma uviedol moderátor. A dneska sa budeme vlastne rozprávať hlavne o freelancingu ako takom v oblasti IT. Je to trošku špecifický segment voči iným oblastiam, ako je marketing alebo stavebníctvo. Takže ďakujem. Moje meno je Michal Brandis. Som v podstate od roku 2021 Key Account Manager pre Titans Freelancers. Zastrešujem spoluprácu s viac ako 20 majoritnými klientami našej spoločnosti. Sú to lokálne firmy, ale aj nadnárodné korporácie. Za svoju kariéru som pomohol nájsť stovkám freelancerov ten správny projekt pre nich a prečítal cez 1000 životopisov a asi dosť o mne. Ako spoločnosť Titans Freelancer spôsobíme na trhu už viac ako 10 rokov a teraz v najbližších dňoch to bude aj naše 11. výročie priamo. A venujeme sa posilňovaniu IT tímov pre našich zákazníkov, tých správnych IT špecialistov a zase opačne pre tých freelancerov sa snažíme nájsť ten správny projekt pre nich. Za našu históriu sme pomohli viac ako 1000 freelancerom nájsť si projekt, ktorý je pre nich vhodný a celkovo našu databázu tvorí 27 000 IT špecialistov. Ak sa teda pýtate, ako funguje vlastne taký IT freelancing, tak na začiatku, kto je to freelancer, je možno to dôležité. Freelancer je človek, ktorý má nejaké know-how a je ochotný ho predávať komerčne. To znamená za odplatu firmám. Freelanceri sú ľudia, ktorí prichádzajú na projekt, keď ich projekt potrebuje, alebo daný zákazník, zotrvajú taký čas, ako oni chcú a ako zákazník potrebuje a za svoju prácu si nechajú adekvátne zaplatiť a následne si hľadajú projekt iný. To znamená, že je to také flexibilný spôsob fungovania, na rozdiel od trvalého pracovného pomeru, kedy zamestnávate sa v jednej firme a ste tam najlepšie 20 rokov. A freelanceri sú ľudia, ktorí striedajú firmy, projekty, tímy a budujú si sieť, budujú svoje know-how a ďalej ho šerujú tam, kde prídu. Freelanceri v dnešnej dobe sú integrálnou súčasťou tímu. Kedysi dávno, môžem ísť tak cirka niekde 5 až 10 rokov dozadu, ešte stále freelanceri boli ľudia, ktorí prišli na projekt niekde, dostali nejakú časť práce, ktorú robili solo, bez toho, aby museli alebo mali komunikovať s inými členmi tímu, v podstate dostávali izolované úlohy a boli tak povediať trošku aj izolovaní ľudsky. V dnešnej dobe je freelancer na IT projekte integrálnou súčasťou. Je to človek, ktorý sa zúčastňuje meetingov, má kontakty na ľudí, ktorí mu robia onboarding, s ktorými úzko spolupracuje, venuje sa úlohám, šeruje knowledge, ktorý vlastne nadobudol on za svoju kariéru s ostatnými členmi tímu, ale opačne ho aj prijíma. Hej? To znamená, že nie je to outsider, ako tomu bývávalo. Vnímame v posledných rokoch 10 veľký trend na Slovensku nástupu freelancu na full time. Čo to znamená v praxi? Keď ste freelancer, máte dve možnosti. Buď to budete robiť čiastkové práce, to znamená, máte 4, 5, 6 klientov, pre ktorých robíte menšie veci, musíte často content switchovať medzi zákazníkmi, prostrediami a spôsobom práce, ako u toho daného klienta sa priamo pracuje. Keď robíte na kvázi freelance na full time, tak ste dedikovaní, celý svoj pracovný čas dedikujete jednému klientovi, u ktorého môžete pôsobiť na 1, 2, maximálne 3 projektoch v zásade, ale máte jedno prostredie, jedny pravidlá hry, jeden spôsob fungovania a celý svoj fokus dávate vlastne tomu jednému klientovi. Má to svoje výhody, pretože vďaka tomu ste schopní hĺbšie porozumieť aj širším súvislostiam, napríklad biznisovým. Má to nevýhody, ste závislí v podstate na tom, že keď vám ten jeden klient nezaplatí, tak v zásade nevidíte svoju výplatu, ale to sa zase rieši cez partnerské firmy, ako sme napríklad my. Kariéra IT freelancera, ako som spomínal, spočíva v tom, že zostrvávate, dohodnete si na začiatku nejaký timeframe, alebo či už je to časový rámec, odkedy dokedy tam budete pôsobiť, v akom rozsahu, alebo aký zoznam úloh vlastne potrebujete spraviť, za čo vás bude klient platiť, čo vám bude klient platiť za vaše služby, podpíšete kontrakt, nastupujete na projekt, počas projektu si robíte nejaký výkaz, ktorý vám v vopred schválených milestonoch, milníkoch, väčšinou na mesačnej báze aj klient schváli. A následne môžete fakturovať svoju odmenu. Keď končí projekt, tak vy zostávate buď to u klienta a podpíšete nový kontrakt, ak bola spolupráca vzájomne benefitná, pokiaľ nie, hľadáte si nový projekt, nového klienta, nové zameranie. Výhoda pre freelancera je v tom, že na rozdiel od zamestnanca, ktorý je niekoľko rokov v jednej firme, obvykle aj v jednom tíme, freelancer vystrieda tých tímov viac. Tým pádom zvýši si soft skills, zvýši si ale aj schopnosť lepšie porozumieť širšiemu kontextu u rôznych zákazníkov a zároveň vlastne sa stáva aj istým spôsobom väčším odborníkom, nakoľko berie know-how z rôznych firiem, z rôznych tímov, z rôznych prostredí a snaží sa vlastne v sebe vyextrahovať to najlepšie z najlepšieho. Preto sú freelanceri aj cenným tovarom na trhu, by sa dalo povedať. Celkovo aktuálne vnímame veľký trend nárastu projektového zamerania firiem alebo projektového riadenia. Je to trend, ktorý už vnímame 20 rokov cirka, alebo 15. Čím ďalej, tým viac silne. Firmy pri projektovom fungovaní sa zameriavajú na to, že majú vytvorenú nejakú bázu interných ľudí. Firma od firmy, tie percentá sa líšia. Sú firmy, ktoré majú 25% interných, stabilných ľudí. V tíme sú firmy, ktoré to majú 95%, v závislosti od veľkosti. Ale nikdy to nie je 100%. Prečo? Pretože je to pre tie firmy výhodné, že nemusia stále udržiavať technologický knowledge všetkých svojich ľudí na potreby a nemusia byť vendor locknutí ani technologicky na to, že keď teraz mám tu core 80% mojich vývojárov sú dotneťáci, alebo C#, .NET, alebo Pythonisti, ale páči sa mi technológia táto, ale tá je bohužiaľ postavená na Java, ale ja ju chcem využiť, tak keď mám 100% vyťažiť svojich ľudí, tak nemôžem, lebo nemám ich to kto spraviť. Preto firmy naopak preferujú trend najať si určité percento tých ľudí, ktorých potrebujú, práve ako freelancerov, pretože prichádza hotový človek. Prichádza človek, ktorý je odborníkom v danej technológii, v danom spôsobe práce a následne im pomôže v tom, v čom potrebujú, a keď ho už nepotrebujú a nemajú pre neho job, nič sa nedeje, proste mu nepredložia kontrakt na ďalšie obdobie a ten človek končí a je s tým úplne v poriadku. Taktiež sa predĺžuje spolupráca firma freelancer. To je takisto veľmi silný trend, ukážem vám to za chvíľočku aj na grafoch, kedy freelanceri zostávajú u toho istého zákazníka pôsobiť aj po ukončení ich doby určitej, teda nejakého kontraktu, ktorý môže byť na 3, 6, 9, 12 mesiacov, uzatváraný, ostávajú toho zákazníka a buď to pokračujú na novom projekte, alebo ešte dorábajú nejakú funkcionalitu existujúceho projektu a tým pádom podpisujú opätovne nový kontrakt. A čo je ešte možno takým zaujímavejším trendom, mali sme tu COVID, a ten všetkých vyhnal na home office, to všetci vieme, alebo teda na minimálne kombinované nejaké čiastočné sedenie u zákazníkov a zbytok práce z domu. Ale tento trend, ako si takisto ukážeme, nebol len covidom spôsobený. Respektíve covid nás naučil a rozšíril tento trend fungovania remote alebo kombinovanej práce z domu a u klienta aj neskôr. Aktuálna situácia na trhu s dopytom po freelanceroch je, že dopyt sa stabilizuje. Najväčší nárast bol medzi rokmi 2020 a 2021, kedy ten dopyt takmer sa zdvojnásobil. Ten nárast bol 93% voči roku 2020. Následne vplyvom ekonomických, makroekonomických vplyvov ten dopyt klesol a opäť vnímame, že v roku 2023 klesol znovu. Tie dôvody, prečo sa to udialo, bol najmä ten, že v roku 2020 väčšina firiem začala šetriť. Pretože začal COVID, spanikárili tie firmy, nevedeli, čo sa bude diať, bude kríza, nebude recesia, budeme mať na to peniažky na nový projekt alebo nie. To znamená, že v prvej polovici roka 2020 aj čiastočne v druhej polovici roka 2020 sa takmer nepúšťali nové projekty. Ten technologický dlh u niektorých firiem ročný, u niektorých 1,5 ročných dohnal v roku 2021, kedy náhle potrebovali doplniť tie stavy tých ľudí, aby im mali reálne s tými technológiami a vecami, ktoré potrebujú spraviť, či už sú to nové interné systémy alebo upgrady, aby ich mal kto urobiť. Preto ten nárast tak dramaticky vlastne stúpol až takmer dvojnásobne. Následne, aby sme toho nemali málo, v roku 2022 začala vojna. Takže opäť nastala panika v prvej polovici roka, čo spôsobilo, ten trend by bol rovnaký, spôsobil to dramatický pokles pozícií a projektov. Následne v roku 2023 už môžeme hovoriť o recesii. nakoľko v druhej polovici roka 2022 naozaj udrela na tie obrovské nadnárodné korporácie, ktoré v podstate určujú trendy trhu, tak udrela nutnosť šetriť a vytvárať si zásoby pre prípad toho, že jednoducho tá kríza príde a oni budú musieť z niečoho žiť, lebo nebudú zarábať dostatočne veľa a potrebujú uspokojiť shareholderov. To znamená, že v roku 2022, hlavne v druhej polovici, začala obrovská vlna šetrení. To znamená, že v tej druhej polovici sa neotváralo také množstvo projektov, ale opačne, freelancerom to stále sa vyvážilo trochu, čiastočne, pretože keď firma berie zamestnanca, ona s ním počíta na 10 rokov. Nech vám hovorí ktorýkoľvek človek čokoľvek, ale v zásade každý HRista chce, aby berem TPPčkara, berem človeka na hlavný pracovný pomer, aby tu bol aspoň 10 rokov, lebo iba to je úspech. Kiežto, keď berete freelancera, tak ho berete na maximálne rok. Hej? Nič viac, nič menej a potom sa uvidí, takže je to pre nich flexibilnejšie. V roku 2023 bol stále ten trend recesný, to znamená, že všetci čakali, vyčkávali, nejaké projekty sa spustili. Tá korekcia, ako môžete vidieť, nebola až taká dramatická medzi týmito rokmi a nazvali by sme to stabilizáciou. Stále je tých projektov v roku 2023 viac, ako bolo v roku 2020. Ako som spomínal už predtým, priemerný čas na projekte sa predlžuje. Je to práve spôsobené aj tým, že keď je vám dobre u daného klienta, všetko je v poriadku nastavené, ste spokojní s peniazmi, máte v pohode tým, tak nemáte dôvod nezostať. A pokiaľ klient má pre vás prácu, tak pochopiteľne vyškoleného človeka, ktorý tu teraz mi robil rok, povedzme, nejaké systémy, tak chcem ho aj na ďalší rok, kvartál, pol rok, aby pokračoval ďalej. Roky 2020 a 2021 sú z pohľadu zotrvania na projekte absolútne totožné. Toto je priemerná dĺžka, koľko mesiacov v priemere naši freelanceri zostávali na projekte. Celkovo, myslím. Následne v roku 2022 práve aj vplyvom šetrení sa menej firmy púšťali do nových vecí a do hiringov nových, ale o to viac si chceli práve ponechať tých ľudí, ktorí už boli naskilovaní. A 2023 rok bol úplne rovnaký a tam nám to vyskočilo až o 10% viac. Čo znamená, že reálne v priemere, keď si zoberieme, ako dlho zostane freelancer na projekte, je to 23 mesiacov. Skrz všetky technológie, skrz všetky role. Celkovo. Zase, na druhú stranu, ten iniciálny čas, znamená, že to je dĺžka v počte mesiacov, je to dĺžka, na ktorú vy nastupujete na ten projekt. Je to, že na začiatku prídete ku klientovi a dohodnete si spoluprácu na nejaké obdobie a to je práve tá iniciálna spolupráca. Ten difference medzi iniciálnou spoluprácou, ktorá bola v minulom roku na úrovni 7,5 mesiaca približne, voči tomu, ako dlho tí ľudia reálne zostávali na projekte, že to bolo 23 mesiacov, ten rozdiel je obrovský. Čo v praxi znamená, že každý z týchto ľudí v podstate viac ako trojnásobne 3-krát predĺžil ten kontrakt, aby zostal. Lebo im to vyhovovalo. Ten pokles, je tam rastúci trend tej spolupráce iniciálnej, lebo aj klienti začali chápať, aj firmy vlastne začali chápať, že keď zoberú človeka, tak nejaký čas ho trvá dostať na ten projekt. Dostať ich do ich vlastných procesov, že to nejakým spôsobom je okolo toho nejaký maintenance, ako to voláme, a neoplatí sa im to skrácovať. A preto vlastne sa snažia čo najdlhšie na začiatok udržať tam toho človeka. Ten dramatický pokles medzi rokmi bol spôsobený práve panikou v rámci financií u klientov, lebo tí klienti si jednoducho neboli istí, či vôbec budú mať za 6 mesiacov, za 9 mesiacov ešte rozpočet na daného freelancera. Nakoľko viackrát u rôznych klientov sme aj práve aj v minulom roku zažili to, že schválili si rozpočty na IT, na nejaké projekty na 1 rok, povedzme, a následne prišiel o 6 mesiacov neskôr, im oznámil ich investor, to znamená, rozumiete, matka, shareholdery, board, že ten budget treba zredukovať o 50%. 30, 20, 50 u niektorých zákazníkov. Preto si oni neboli istí tým, že či naozaj vedia zagarantovať tú robotu na to dlhšie obdobie a radšej išli po kratších kontraktoch. Väčšina z nich sa hýbala na úrovni 6 mesiacov alebo 9. To bola majorita. Forma spolupráce. Ako som už spomínal, ako freelanceri máte 3 možnosti, ako môžete pracovať na projekte. Prvá možnosť je byť u klienta celý čas, druhá možnosť je byť stále doma, alebo v vašom vlastnom office, tretia možnosť je ľubovoľná kombinácia týchto dvoch. V roku 2020 ešte bol veľký trend toho, že firmy preferovali dramaticky prácu u nich. V ich priestoroch, priamo u nich, aby vlastne mohli ich kontrolovať a riadiť. Všetko to zmenil COVID, kedy nás všetkých vyhnal vlastne do remotu, alebo minimálne do tvrdej kombinácie väčšinového remotu. Ale ako vidíte, to si porovnanie vlastne týchto rokov, ale ako vidíte, rok 2023 ten trend zostal a ešte sa zväčšil. Je oveľa viac projektov, ktoré sa naozaj dejú, že čiste z domu. Nikdy nemusíte prísť do ofisu. Hej. Z 365 projektov, v podstate na každý deň jeden, ktorý sme hľadali v minulom roku a stafovali ľuďmi, bolo až 242. Takých, kde ste sa nemuseli v práci ani ukázať. Top 5 najväčších odvetví, ktoré v podstate sme za minulý rok hajrovali ľudí, bol vlastne softvérový vývoj. Pod týmto môžete si predstaviť software housey, ktoré vyvíjajú software na mieru pre rôzne inštitúcie. Banking, banky štandardne VUB, ČSOB, prípadne iné zahraničné banky, telkosektor, firmy ako Slovak Telekom, Orange alebo aj iných dodávateľia. Consulting bol na chvoste a predposledným bol government, to znamená vláda. Rozputali sa nám po voľbách samozrejme nové štátne projekty, čo stúpol tým pádom záujem o týchto ľudí. Ak sa pýtate, že kde ako Pythonisti sa nachádzate v top priečkách hľadaných projektov, tak je to 10. miesto. Štatisticky iba 3,5% všetkých IT hľadaných projektov spadá do Python. Python vývojára. Hej. Časť DevOps špecialistov, lebo do nich kategorizujeme aj rôznych SRE a Cloud Automation architektov, je takisto Pythonová. Približne polovica z nich. To znamená, že reálne ako Pythonisti máte niekde záber okolo 5,5% z celého trhu IT pozícií. Najviac trhu dominuje Java programátor s 11,5% všetkých IT pozícií a v tesnom závese je JavaScript programátor s 10,9%, kde si ale na ďalšom slajde môžeme pozrieť veľmi zaujímavý vývoj medzi Java programátormi a JavaScript programátormi v top 5 hľadaných typov projektov, alebo teda pozícií, na ktorých vlastne na projekty môžete nastúpiť. Java developer dlhoročne, posledné 4 roky vlastne dominuje trhu ako najhľadanejšia pozícia, ale JavaScript developer mu stále dýcha na chrbát. Postupne sa tento rozdiel medzi nimi stiera a očakávame, že v priebehu najbližších 2 rokov už bude dominovať JavaScript ako taký. Pod JavaScriptom si môžete predstaviť akýkoľvek vývoj typu JavaScripty, TypeScripty, React, Node a ich kombinácie, prípadne Angular alebo aj iné technológie, Redux a podobne. Aktuálny priemerný mandate rate na trhu podľa jednotlivých pozícií dominujú SAP špecialisti, ktorí sa pohybujú niekde na úrovni 425 € za mandate. Na chvoste sú UX dizajneri, ktorí sa pohybujú tesne pod 200 na mandate. Python programátor má v priemernú sadzbu na trhu 285 € na mandate. Toto sú všetko sadzby tzv. Iniciálnych projektov, že s čím nastupujete. Neskôr u daného zákazníka samozrejme môžete zvyšovať taxu. Keď sa jedná o podpis nového kontraktu, môžete si vypýtať navýšenie a tam môžete zarobiť aj reálne viac. Rate 285 € na deň vám činí približne 5700 € mesačne na faktúru, pokiaľ odpracujete plný pracovný mesiac. Python pozície delíme v podstate u nás na také 2 hlavné streamy. Prvý stream sú Python development pozície. To sú pozície vyslovene s vývojom ako takým, kde Python sa využíva ako primárny programovací jazyk. Možno taký krátky výber. Máme pozície typu Python test programátor, kde vlastne sa rieši automatizácia testov, ale jedná sa o vývoj, nie o automation testing ako taký. prípadne kombinácia full stack vývoja s Reactom na frontende alebo čistý backendový Python software architekt. Z portfólia Python Operations pozícií, tam je to zaujímavejšie. Tam sa v podstate Python veľmi tlačí do nového stacku, a to je systém automation administrácie, respektíve site reliability engineeringu, ktorý ide ruka v ruke práve s automatizáciou infraštruktúry ako takej. Prípadne sa jedná o cloud operations, rôzne automatizácie cloudových prostredí alebo o klasický DevOps. Ďakujem za pozornosť. Teraz bude priestor na otázky a následne na krátky Kahoot quiz, či ste si aj niečo zapamätali z toho, čo som hovoril.
Ďakujeme. Je tu množstvo otázok, viaceré sa točia okolo veľmi podobnej témy. Tak poďme na to. Ak freelancer pracuje pre jednu firmu x rokov, má dohodnutý pracovný čas, odmenu podľa odpracovaných hodín, neobchádza tak trvalý pracovný pomer, respektíve nemali by ste vy skôr sprostredkovať zamestnanie ako freelancera? Kontrolujete, aby teda práca nemala znaky zamestnania, alebo to proste neriešite?
Samozrejme, veľmi závisí pri freelancingu, hlavne pri dlhodobejšom freelancingu, ako som spomínal, ten freelancing na full time, veľmi závisí od kontraktových vzťahov. Preto ja osobne neodporúčam freelancerom zamestnávať sa priamo na priamu spoluprácu pre firmy, pretože málo ktorá firma má naozaj po právnej stránke ich zmluvy ošetrené tak, aby sa nejednalo o závislú činnosť. Je to, poviem otvorene, pomerne komplikovaná téma, ktorá sa každý rok mení. My ju pravidelne vyhodnocujeme a snažíme sa vždy držať krok za aktuálnou európskou legislatívou a tým pádom garantujeme ako freelancerom, tak aj našim zákazníkom, že kontrakty, ktoré sú s nami podpísané, nespĺňajú znaky závislej činnosti. To je možno prvá vec. Druhá vec, práca zase závisí od toho, že jeden zo znakov je aj to, že či máte kontrakt na dobu neurčitú alebo určitú, pretože v zásade znak závislej činnosti plníte už len tým, že máte kontrakt na dobu neurčitú. Je to jeden zo základných znakov. Prípadne práca remote alebo u klienta môže takisto evokovať ďalší znak závislej činnosti. Závisí aj od odmeňovania. Takzvané fixné paušálne odmeňovanie, pokiaľ dodávate naozaj 160 hodín mesačne, respektíve full time, je takisto no-go. Hej? Preto opäť my napríklad používame hodinovú sadzbu, kedy je ten freelancer platený reálne za odpracovaný čas. To znamená, keď dodával služby podľa schválených výkazov, faktúruje to, čo má. Máme veľa kontraktových záležitostí poriešených priamo v tých zmluvách, o ktorých nemôžem ani nechcem hovoriť. A preto hovorím, že je to istým spôsobom naše obchodné tajomstvo, ale môžem povedať ruku do ohňa, že v žiadnom z prípadov našich freelancerov, ktorých aktuálne v tejto chvíli máme cez 200 na projektoch, technicky viac ako 250, a že by porušil a kedykoľvek bol problém s porušením závislej činnosti, a to sme absolvovali my aj naši klienti niekoľko kontrol.
Ďakujem. Ak má freelancer full-time projekt u klienta, nemá s tým problém finančná správa, to viac menej teraz sme si aj riešili. Dobre som zachytil, že ste našli projekty 1000 freelancerom a že ich máte v databáze tých freelancerov cca 27 000. Akému percentu freelancerov z databázy nájdete prácu a ako dlho to väčšinou trvá?
Percento freelancerom, ktorým nájdeme prácu, vždy variuje. Pretože môže sa stať, že v danom období hľadá prácu, teraz trestnem, 20% všetkých PHP programátorov, ktorých máme v databáze, ale v danej chvíli, v danom kvartáli jednoducho nie je dopyt po nich. To znamená, že v danom kvartáli sa môže stať, to znamená za 3 mesiace, že nájdeme prácu z tých 20% PHPčkarov v našej databáze 0. Hej. Je to veľmi neobvyklé, ale teoreticky sa to môže stať. Vždycky sa treba pozerať aj na to, že či daný človek vyhovuje tým požiadavkám projektu, alebo nie. Pretože, ako som spomínal, my sa venujeme tomu prepájaniu, to znamená, že tam sú všetky faktory na strane freelancera, ktoré musia byť splnené, do akého tímu chce ísť, koľko chce zarábať, na aké dlhé chce mať kontrakty, či chce pracovať remote alebo on-site. To znamená, že je to veľmi individuálne ako na strane našeho freelancera, tak aj na strane našich zákazníkov, ktorí opäť takisto si diktujú požiadavky. Veľmi ťažko sa dá určiť to, akému percentu tých freelancerov nájdeme projekt. Pretože aj takisto tí freelanceri takisto majú aj svoje projekty, ktoré si našli po svojej osi, alebo ešte niekde majú dobiehajúci kontrakt, nemusia byť v tejto chvíli dostupní. Ale vo väčšine prípadov stafneme 2 z 3 projektov, ktoré máme od zákazníkov my. To môžem povedať takto.
Ak sa na to pozrieme z tej opačnej stránky, takže to je 2 z 3 stafnete pre toho zákazníka a z pohľadu toho freelancera, napríklad, že keď tam je nejaký bucket tých freelancerov, alebo to tak zaznelo, že možno že je to také dosť nízke percento, jednociferné. Koľko je to tak plus minus?
Ak si povieme, že na jednu pozíciu sa štandardne, štatisticky prihlási okolo 3 až 10 kandidátov, ktorí spĺňajú naozaj požiadavky reálne, ktoré zákazník potrebuje a chce, tak z nich sa štatisticky vo väčšine prípadov umiestni 1,5 človeka. To znamená, že keď zoberiem štatistiku, tak z tých 5 kandidátov, povedzme 3 až 5, úplne že celková štatistika, ide na ten projekt 1 až 1,5 človeka. Ten pol môže byť naozaj, že sa dohodne part-timeová spolupráca.
Okay. Aký váš odhad na to, aký má byť skúsený človek na to, aby bol hodnotným freelancerom? Aké by mal mať skúsenosti, čo by mal vedieť?
Ďakujem za otázku. Túto otázku vždy, keď prednášam, dostanem. Takže mám už pripravenú odpoveď. Je to individuálne. Hej? Pretože sú projekty, kde sa hľadá juniornejší človek po technickej stránke, ale viac skúsený po osobnostnej stránke. Môžeme si predstaviť typickú situáciu. Máme otvorenú pozíciu mediora, Python developera, niekoho, kto má 2, 3, max 4 roky skúseností v Pythone, ale očakávame od toho človeka, klient jednoducho od neho očakáva, že to bude vyzretý človek, ktorý má už predošlé pracovné skúsenosti alebo nejaké projekty za sebou. Kľudne v iných technológiách môže to byť bývalý Java programátor, môže to byť systémový administrátor, ale jednoducho už má nejakú prax zažitú. To znamená, že on si povie, že tá požiadavka bude technologicky, mi stačí človek, ktorý tak 2 roky niekde niečo robil, povedzme, poriadne v rámci danej technológie, ale chcem, aby mal 8-ročnú prax. Pracovnú v IT prostredí. To znamená, že ono to variuje. Máme aj čiste tzv. Takmer entry role, lebo ako freelancer, jednoducho ako junior, ktorý nemá žiadnu prax po škole, sa jednoducho ťažko zamestnáte. Hej? Tam je najlepšie vždycky odporúčam, choďte na 1, 2, 3 roky do nejakej firmy, získajte prax, zistite, ako to reálne funguje na tých projektoch v IT softwarovom vývoji a potom zvážte prechod na freelance, takže je to variujúce naozaj.
Je možné legálne byť súčasne na trvalom pracovnom pomere u nejakého zamestnávateľa a zároveň freelancovať pre iného?
Áno. Po legálnej stránke je to absolútne legálne, pretože vy ako freelancer ste podnikateľ, povedzme si to tak. Môžete mať založenú SROčku, môžete mať založenú živnosť, ale vykonávate podnikateľskú činnosť. Sústavne a opakovane sa snažíte zarobiť peniaze na vašom know-how. Pokiaľ vás neblokuje nejaká konkurenčná doložka u daného zamestnávateľa, u ktorého máte trvalý pracovný pomer, čo sa zvykne napríklad robiť pre high-tech projekty, kde je proste nejaký fokus na využitie nejakých špecifických technológií, napríklad healthcare industry, tak kľudne môžete paralelne s tým pracovať aj ako freelancer. Máme viacero freelancerov, ktorí začali opäť tú vstupnú bránu do freelancingu. Bol part-timeový projekt na čiastočný úväzok cirka plus minus 1 deň v týždni, 4-5 mandejov do mesiaca, teda pracovných dní, a začali to robiť popri práci ako konzultanti, architekti, alebo potrebujú niečo niekde vyvinúť menšie a postupne zistili, že vlastne ono to funguje skvelo a potom prejdú na ten freelancing na full time.
Aká technológia je často žiadaná v kombinácii s Pythonom? Dá sa dostať k dátam? Aká technológia je žiadaná v kombinácii s Python? Či Python plus niečo a niečo ďalšie? Dá sa nejako dostať k dátam, po čom je aktuálny dopyt?
Dá sa. Dá sa dostať k dátam, samozrejme. Napríklad na našej webovej stránke si môžete pozrieť, po čom je aktuálne dopyt, lebo väčšina otvorených pozícií, ktoré stafujeme, je práve zverejnená na webe. Takže tam môžete sledovať reálne, že či Python vývojár s takýmto tech stackom iným je, ako napríklad teraz máme otvorený s Reactom na frontende Python developera. Čo by som tak možno povedal, tak čo sa týka cloudových služieb a toho automatizácie tých prostredí, tak tam absolútnou technologickou dominantou pre tých Python inžinierov na tej nie developerskej, ale skôr engineering časti je Ansible. Ten je jednoznačne najčastejšie využívaný tool na backende, na správu jednotlivých zariadení, do ktorých potom Pythonom sa vlastne vyvíja tá automatizácia. Čo sa týka Pythonu ako čistého, tak najviac, čo sa týka tých frameworkov, sa využíva Flask, prípadne Battle. Tie sú také najčastejšie použité. Občas Django.
Okay. Modelový príklad. Dostanem 6 000 eur na faktúru, koľko z toho plus minus zostane po zdanení? Veľmi hrubý odhad.
Veľký a hrubý odhad? Veľký a hrubý odhad závisí od toho, či je to živnosť alebo SROčka. Či ste v tej SROčke zamestnaní, či ste nový živnostník prvý rok a neodvádzate sociálne odvody, ale zrátať si to viete pomerne rýchlo a stačí zobrať, ak by to bola živnosť, tam by to bolo jednoduché, z hlavy vám to nespočítam. A zoberte si, že aký váš ročný príjem, ak by ste robili za 6 000 mesačne, 12 mesiacov v roku, tak je to 72 000. Z toho si odpočítate 20 000 paušálnych výdavkov. Samozrejme pri 6 000 mesačne už prekročíte limit DPH, takže sa to nedá. A tam už by som urobil časť switchu na SROčku, ale v zásade viete sa dostať niekde na cifru okolo 5 000. Plus minus hrubý odhad, 4,5 až 5 000 čistého príjmu. Treba sa s tým trošku už ale účtovne pohrať pri takomto vyššom príjme.
Ako je to po právnej stránke? Freelanceri faktúrujú alebo pracujú na zmluvu? Majú to všetci rovnako? Alebo je rozdiel medzi tými, čo pracujú pre klienta full-time a tými, čo majú viacerých klientov?
Tam závisí, tam skôr by som sa pozrel na to po stránke dodávania. Čo vy dodávate? Máte v podstate dve možnosti. Buď to dodávate dielo, to znamená niečo spravím, za čo dostanem zaplatené, napríklad analýzu alebo jednorazový výpayment, ktorý môže byť rozdelený, ale v zásade dodávam nejaké dielo, alebo dodávate svoj pracovný čas ako freelancer, že budem sa dívať na toto a budem robiť všetko, čo je v mojom záujme najlepšom a dodám za ten daný čas to, čo mám. A tam už ten rozdiel v zásade je minimálny, lebo obidve skupiny môžu fungovať aj prvým spôsobom, aj druhým.
Môžeme ešte pokračovať otázka, je to taký dlhý maratón, množstvo otázok môžeme? Aké percento freelancerov pracuje pre klienta na full-time a koľký majú viacerých klientov?
U nás je drvivá väčšina na full-time u jedného klienta. Z tých všetkých freelancerov, ktorých máme, netrúfam si odhadovať percenta, ale je to cez 90%.
Ako je to s poplatkami? Ak je mandate rate napríklad 300 eur, dostanem na účet 100% z tejto sumy? A kto a ako platí Titans?
Ešte raz poslednú časť.
Kto a ako platí Titans? Čiže keď je mandate rate 300 eur, dostanem na účet 100% z tejto sumy? Z čoho žije Titans?
Ako podnikateľ vy dostávate 100% zo sumy, ktorú máte podpísanú na kontrakte a či už tu máte s nejakým sprostredkovateľom alebo brokerom, agentúrou, ako napríklad my, alebo už priamo s klientom, vy dostávate na účet 100% a je potom vaša povinnosť vyriešiť si daňovo-odvodové povinnosti voči štátu a odvádzať to štátu.
Zmluva sa podpisuje s Titans a nie s tým klientom, tak?
V závislosti, lebo pokiaľ sú to naše projekty, tak sa podpisuje zmluva s nami, pokiaľ je to spolupráca priamo s klientom, tak s klientom. Aká
je pridaná hodnota vašej spoločnosti pre freelancera a aká pre zadávateľa? Prečo by tieto dva subjekty nemali uzavrieť dohodu priamo medzi sebou a ušetriť náklady za middlemana?
To je veľmi dobrá otázka. Ďakujem danému človeku. V zásade každá firma sa o to snaží. Každá firma, ktorá má nejaký svoj pool a má nejaké potreby, sa snaží nájsť si človeka na tieto potreby sama svojimi schopnosťami a svojimi zdrojmi, ale žiadna firma nie je schopná naplniť všetky požiadavky len svojpomocne. A tam prichádzajú do hry personálne agentúry, ktoré hajrujú na trvalý pracovný pomer, kde opäť firma im za to zaplatí nejaký poplatok, za to, že im nájdu vhodných kandidátov, alebo firmy ako sme my. Pre firmu je to o tom, že dostávajú len kvalitných ľudí, to znamená takých, ktorých reálne potrebujú na daný projekt. Máme dosah, venujeme sa tomu na full time, my tým žijeme. My žijeme naozaj hľadaním vhodných profilov a pre tých svojich ľudí hľadaním vhodných projektov. To znamená, že ten knowledge, ktorý je u nás, jednoducho oni nie sú schopní, žiadna personálna agentúra nie je schopná nabrať až také množstvo knowledge v konkrétne len jednej téme, napríklad IT freelancerov, pokiaľ sa nevenujú len tomu dedikovane. To je možno benefit pre klienta. A benefit pre freelancera je zase na tej druhej strane to, že my preberáme na seba väčšinu zmluvných pokút a zároveň aj celú tú garanciu. Ak ten freelancer má počas tej práce akýkoľvek problém, tak sa na nás vie vždy obrátiť a my ten problém spolu s ním vyriešime.
Ako dochádza k overeniu schopností freelancera? Nedochádza k prestreleniu schopností?
Veľmi často. Ako na strane zákazníka, keď píšu požiadavky na daného človeka, každý chce supermana a najlepšie zadarmo, a keď už nie zadarmo, tak za evričko na deň. A na druhej strane väčšina freelancerov preceňuje svoje schopnosti alebo aj vôbec na trhu práce. Tam prichádza vlastne, u nás je taký trojstupňový filter kandidátov. Jeden stupeň riešia vlastne naši sourcery, ktorí priamo komunikujú o požiadavkách. Druhý potom riešime my na accounte a tretí si rieši klient.
Dobre, a keďže freelance kontrakt je na dobu určitú, nie je to nevýhodou v prípade žiadosti o hypotekárny úver v porovnaní so zamestnancom, ktorý má väčšinou zmluv na dobu neurčitú?
V dnešnej dobe už väčšina zákazníkov, pokiaľ máte povedzme takýto dlhodobejší kontrakt uzavretý, už väčšina tých bank to nerieši. Väčšinu bank zaujíma iba to, že či máte, aký príjem ste mali ako živnostníci za predošlý rok alebo firmy, a či máte nejaký podpísaný kontrakt, ktorý vám istým spôsobom dopomôže k tomu zachovať si tento príjem. Takže nevplýva to na hypotéku.
Čo týka veľkosti spoločností, ktoré používajú najčastejšie freelancerov, veľké, stredné a aký sektor je zastúpený?
To zastúpenie je v prospech veľkých spoločností, kde je väčšina, ale nepovedal by som, že povedzme, že tesná väčšina a ten zvyšok sú malé a stredné podniky.
Teraz ešte by som sa opýtal poslednú otázku, alebo akurát nám končí čas. Akú podporu poskytujete freelancerom na vašich projektoch?
Podporu? Okrem emocionálnej podpory a riešenia vlastne problémov, ktorým môžu čeliť, tak sú to aj veci ako feedbacky, či už získavanie feedbackov na jeho prácu, pokiaľ by môj manažer nebol schopný povedať, alebo nechcel by mu ju komunikovať. Alebo je to podpora po stránke účtovného poradenstva, či doplňania ďalších knowledgeov.
Ešte neutekajte, čaká nás Kahoot, takže nech sa páči.
Ja som zapol Kahoot teraz. Aha, dobre, máš aj tam. Ešte raz? Ak si dáte kahoot.it, tak cez tento PIN kód sa môžete pripojiť. Prípadne, ak vám to zoberie ešte telefón, tak si naskenovať QR kód. Optimus Prime. Najlepšie meno. Satoshi už máme, chýba už len Bitcoin. Posledných pár sekúnd na registráciu. Tak, 3, 2, 1, púšťame. Alebo aj nie. Koľko projektov sme obsadzovali v roku 2023? Prvá možnosť 500, druhá možnosť 365, tretia 450 alebo 200. Dobre. Môžeme aj. Zorate typ spolupráce podľa najväčšieho zastúpenia v roku 2023. Bola to spolupráca on-site, hybridná, to znamená kombinácia on-siteu a remote, alebo remote. Čiste práca z domu. Čoho bolo najviac, stredne a najmenej? Posledné 4 sekundy, 3, 2, 1. Dobre, 33 ľudí. Tretia otázka. Aká bola najdopytovanejšia pozícia v roku 2023 v Titans? Python programátor, tester, Java programátor alebo JavaScript? Najdopytovanejšia. Najviac projektov otvorených. No, 4 omily. Smajlik vo vedení. Predposledná otázka. Zorate odvetvia podľa najväčšieho počtu projektov. Banking, telco, software a government. Najväčší počet projektov za minulý rok. Ktoré boli najviac žiadané? Toto už je ťažšia otázka. Posledné sekundy. A ideme. 27 ľudí. Wow, prekvapili ste ma. Zamiešalo to poradím. Generál Kenobi vo vedení. S Optimusom Primeom. Trend dĺžky spolupráce klient-freelancer sa predĺžuje. Je to pravda alebo nie? Jedná sa o celkovú spoluprácu, napoviem vám. No, 7 omylov, 47 správnych. A výsledky? Skoro anonym gratulujeme k 3. miestu. Marta z 2. miesto, gratulujeme. A 1. miesto získava Optimus Prime. A poprosíme Optimus Prime, aby si prišiel aj po hodnotnú odmenu. Gratulujeme. Nech sa páči.
Potlesk pre Optimusa a zároveň aj pre Michala. Ďakujem veľmi pekne a dobrú chuť k obedu.
Ďakujem aj ja vám.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimesHardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. Ako sme sa už naučili, poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimesHardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobytom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimeshardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učimesHardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A to sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
have 300 people here and not 50 as meetups usually have. I usually have a 1 hour long session, so I was a bit sad when the organizers told me that effectively I have 35 minutes. So I will be fast, but you have a recording, and I will have a code demos, but I will explain only just parts of the code demos, not a one-to-one tutorials. And I want to say to the people that are standing that there are lots of rooms just here in the front, and there at the front as well. And I will just keep instructing it. So this image actually was generated yesterday by the Imagine model of Google Cloud. And it was a prompt that built me an image of Bratislava Castle in a drawing style. It took like 7-8 seconds, and that's the image you have it. We have a short intro section. We will see what built with Gemini or Gemini, whatever you pronounce it. And then we will see what is Vertex AI, because this is the name that you will need to understand in order to use Model Garden and, for example, to run function calling, which I want to actually end up using as a demo itself. I'm a Google developer expert, which means that I'm not a Googler. I don't work for Google. I am from Romania, a Hungarian, by the way. Sziasztok. And I work still there in a small city, but I do a lot of presentations. I answer a lot on Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow is still a thing, so I found my own answer also on OpenAI models and also on Google models, so they actually crawl the internet and find it out. The rest information is for LinkedIn and so on. Probably you have heard about Bard, but recently they renamed Gemini. They renamed everything into Gemini, so even copilots of Google is renamed to Gemini. So it's very confusing in a way, but you will find hopefully clear information after you hear this information about Gemini. Let's see what knows Bard a bit. You have eventually tried it out. This is the interface. Now it's called Gemini. Often people don't know that if I put the @ sign in here, it actually lets me to use other Google models. Like I can ask about my emails. I can ask about my Google Docs. Did you know that? Okay, good. What if I ask my emails that give me a list of my electricity invoices from Gmail? In a way, I had to write it in a way that my emails are giving back. Hidroelectrica is the company who sends me the electricity bills, and if I run this example, it produces this table. In January, normally it was only one invoice so far, and the number is here. Also, if I ask last year's numbers, is here in the table itself, and references to the emails as well. But also, for example, if I add a prompt, like list the top 10 incidents, because I'm a DevOps engineer as well, and I may have emails about problems, then it can summarize me this service itself in a way that the service, when it runs. I prepare the answer because it's faster than for you, and I just switch it. So it tells me when the events are actually happened, and for me, it was important to hear that it took 8 minutes, 7 minutes. So it was something like the high CPU usage or something, or only terminal and so on. But as you see, and I want to demo it, that you can quickly ask questions and figure out how the technology works also in your Gmail or the Google Docs and so on. Let's move forward. I need to be prepared in case the demo doesn't work. So let's skip, honestly. So that's gone. OK, build with Gemini. There are usually 3 models mentioned by the blog post, by all the announcements. But literally, there are more than 120. And these are the most recent ones. And they all constantly change, and they constantly evolve. So if the information you may hear today from me, in April, when there is the Google Cloud Next in San Francisco, used to be in San Francisco, this year is in Las Vegas, they will announce something else as well, or they will bump up the version number or certain information. this era is changing very, very rapidly. And some of the services are not available yet, so you need the whitelist, or you need to be, for example, the Ultra is only for research purposes. So if you have the qualification, you can try to sign up. Maybe you have a use case, let's say academia use case, we are in academia. So you may have a use case that you get access to the service itself. What I like it is that the Gemini Pro is a multimodal. So it combines text and image itself. And essentially, it lets you to combine in your prompt 16 images and one video. And that's actually helpful, because if you can give 16 images and a prompt, like this is the interface with the Python code, it will just do it for you. I'm not saying it's accurate, it will just do it. On the second part, the Gemini Pro, I don't have yet access for it, but I've seen on YouTube demos that the context window lets you to actually add 1,000 pages of PDF. And you can query about your prompt, not about the internet. You have provided the prompt as the 1,000 PDF, and you ask about your prompt. Maybe a company knowledge base, or a large automotive documentation, or a service manual, something like that. When you start to Google about Gemini and how to use the service as an API, you will be confused. Essentially, the first one you eventually will find is Google AI Studio. AI Studio, when you access it, it will guide you and redirect you to a documentation page. It's not available in European Union and Canada and some other countries who are GDPR-wise much more stricter. Why is the problem, and what is the fix for it? They built AI Studio as a consumer product. What is a consumer product? Gmail, YouTube. They want to become a consumer product. As an individual, if you interact with Google, you have rights. You have the GDPR rights. But the solution is the cloud, Google Cloud. On the Google Cloud, you actually interact with the cloud in a business perspective. So business rights and not individual rights. So there are different rights and legally applicable different things. The good news is that you can have a Google Cloud account as a person, so you don't need to sign up with a VAT number and a company. You can just sign up if you are not yet user, also with your key. Also, there are some concepts, different concepts. On the AI Studio, hopefully someday it will be available also in EU, there is an API key. On the different part is a service account key. On the AI Studio, it offers 60 queries per minute for free. On the Vertex AI is actually a paid service, and you pay everything, but there is a $300 credit when you sign up first for your account, or if you get an academia account with your professors, they can sign up. For each student, Google gives like 50 USD in an account to test out services for it. It's just for Hello World examples. If you go commercial or research, you need a lot more to do this. Okay, let's advance. So now we are going to talk about Vertex AI, which is the product group of machine learning, and I will accelerate a bit. Vertex AI has some business users, but hopefully we are developers here, so I will focus mostly on Model Garden, Vertex AI Studio, and some generative AI APIs. And I will briefly mention fine-tuning Distill and SERP if it's there, but normally you can run the full data science job and data analytics jobs on the cloud itself, just it doesn't fit my talk. I don't have the time to actually mention it. Model Garden. This is the catalog that they put together, like other catalogs you have seen on the internet, Hugging Face, for example. This is Google's name, like on the Vertex AI, this Model Garden. It has 3 parts, foundation, open source, and task specific. Essentially, foundation and open source will be covered by me. Foundation models, I don't want to give you Wikipedia information or let's say whatever ChatGPT information. They are multitask, large scale, minimal training. I highlighted only a few. Gemini, I already told you that as a general multimodal, which images, text, and video as well. There is Imagine. My book cover photo was generated by this prompting example when text is converted to images. There is chirp, where you actually get the audio not transcribed, but generated as a text in a way. And there is embeddings, embeddings. Who knows what is embeddings? Oh, higher. Google it up, like, what are embeddings? Because you need to know what are embeddings. Otherwise, you won't understand the layer of information in the multimodal scope. So Google it up. And there is Cody for code generation. Why I picked Cody? Because people mention me, why I picked Cody? Well, I'm a developer. I want my code improved. But the general suggesters, general completers only use code from internet. It's not my framework, not my coding style. But with Cody, there is a way to actually give my code, run a fine-tuning, get my model, not theirs model, my model, and serve it with my framework, my coding style in the model itself, which is able to produce me code in my coding style, in my framework. There is a studio, which is an interface, UI. In America, every naming convention is different. In European, we need to understand what studio means and so on. For me, studio is like a booking.com place of apartment. This is how the studio looks like. Essentially, I won't go into deep of information. You have here the model selection. Now they added also region itself. Use US Central. There are the best models selected in the US Central region. Custom language prompt samples. There is a link in the presentation, and presentation will be uploaded on SlideShare, so you will have it later. You will have examples which actually, with one click, it puts you the example on the interface itself, so you can eventually try out the technology for this kind of basic prompts. I won't spend time because I think that this is last year's information. In 2024, we have new information. So if you don't know this kind of capabilities of any AI model or LLM model, try to skill up. Prompt structure, it's very important, the ending double column. And you need to figure out in your field of experience this type of specific keywords, which you can learn from other practitioners or from YouTube examples, what exactly need to understand. Like, this is the context of the continent of the information, like if it's a text, a question, an answer, category, and an option that you need to build it out. And I can go further. Messages, for example, in a chat prompt components, there are different parts like user part, model part. The context is also a column that you fill in, and example, how should respond the model, the kind of style is also important to run it. And I can also create a screenshot about how you can use different examples of instructing your prompt to actually be better and bad, but this is prompt design, and I'm not a prompt design engineer. So I just give you hints of information where to evolve and ask the model how to evolve your prompts as well. Gemini, it's a multimodal, image, video, text, function calling. Multimodal means that if I create an image and the embedding itself is represented in a vector space, and if I give a text, the same text is near the same embeddings. And you need to be clear in your mind that the binary of the image is being placed, let me use something, placed on the layer of surface, and if I use the text that there is a dog with a red ball, and that information is placed near this text. And that's how the two combine itself in the embeddings vector space. And this is the multimodal concept. And much more, it could be a 6-month study for the academia, how to make it efficient and better. So, multimodal use cases, info seeking, object recognition, digital content understanding, structured content generation, captioning, description, extrapolation. All about on an audio, video, or image itself. In the multimodal use cases in the catalog, we have seen a couple of examples that let you eventually use images to generate code itself. Let's go to the demo itself. And hopefully I have time to run this through, because there is a lot to this. This is the welcome page of the GCP platform. Eventually, you will have a project here on the top and a search box. And here you can add Vertex AI. And then you get to the interface of the Vertex AI. This is the Vertex AI interface with their own menu, with their own boxes. And you will figure out there is Colab, which is advertised, the Model Garden, Studio itself, which is the UI itself. Going further, the Model Garden, you will find here like 120 models. Normally, Google's own models are the first on the list as a card itself. But if I start scrolling, there should be others as well. There is a distinct category like fine-tunable models, but these are not anymore Google. These are open source models in a way. They are task-specific solutions and much more targeted model itself. Right now, take the information that there is a Model Garden, and you can choose from here the model itself. When I go into the studio, there is a studio menu. This is the landing page of the studio page, and eventually it tells you that there is a language model, there is a vision model, and there is a speech part of it. If I go to the language part, I can do a text prompt or a code prompt. If I want to do a text prompt, I can type here the text prompt normally. I need to choose the region. And here are the models, lots of models, but usually the biggest one and the most recent one is highlighted for you. You can tune parameters and so on. You can even use structured context, and this is actually helping you to construct better prompts, because here you give the context, you can build out example, the example input, example output. You can even add tests to it in order to run the example for itself. And you can normally run this by code itself. I'm just showing on the interface. The multimodal menu is new, which they advertise right now. And the multimodal menu actually builds you some sample prompts, like extract text from images, describe the knowledge and the example of this image. There is some kind of question, like how many apples are in this picture, or extract the text of these products from here and put it in a JSON document, and so on, examples which are one-clickable, and the example runs for you. This is the same interface for vision, but for vision, you have this button here, Insert Media, where you can actually add your image itself to the prompt itself. I have this example built in Python Flask, which assembles a simple form, and this is my code example. I took a screenshot of this page. I uploaded here as an image, and I put a prompt. You are a Python developer using Bootstrap. Generate all the necessary files to build a solution depicting the image. I have index.html, I have app.py, I have Bootstrap, I have home, images, entity extraction, extracted from the image itself. I created a screenshot from this menu item, and I have a code to actually load information. It's not 100% correct, I can assure you that. But it's a starting point. And I see a lot of smileys in the room right now. So go use this technology on Google Cloud or elsewhere. I'm not saying it's just here. You can use it elsewhere as well. The concept is important. It gets you started faster. Like, don't spend 1 hour to link information, get it, and then work on the provided information. If I open a card from the Model Studio, I'm presented with a page like this. It gives me options to open Language Studio or open Notebook or view code for it. Also on the bottom, as I scroll down, I see the versions of this model. And essentially, these are important because these are the little piece of text which you need to put in the code itself, like which version you want to target for the model itself. Also, there are other examples how to get started, hello world examples in order to run these services. This is the text part of it. The vision part is different and also has the same structure for it. My next tab, sorry for being fast, I want to show you too much information, but eventually these are open source examples and you can read it out. I use the Vision Open Collab, and it opened me here in the Google interface. And I prepare you from example, hopefully, yeah, it's connected. Still connected, good. Usually I prepared for the collab for you. Okay, let's see if it's working, this one. So it loads some images from the Google Cloud. It's a cat. Describe the image. That was the prompt. A cat with gray and black stripes is walking in the snow. Okay. Boats. Let's see if this, let me grab this URL quickly, okay, because it's my own personal photo and it cached. And I don't want to, I want to make sure that it's using the right URL. Where is my end key? End. Good. Do you know what this photo is about? Who knows it? Do you recognize this photo? I hear Bratislava. Do you know where it is? My GPS took me to here using this intersection today. So in this scene is a color and vibrant intersection. The street is painted with bright pink and yellow pattern. Okay, nothing about Bratislava. The photo is taken in Bratislava. Describe the scene, tell me the location, extract any text. Budronka. That's an elementary school or something like that? Yes. Okay. Match. Good. Do you like it? Good. It validates me as a speaker. Okay. So the code example, as you see, is, I would say, 10, 15 lines of code, but I not mentioned that there is a multimodal generate content, and the content itself is actually an image and a prompt, so eventually my input, and this is what you need to understand, like image prompt. That's the input. The rest is just boilerplate to get started and validate the service itself. Good. I'm done with this one. There is more. Function calling. So function calling, it means that I can ask and I can route my functions. So eventually, a framework to connect LLM to real-time data, delegate certain data processing tasks to functions. User input, Gemini knows about function A, so let's say it like that, and it decides to use the function, and the function is an external API, and the response is fed back to the Gemini, and then the model output is created. What is essential, and people always ask me, the function runs on your own machine. So it doesn't run on Gemini. The Gemini, you instruct, like, I have 100 functions. This is the prompt. Gemini picks, I need to use 5 functions. It gives you the processing. This is the code. Run your own 5 functions. Give me back the results, and I will use in the final answer. Okay. How many teachers are in the room? Or teachers, or anything? Okay, maybe. I see 2 hands. Okay, let's go a bit further. GenAI repository. You can take this screenshot because this gives you to the GitHub where there are more than 100 examples. And the function calling and all the previous example is in this repo. Eventually, if you remember, it's Google GenAI GitHub or search whatever you want on Google, and you will find this repo for the record. GenAI repo. Normally, you will have some folders. So it explains you what is each folder is about it. Language model. If I go into the language model, again, I have introduction to LangChain and Vertex AI, question answering with generative AI models, task classification. These are notebooks that are available in order to play with the notebook itself and so on. And there are these links. These are part of the repo itself. If I go to the text extraction, for example, this is a really long. You have this Vertex AI and language models as a boilerplate starting point. Text generation model from pre-train. You put here the version number, and you give a prompt. Like you instruct the prompt. Like this is an example. Like this is how my input will look like. This is how the output I need. This is actually my question. And here you need to continue. So the model needs to continue. And eventually it will continue this one. This is compiled right now, so it doesn't have the live example. But I want to get to the Gemini folder because Gemini is the interesting one. And the previous one is like last year information. So it's getting started with AI and using 2024 capabilities. Gemini has this function calling folder, and from this will be my example for the next demo itself. How function calling works. Function calling works in a way that I need to import some kind of defined libraries. Then I need to use Gemini Pro. I need to declare the function in a way that they require. And then I need to create a tool. And tool is the essential part of the Gemini. So you need to create tools. And here I have a function getCurrentWeather. And when I ask next time, what is the weather like in Boston? I include the tool part of the recipe or part of the prompt itself, which means that eventually it will come back and run my function. It won't execute it, it will execute for me. That's the Hello World example how it works. There is an app I want to start. Actually, I'll explain a bit this code first. So I have this is about the database. I want to ask questions about my database. List data sets, list tables, get table function, and run the SQL query. I declare all the functions in the tool. There is some other code itself in order to run the interface. The prompt, please give a concise, high-level summary followed by detail in plain language about where the information in your response is coming from in the database. Only use information that you learned from BigQuery, that's the database. Do not make up information. I had to add BigQuery because otherwise it won't figure out if it's Postgres or MySQL or BigQuery. So one specific word I had to edit for it. Let's run it. Streamlit. Who uses Streamlit? Ah, nice. You should learn it. This is a fast interface in order to build prototypes. It's only 150 lines, all the demo. I didn't design anything out of it. I have a solar system at home. So this database is connected to something like with the solar system. Tell me the solar energy produced yesterday. It will be a bit of patience here. I will explain immediately what happens if I succeed. Huh? Let's try again. Maybe the hotspot. I've seen there are too many people. I want to avoid any caching, so I rephrase the question. Do you see the, the screen is good, so you see it. Okay. At least I got numbers. So the total solar energy produced by the inverter over the last 3 days, 1567. I bet it's correct because it uses my API, so it did not invent that number. But you can follow up and check with me if you want that number configured. I bet that this is correct. Anyway, what happened in the background? As I mentioned, I listed the tools for Gemini. So Gemini understood that it can call a function, but it cannot execute the function, so it trusted my code to execute the function. It listed data sets. There were different data sets in here. The Fusion Solar is the one that actually holds the information. Then it listed the table. It figured out that this is the Fusion Solar one and not the trademark one. So it figured out that the Fusion Solar one. After that, it figured out that there is a view. I can tell you that this is a view of inverter daily data. And from inverter daily, it got back the schema of that table, and from the schema, it computed a query itself, and the query itself was executed because normally the code is connected to the database itself.
I'm so sorry to cut you, but we are having lots of very good questions.
Yeah.
And if you want to answer them, we should probably wrap up.
Yeah. Okay. I chose to continue the demo. Question, I have time for the launch, in the launch area to answer the questions. And link me and wherever. That's my choice. Downvote me if I choose them wrong. Okay, the output was here, so 6, 4, 3, and actually did the math in order to run this example. Good.
So the question with the most votes is there a chance that the park location data was pulled from the metadata of the uploaded picture, or Google cleans all the metadata when uploading the picture?
Okay, you did not understand me, but okay. Let me run through slides and then I will answer some of the questions. I won't talk too much about open source models, but I want to mention because these are closed models until what you see so far. And Google launched 2 weeks ago Gemma, whatever we pronounce it. And this information is available in order to download itself even to a mobile device and use it as know-how information for you as well. Also on Google Cloud, you will find other providers like Meta and other providers in the model system and in the model catalog itself. The Vertex AI system, eventually there is a publisher. It could be Google, Meta, or other companies. It publishes a model, and that's a publisher model. Some of the models can be fine-tuned and becomes your model. Actually, this is your model, but I did not write it right here. Or you can one-click deploy and get an API in order to run the model itself. And this is the rest of the analytics platform where you can run your data analytics for that. All the models, you will find a model card and a collab if you search for it. So all the Hello World examples is prepared for you. And you don't need to invent it, how to create input or output for the model itself. I won't talk too much about Cody. Cody is the tool that I use most because I can use as a coding developer. Can use OnCode, improve model quality, generate code in language variants, generate code for custom libraries. There is a page tune, text tune code models. You can find it eventually, how to tune a model using your specific framework, your coding style, and be your co-pilot, or Duet AI or whatever. And this is trivial because we need to get there that we have first myself, we have first the person that deals with the technology itself. And this is about Vertex AI.
Thank you.
Yeah, conclusions, you can read it. Okay, questions.
The next question.
I'm a developer, so conclusions are for media people.
What are the main differences between GPT-4 and Gemini? Main advantages, disadvantages? This is kind of very long answer, but can you
Advantages, they are competitors, and we need competitors here. So I don't say that this is the best one. I even don't know what is the best one. So we need competitors here for that. Maybe also Llama could go into question. Llama is good at Python. So if you want to generate good, valuable information, Code Llama is a good starting point in order to work with Python itself. Now I see it there. Nice. Thank you for the organization. There is a big screen here if you don't know, but at least now I see it. Yeah.
How will this technology affect DevOps engineers and developers? Should we be looking into changing careers?
As I mentioned, I'm a Stack Overflow answerer. And we need people to create content. We need people to create about the library that was launched this year. The models or who builds the models may crawl the library and the documentation from 2 years ago. But the information that was released this day, they don't know about it. So we still need people to be, let's say, the first group of attack. AI comes later. So in a way for that. In DevOps itself, I don't see it performing, let's say, innovatively because you may launch the technology. And there is so much automation in DevOps. So you just build the pipeline, and the pipeline does for you. So eventually you have used some kind of, not AI, but you were used to with the pipeline for it.
Thank you. The next one, how one can know if the model is hallucinating?
I have a different answer for it. Google collected 200 people to train it last year in March about these technologies. They put it in our room in a workshop, and they run a demo, like run this. And I run it, and it was gibberish, everything. It was Latin characters, but gibberish. And they, what's wrong? I mean, you have gibberish, you have, something doesn't work. And that was a lesson. Untrained model answers gibberish. And they need to get our mind that if you don't train the information, you just get random characters. And they spend that moment of life to learn it that is gibberish. And then they told me, add this model, and it already answered about Shakespeare. So gibberish is still, let's say, a Latin character. And if it generates Shakespeare, but it may have a window of gibberish. If your prompt is good, it answers Shakespeare. Otherwise, it will go in gibberish. And this is hallucination. There are technologies, sorry, I need to answer also academia-wise. There are technologies called fine-tuning and distilling. You need to look into these technologies, how to make hallucinations less. And probably you will be the future to actually build out these services. And probably we need to learn two other words about this technology that eventually we cannot name this today, but it will come. And maybe we'll not use distill or something else that will improve the technology itself. We need another inventation of transformers, but we don't know yet the name for it. Or at least, I don't know. Maybe someone knows.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is unfortunately all time we have for questions. We need to finish now. If you have additional questions, you can always find the speaker outside of the room and have a one-on-one. This is the best part of the conference.
I want to selfie with you. But I will move there because they're so empty here, and it doesn't look good on the photo. Yes. No, not that. This is not a video. Just hands up. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry for being a developer. Bad habit to be a speaker as a developer. You cannot follow the rules. You don't answer questions. I have this orange t-shirt to find me. I will be in the launch area because it's a very easy way to find me. So I have more examples.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for being the bad person to. Right, let me grab quickly because there will be next speaker coming.
Next speaker is Jacek Kołodziej, and he will be speaking about something called GIL, alias Global Interpreter Lock. So if you don't know what the GIL is and why should you care, here is the speaker.
If you ask Google, does Python support threads? It's not hard to come across answers like this one. That it does not. Let's go back in time a little bit to the year 1992. This is me in 1992, believe it or not. Here you can, whoa, that was fast. Come on. Here you can see Java and JavaScript in 1992. If it's not obvious, yes, they didn't exist back then at all. Same, here you can see consumer-grade CPUs that you could just go to the store and grab off the shelf. Consumer-grade CPUs with multiple cores. Same thing, they didn't exist in 1992. Neither in Bratislava, neither in Slovakia, sorry, neither in Poland, where I came from, and neither in USA. And here is a logo of Python, CPython to be precise, in 1992, with threading support in 1992, with the GIL also. So this is clearly wrong, and it has been wrong since 1992. There's also this statement. What about this one? Is it true? Is it false? Who thinks is it false? Yep. It's also not true. CPython can easily be run across multiple cores. Just run your application with multiple threads, and you will see that the process is using multiple cores, indeed. How about this one? Is it true? Is it false? Who thinks it is false? Okay, so this is the third one, and obviously it must be different, so it is actually true. But why is it true? Let's go through this thing by thing, topic by topic. I'm Jacek Kołodziej. I run long distances. I go from one metal show to another, from one hill to another, to sometimes taking pictures, and I also live with these two cats on the right. If you want to talk about any of these things, just come find me later. Day to day, I'm a principal software engineer at Allegro, where I'm working with teams responsible for searching offers, displaying them, and recommending them. And I'm here to talk about the GIL. To talk about the GIL, it's very, very useful to go through some topics before that. And this is a long list of topics. It's very boring, but after we load all this information into our brain's caches, the GIL will be very, very easy to understand. So, the first thing, the GIL is to some degree about parallelism. So, what even is parallelism? Well, let's make a comparison. To run something in parallel means to run it physically, one by one, within the same time. It needs to physically be in parallel. It means we need to physically have multiple physical units of execution. So let's imagine we run two threads, one beside each other. One thread runs on one core of our CPU, and the second thread runs on the second core of our CPU. This means to run in parallel. Meanwhile, there's also something we call concurrency. So parallelism is a form of concurrency, but we don't need to, but for something to be concurrent, it doesn't need to be parallel. So in order to have concurrent execution, we don't need physical separate hardware. And concurrency can be easily can be achieved on a single core. Next thing, what even are threads? Let's start with processes. So a process in computer science lingo is something that consists of one or more threads. It's also an instance of an application. An instance of an application that has shared memory. All the threads share the same memory space. And in CPython specifically, when we are talking about threads, today we will be talking about the threading module, which uses something called system threads, or kernel threads, or native, or POSIX. They are mostly interchangeable within the context of this talk. This is as opposed to all the other forms of concurrency. And there are very, very many, like asynchronous libraries, starting with async.io, but not ending on async.io. Anything called green threads or greenlets or coroutines or many, many others are forms of concurrency. This is not what the threading in CPython is about. And last thing, a particular thread, a single thread, at a given moment can be freshly created, meaning it is ready to be run. It can currently be running, or it can be waiting or be blocked by some action. What action this may be? Two next things are logs and system calls. So logs are a tool to prevent something called race conditions. And it would take another lecture to explain race conditions, but you can go through it later. But in a very, very, very short description would be, imagine you have a shared resource within your application, shared between threads, and multiple threads wants to access this shared resource. Each time you encounter a situation like this, or rather your application encounters a situation like this, you need to think whether there can be a race condition possible within that section of the code or not. If yes, this is a section called critical section, and a log, or rather logs, are a tool for preventing that. Also, you might come across a name mutex. It comes from mutual exclusion, meaning only one thread can access a particular part of memory, access it exclusively. And to complete the picture, a lock can be held or locked, or it can be released or unlocked. Another thing, just beside locks, there is something in operating system world called system calls. This is basically an API of your kernel, of your operating system's kernel, to various resources. For example, for I/O access, and it may be access to a disk, a network, or some other fancy hardware. There are system calls for controlling processes. Even a very simple thing called sleep is also a system call. And system calls may be blocking, meaning your code makes a system call, and then operating system responds with, okay, I will block you for now. You need to wait for a result of that system call. Another topic which we need to remind ourselves about is memory management. In CPython, there is a very simple, yet very effective in many cases, type of memory management that is reference counters. So any Python object within your CPython process has a number attached to it. And this number represents how many references are there to that particular object. And the interpreter, as soon as it sees that this number was reduced to 0, it sees that, okay, this object is no longer needed because no one holds any reference to it, so I can free that memory. And for the most part, this is pretty much the optimal or a sufficient way to manage memory. For the most part, because you can have reference cycles. That's in a second. But reference counters are a shared resource between threads. Because remember, your threads within a particular CPython process, they can all access the same objects. And as shared resources go, yes, they need to be in some way protected because they are shared resources and they are subject to race conditions. There's also a mechanism of garbage collection in CPython. This is mostly or exclusively for detecting reference cycles because when you have a reference cycle, this number of references does not ever go to 0, so you need to detect it, or rather CPython needs to detect it in order to free that memory. Another option for our programming language to manage memory would be to have a tracing garbage collector. This is more robust mechanism, but it's also much more complicated. And you can see tracing garbage collections, for example, in Java virtual machines or C#. Yeah, this is a trade-off, of course. Whether you want to have a more complex system or simpler versus how much does it interact with the, let's say, interpreters internals. And finally, the end of this list of prerequisites would be the Python bytecode. What even is Python bytecode? Sometimes you may come across a question, is Python compiled or interpreted? And the answer to that is yes. Why is that? Because when you run any Python code by CPython, it first gets compiled into bytecode, which may look like this. For a very, very simple 2 lines of code, the bytecode looks like this. This is just an eye candy for you, but on the right you can see a few instructions of bytecode that is interpreted by the CPython interpreter. So once it gets compiled, then it gets run by the interpreter and finally executed. So finally, back to the GIL. It stands for Global Interpreter Log. And yes, as any log, it protects shared resources so that your overall program is safe to run in multiple threads. Let's simplify it that way. And it protects many things, starting with reference counters, but also it protects C-mutable Python data structures. And it doesn't only represent something that you can mutate from the level of your Python code. Meaning, it does not only mean dictionaries or lists or sets, or you know the drill, but it also protects strings and other structures that you can modify via C API underneath. There is also some internal global state in any interpreter, and it also needs protecting atomic APIs. And the very important thing to realize here is that CPython is over 30 years old. Quite a few lines of code in Python and touching Python and using Python have been written throughout these years. And all of this code since 1992 assumed that there is GIL protecting thread safety of any code in CPython. So it's not very easy to change that reality. On the other hand, it's very useful to know that the GIL doesn't need to be held by a thread, for example, when we are waiting for I/O. So imagine we have two threads in our application. One calls for some file on a disk, and a second one wants to run. The first one, while waiting for I/O access, doesn't need to hold the GIL. The other one can easily just execute, for example, making some computations. When we are using libraries, for example, NumPy, it can easily operate on data structures that are not Python objects, and while this library does that, it doesn't need to hold the GIL. It can release it to some other thread. And this is the part of the presentation that will briefly show you how the GIL operates. It's very dense, and I don't have much time, so I'll go through it quickly. Either you can choose either to take a nap here, or buckle your seatbelts and let's go through it. So, as a warm-up, a single thread example, we have a thread that just executes some instructions. It just goes. At some point, let's say it calls for I/O, and it gets blocked, and it is waiting for this system call to complete. Life is simple. We don't need to talk about the GIL here. Scenario 2. We have two threads. And the first one is running. We create a second thread. At first, it will wait for the operating system to choose it to be run. That's a very important thing to realize. The first actor that has anything to say in which thread will go next is the operating system. It's not Python. Python will have something to say in this matter after the operating system chooses a thread to be run. The first would be the operating system. So at some point, operating system says, okay, there's a thread waiting, and I'm choosing it to be run, and it gets chosen. The first thing it sees is that, okay, the GIL is currently locked, so I cannot run any Python bytecode. I need to do something about it, and this something is calling a special function, called CVWait. This is it basically means wake me up when either the GIL is released or the timeout happens. The timeout called the interval. Whichever things comes first, wake me up and run me. And it goes to the waiting state, because this CVWait is a system operating system thingy. In this scenario, the GIL will be released before this timeout happens. So at some point, the first thread releases the GIL. It signals through the operating system to this other thread that the GIL was released. The second thread gets woken up by the operating system. It checks it checks who was the last holder of the GIL. This is a system of cooperation between threads in CPython. It's very deliberate. It checks who was the last holder. If it would be me, then okay, I have just been running, so I want to give some other thread a chance to run. But in this scenario, okay, it wasn't me, I can get the GIL. So this is what it does. It acquires the GIL for itself and spins, runs, and the story continues. The first scenario, let's start with in this section, and this time the interval, this timeout will actually happen. So at this point, the second thread gets woken up by the operating system, but not due to the GIL being released, but due to timeout happening. So the second thread says, okay, the GIL is still locked. It sets a special variable called GIL drop request. This variable, it sets this variable and calls CVWait again with the same parameters, but with a different intention. And this is not a bug; it's a feature. What happens then? This GIL drop request variable gets checked by a thread on each turn of the evaluation loop in the interpreter. So whenever this variable gets set to 1, a thread that is currently running will see, oh, it got set to 1, so I will immediately drop the GIL at this point. This is what happens here. The first thread releases the GIL, signals that it was released, just as before. Itself calls the CVWait, but not with the intention of waiting for the GIL. It's in the intention for seeing whether a different thread actually acquired it. So again, the second thread gets woken up, checks who was the last holder, acquires the GIL, and runs. But before that, it signals that, hey, I acquired the GIL. It signals it to the first thread, and it's the first thread that resets this GIL drop request. And this may be confusing a little bit, and it is in the scenario where you only have 2 threads, but with more threads, it is another form of cooperation, so that all threads within a process can have some chance to actually run. I didn't say it before. Sorry. There will be a link at the end of the presentation to this slide, so don't bother taking pictures or noting. And also there will be links to this. This meaning these are the files that actually contains the GIL's code in any 3.4 plus versions of Python. I'm pointing this out because the GIL code, it's in C. It's written in C, of course, but it's very readable. It's very well commented. So if you are interested more in the GIL, I encourage you to take a look. And at this point, if you memorized like a third of this information I presented to you, you should easily be hired as a Python software engineer. So fingers crossed. And you probably heard about the GIL being a big problem in Python world, and why is it still there? Well, there were multiple approaches to getting rid of the GIL, all of them need to meet some expectations. And these expectations are, for multi-threaded code, the performance needs to scale with the numbers, of course. Like that would be the reason to get rid of the GIL. So that's kind of obvious. Another expectation is that a single-threaded code must not be any slower than with the GIL. And believe it or not, it's not as easy as you would think. Second big expectations is that after getting rid of the GIL, the CPython needs to retain the compatibility, backwards compatibility for any C extension. And third one, after the GIL removal, the CPython's source code does need to be like significantly more complex, and it's also not very easy to achieve. And there were many attempts. First Googleable one did happen like just 4 years after the introducing of multi-threading in Python, and as you would expect, it didn't really work. 20 years later, there was a more complex patch that not only removed the GIL, because that would be stupid, it did not only replace one giant lock with fine-grained locking around shared resources. It did some more things that I don't have time to talk here, but you will see link to the description on my webpage. There was a Gilectomy project, which came about when I first created this presentation in 2016, and just a few months after I gave this talk for the first time, the Gilectomy pretty much stopped. But here's that. Quite recently, there came an idea of using sub-interpreters for achieving parallelism in CPython in a single process. First part of it is to make GIL work per interpreter, or rather per sub-interpreter in CPython, and it got released in 3.12 last year. The second part would be to expose this functionality of sub-interpreters for your Python code. There is a pub. It wasn't accepted yet, but fingers crossed for 3.14. And the main attempt that is ongoing currently is to make the GIL optional in CPython. So it does not only introduce many changes to CPython code. I encourage you to read the pub. It's very readable if you are interested in the topic. It also provides a compilation time flag that disables the GIL. So you can then run your CPython processes without the GIL. And the long-term plan here is to make this flag the default. From what I see by looking at issues on GitHub, it's on track to be implemented fully in 3.13, so in October this year. So what happened to these expectations? It's not that this PEP 703 is like technically, magically better. It's not like the physics changed since 1996. The expectations changed for removing the GIL in CPython. So the single-threaded code must not be significantly slower, because making it not slower at all kind of seems impossible. And instead of assuring the backwards compatibility, which is also pretty much not achievable, CPython developers decided that they will provide the gradual migration path for the C extensions. And it will take quite a lot of time for that. It is designed as a multi-year project, but fingers crossed that it will succeed eventually. Yeah, and what should we do in the meantime during this multi-year project? Well, I hope this presentation, not that I hope, I think this presentation will remain somehow relevant for these few years. So, what to do in the meantime? It depends on what you are doing with Python. If you are writing a single-threaded, purely Python code, basically nothing, because you don't suffer from the GIL. If you are writing multi-threaded Python applications with single-threaded Python using multi-threaded C extensions, your programs may use your multiple cores already. Just run it and check it with any monitoring tool of your choice. If in doubt, profile your code, see where are the bottlenecks, and act accordingly. If you're writing multi-threaded IO-bound code, for example, Flask applications run within Unicorn, and you want to see where are the bottlenecks, start with profiling. And chances are only adding more threads to run your application will be just enough to use your resources more optimally. If you're writing asynchronous IO-bound code, for example, a fast API application, you can start by just using multiple processes. Simple as that. If you are having any doubts, profile. And if you're writing asynchronous applications with thread pools for some, for example, for some database drivers that don't have asynchronous counterparts, start with profiling. And try adding more threads to these thread pools, see what happens, and then act accordingly. And finally, the only situation where the GIL is actually the problem is when you are writing multi-threaded CPU-bound code. So some heavy computations using pure Python. Start with profiling, as always. See where the bottlenecks are. And there are multiple options. You can try multiprocessing, which would be the balance between getting rid of the GIL problem, let's say, at the expense of inter-process communication. And no quick pointers here.
Sorry.
You can. I'm speeding. That's the last slide, I believe. You can offload your CPU-intensive code, CPU-intensive work to a C extension, and try to look for some that would serve your needs, or become a C expert and write your own. It may look funny, but sometimes it's the optimal option. You can try Cython with its no-GIL decorator, which will drop the GIL in a section that doesn't need the GIL. And finally, sometimes using Python, or at least CPython, is not the best solution, sadly. But keep in mind what your knowledge tells you, where are you working in, what environment, who maintains the code, so on and so forth. Sometimes choosing a different technology is the better answer. Weight your pros and cons accordingly.
Thank you very much.
And again, profile. Thank you.
Sorry. We have several questions, but I guess that in last 10 or 15 minutes, the speaker actually answered most of these questions. So I would kind of raise this one, and because we heard the thoughts on eliminating the GIL, and hopefully we understand what's the hassle now. And why remove the GIL and why keep the GIL? This was answered, in my opinion, fairly in detail. So can you quickly deal with 1 or 2 questions before we run out of time? What are the differences between using forking and threading in Python?
So forking means to create a separate process, so with its own memory, but it's a complex topic. Come catch me later.
And the last question: how does the no-GIL keyword in Numba work under the hood?
Whoa, I cannot speak about the implementation, but it seems that it does the same thing as in Cython. So it drops the GIL, does its thing, letting other threads in your CPython process do their thing with Python bytecode, and in the meantime processing without the GIL in the same process. Yeah.
This is pretty much all we have time for the questions. But if for those of you who asked the questions that were not answered, please find the speaker outside and you can have a one-on-one discussion. Also, if you are interested in doing the lightning talks, you can already sign up. There are sheets outside. And now I believe the coffee break follows. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Thank you. Do I think
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Can you just put it in your pocket? Here? Okay, to bylo jeho soukromné, takže by bylo overcomplicate things. Malo by?
Neukazuje to nič.
Wrong? Okay, we can try the other one.
Dongle?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
perfectly. And I will just... Should be the best. Okay. Give me a sec.
1, 2, 3, 4. You can put it here.
Okay, on
1,
one.
2, 3, 4. Hello, somebody? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Ešte v rýchlosti teda už sa to preplo, lebo ešte...
Can you check if you see the other screen on like screen settings, mirroring? Looks like the computers are not getting a signal.
Wait a moment.
It should be like
Wait a moment.
Windows laptop, yeah. Down
Uh-huh.
here. Project.
Yep.
Hello, welcome back. I hope you had a good coffee break. We are continuing now. Our next speaker is Maxim Danilov, and he's going to share his insight and suggestions regarding complexity in large Python projects and what to do about it. Thank you, and it's all yours.
Can I start? Okay. Hello, everybody. Today, my talk goes about complexity in Python. And because this theme is too complex, I try to transform it to one discussion with rubber duck. Probably it helped me to make my talk a little bit more easy. Before I start, I want to say thank you for my family who support me on every my talk on conference. Thank you for my wife, Elena, to both my children, Mark and Maya, and to my animals, Marcel and Kisa. Elena, Maya, Mark, Marcel, and Kisa exactly right now here, probably somewhere abroad or in this room. And I want to say special thanks to my daughter, Maya, because they created all illustration which you can find in this talk. Who I am? I am Maxim Danilov. I work more than 26 years in development. More than 9 years I work with Python and Django, and other 6 years I work with different JavaScript frameworks. And also I got some awards like a mentor in engineering field. Also I provide for you link to slides. If somebody don't see the screen, you can download slides by link and follow my talk together. And let's start. I have seen the special sentence. All successful startups are happy in their own way, and all mature projects are unhappy in the same way. Probably it's say Leo Tolstoy, I don't know, but I like this sentence. And why I like it? Because let's imagine somebody has one idea which costs $1 million. This man or woman, this person start to realize this idea. Life is beautiful. Teams who help realize this idea grows, changed. Some people comes on board, some people leave, and world is awesome. So, small projects grows to unicorn startup or even more, and this project has waves of customers, million wanted features, goes release updates, issues, improvements, and it's success. But after success starts normal life for every product. Product or project is how project can live after wave of success. After the first success years, the efficiency of project degrades. I work in 6 successful startups, and I can say I see this effect everywhere. And probably you can also find something similar on your project. Many known problems waiting to be solved. Each new feature takes longer time to implement than usual. More and more bugs appears, especially Kaizen bugs. Project performance is not more depends on the hardware. Projects live itself, and it works not too successful. The code base consumes whole time and energy. Whole teams works with code base, but nothing happens, or change it a little bit. You can see here the big bunch of code, and somebody is abroad, somebody into this code, but it consumes energy, time, and nothing changes. And in this moment, good question we or owner of project should ask. What we can to do, what we must to do, because project is grows till incredible complexity and too hard to work with that. One possible answer is try to talk with a specialist from outside. I have two projects there. I am creator of this project, as these two biggest data lakes, and I know if I into this project, I cannot see whole picture. And specialist from outside, he is not binded with company rules. He see the project from outside, and he has always fresh perspective. My experience from different projects which I know and there I help. I help in project and sales, in medical data, collection of medical observation, in voice assistancy. These projects works in whole world, in the United States of America, in Brazil, in Austria, in Czechia, in Deutschland, Germany, sorry, I speak mostly German. And whole projects lives around 10 years. And into every project we can obtain bunch of different technologies. Is AWS connections, is Google Cloud computing connections, is Flask, Connexion, Django Fast API, Sonic, Lightstar, Django Ninja, and I think all into this project, and all works or not works, or we have many errors, and it always more than 100 or usually more than 100 lines, 100,000 lines of code, and it's around 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 files and much folders. Also, in this statistic, we can already see, for example, 2,000 lines of code, only 2,000 classes, and 8,000 functions. It means, it seems the project is function-based project, but team think they work in object-oriented paradigm. Okay, but from abroad, by statistic, I can say this is functional-oriented project. Okay. And if I summarize all signs of problem, we can say project is big, more than 100,000 lines of code, project limited by premature architecture, not premature refactoring, premature architecture. It means we are don't know which architecture we should choose, but architecture is already chosen. Okay, sometimes it's not too much tests, but code coverage, it's okay. And spontaneous documentation or not existed documentation. And big problem is we can meet or see many blocks written in C style, or in Java style, or in PHP style on Python. But this is PHP code or C code. And everywhere, I cannot remember any exception, everywhere we have low level of cohesion and into models in between objects, and we have high level of coupling between models. And this all is very high complexity of project, and even for simple things also solved very complex. And if I start to speak with, for example, with a CTO or with product owner, they start to cry. We should refactor it all, we should change it all. And my answer, refactoring is not a solution to solve complexity problem in project. Why? At first, careful refactoring in your code takes more time than time to develop this project. It means if I create a project 6 years, to refactor this project takes from me more than 6 years. At second, if we start to refactor, we stop our growth. Project stops in growth. And it means you are not interested on the market after this refactoring. And last, refactoring always increase costs and not increase income. And in this case, refactoring is not solution. I have, if I say in other words, refactoring converts old bugs and wrong decision in new bugs and new wrong decision. Microservices. Sometimes team lead start to cry, we should create microservices. Forget about refactoring, microservices is our solution. No. If you have a project like a monolith, transform this monolith in microservices is the same like refactoring. And in this case, microservices is also not a solution, but how we can solve complexity problem. The best solution which I know, we should stop the growth of project. We should stop to create a new feature, and only we can support existed solution. It's perfect, but it not work for business. Business want every day more and more. But this is also a solution. Don't do anything more. And the next solution, which perfectly described from Kamil Grutzbeck in 2019, link I provide, he has created the series of articles about modular monolith. After accepted this idea, I realized it on practice in model which has names dependency extractor. What it means modular monolith? On the left side of this screen, we can see the modular structure. Different entry points depends from different parts of code, and these different parts depends also on other different parts of code, and every there code is used accordingly dry principle. Sometimes we have copy of code. It happens. Idea of modular monolith to find the edges, how we can split our entry points and create from monolith stand-alone solution, but they always use the base from monolith like a dependency. And how we can do it possible? Because if we split our monolith on the different standalone modules, the complexity starts to spread in on these 3 or 4 or many entry points, and complexity decreases itself for every every entry point. And how it works? I create the two different solutions how I can split a monolith on the independent modules. But the best way which works right now, and you can find this solution in repository, I use the abstract syntax free, and I try to investigate our project with AST in Python. How it works? I copy simply one entry point. What I mean entry point? It's not always web-based point to get requests. It can be some script which give me automatization packed all in one package, sent somewhere or published somewhere. But entry point for my business goal. I mean this idea. I take file which realize the first entry point for my business goal. And after that, I try to find in every Python file lines with imports. AST helped me also to see delayed or lazy imports, which always placed not in header of Python file. And in this case, with a small script which lays in IST extractor, I collect all files which are dependency for my entry point. How AST works? Simply, he takes a file like a stream, split this file on syntax free, and if I meet class import or import from, I start to work with this line in my Python code. This is the result. Right now, I don't want to discuss the numbers from result, but I have list from all dependencies for my entry point. And if I simply copy these all files, and I should copy it with properly folders, with properly paths, my entry point works standalone without monolith. I can pack it in container and run in standalone. I can extract more entry points, and I can pack more entry points in one container. Important part is, if I run one entry point in one container, other entry point in other container, if something happens, I should restart only container, there is happens. It works, but not always. At first problem which I find, some requirements not declare internal dependencies. And in this case, if I start to run my standalone entry point, I get an error. The second problem, some requirements which I collect in my monolith, they don't contain the version number. And if I start to run my standalone container with only one single entry point, I simply don't know which version of requirements I should install. And sometimes, if I cannot get, for example, package log file, sometimes to find patent library, not possible. It was one time in my life. And some imported requirements have a different name for install package. In this case, I obtain requirements ISV, AWS Internet of Things, but name for package is AWS Internet of Things SDK. And other issue is, if you use in monolith relative imports and also symlinks in the same time. It can be cause a reason of error. Also, sometimes many developers takes value from environments, but they don't handle k-error exception. And in this case, it's also not works if I don't have in environment special k. Also, error happens if you use doc strings for auto documentation, and if you put HTML tags in doc strings. In this case, some errors can appear, and of course, import lib library breaks all rules. It means if a project use import lib, probably my solution cannot help. But if it works, what we have at first, I split my monolith on multiple, many standalone services or modules without any refactoring, any line of refactoring. At second, with properly organized repository or properly organized project, I can reduce container image. I can reduce package load time and deployment time. And also, extract procedure can be run independently before start creation of container. It's easy, it works, and after this talk, we can try something with your package if you want. By errors, we should restart only container. There error happens, and we should not restart for monolith. And in this case, we can spread technical and cognitive complexity through full modules. Technical complexity if algorithm too heavy to understand, and cognitive complexity if you simply cannot understand what happens in this part of code. And of course, team members can be spread in between on support from different modules, and they can work independently. And this is not too important than information which we can obtain in this process. What I mean? At first, I have collected how many classes was imported in our monolith. And you can see I marked special with yellow lines. You can see these imported classes should be organized like a separate module. And after that, I can send a special team who should improve only this module, increase performance, reduce bugs, because this module imported everywhere else in my project. At second, right now I have collected files. There I have, for example, 73 lines of import or 45 lines of import. I only want to ask, what happens in file there I should write 75 lines only of import? It's two screens of scroll, only import lines. Oh, of course, I can collapse it. And of course, this is a point for concentrated complexity in this file. It's too hard to work with it. And also, the next information for future refactoring, classes. What happens in file if I need to import 74 different classes in one file? Without Miller law, I can work with 7 objects in one time. But every developer who opens this file should work in one time with more than 74 objects. Probably something wrong with that. I can answer what happens exactly on this example, but once more time. Many lines of imports or many imported classes probably is a point of complexity attraction. Okay, let's go deeper. I start to investigate one point of complexity, and I find what we use import from other models in our library only to use it in type hints in Python. Okay, type hints is a slippery road to discuss about it, but what if only? What if? What happens if I remove type hints and after that I delete unused imports? Why not try? This is a local copy of monolith. We go back to our syntax tree analysis. We parse whole code base of monolith. We can see analyzed 2,000 files and type hints, only 7,000 type hints used, and summary files with hints is only 800. It means type hints not used in this project. Also, we can see a loud count of classes, count of functions. Every class define only one, statistically, only one type hint. Okay, let's go. And we can see in hint statistic, we use classes really often from other models, and probably we can remove it. And I offer you to dehint your codebase. How? We parse codebase and collect type hints. We find the intersection in between imported classes, which we get 20 slides before. We've collected type hints. And after that, I change all hints with classes from this intersection to types any. Sorry. We can discuss about it. I change it on types any in codebase. Magic happens. And I remove type hints. You can see instead of classes ever there state, I put typing any. And right now I obtain in file many imports turn into unused import. And probably everybody from us or somebody used remove unused import. Who used this possibility in IDE? I'm also. Of course, I run imported extractor. I get the stats. After that, I apply autoflake, remove all unused imports, and I run import extractor again and collect the stats. And what we have? Can you imagine? If I start to compare codebase or complexity of codebase with type hints and complexity of codebase without type hints, I can see we need only 25% lower lines of code, around 15% finally package size, and we have low dependency count. It means type hints in your project increase complexity. I don't speak about advantages or disadvantages. I speak only about whole complexity in your project. And if you use type hints, probably you increase complexity for your project, statistically. Final check. I copy all dependencies in one folder, and how I can check if all works? Simply, I import in my entry point. If import happens, in this case, my idea works. Of course, functionality of entry points should be tested with tests. But how I already say, tests sometimes not exist. If I try to summarize all what I already tell right now, refactoring of a huge library is not a solution because you stay on the same place after refactored code. The second idea, which I right now try to tell, we can isolate selected files and import them into a separate package. Also, I tell you what some frequently imported dependencies should be packed in other module. After that, we have it's simply copy in other folder, and we can use Python path to show from which folder should be imported this imported wanted dependency. The next idea which I try to declare and try to protect, type hints can increase complexity and increase coupling in between modules in your project.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are out of time. We have quite a few questions specifically about the type.
Last word, and that's all. And monolith extraction function can be run before image creation, and it helps reduce the final size of container image. This is a link on my different talks about complexity on Pycon DE. On continue of this talk will be in Vilnius in April, and link to this library, how you can obtain dependency in your project. And thank you for your attention. Slides you can obtain by this link, and if you want to try to apply dependency extractor on your project, I'm here on the conference. We can did it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a rare question that is not only asking something, but it's also offering help. So are you looking to try to add support for the import lib cases? Where can I enroll to help?
Are you trying?
So, if you are trying to add support for import lib cases and the person that posed the question is offering help.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, please.
Okay.
If you can help, it's accepted, especially if you know how I can obtain imports from C libraries for NumPy, for example.
The second one is probably not hard to answer briefly, but why don't you like type hints?
Because type hints, this slide is answer on your question. Type hints in Python is right now, it's probably weird because I use type hints like integer, but after that in code, I should exactly change the type because, for example, I understand this service get ID by request, and this is string, and I write integer, but nothing happens. After that, I should convert the type. In this case, type hints breaks my understanding. I write integer, but nothing happens, and I should write int again. It should work something something others. And Pydantic and FastAPI want to change the world, but it not works also. You can see my issue by FastAPI. Why I don't like type hints? Because type hints not in Python.
Okay. The next question with most votes is how does the AST extractor handle dynamic imports? For example, using importlib.import_module.
Sorry. How AST extractor handle dynamic imports using exactly. It was answered on my slide. If you use importlib and if you create the string to import dynamically, my solution not works, and I know about it. But I am lucky guy because in 6 projects ago, all 6 projects in the past, the importlib we use only to define which test should be loaded, and it was not the monolith code itself. But this is only 6 projects, not the 6 millions. Of course, I don't have too much experience.
The next one is kind of a long question. How do we successfully convert legacy projects?
How do we convert? I don't offer you to convert. I offer you only to split your legacy project on the independent models. That's all. No refactor, 0 lines refactoring. Of course, yeah, I play with type hints, but probably in your legacy project you don't use type hints because this is a Python 2.7. Probably, I don't know. But my idea, spread complexity and not refactor.
Speaking of which, what do you consider as refactoring from your point of view?
At first, refactoring you should to do only if it puts in business goals of your business. If you ask me about refactoring and you don't offer me any business goal, it means you won't invest time and energy without gaining money. This is charity, this is not a business.
Yeah. This was already answered, but can you remind the person that asked where the presentation is?
Please. You can take this link, or after the presentation, you can copy my slides. All my presentation from whole talks you can find on the Bitbucket Danilov my. All presentation from 2019.
Thank you. We have probably time for 1 or 2 questions. Wouldn't grouping type checking dependencies under if typing? Well, it's up there. You can read it. It's pointless to read code. So.
It's a good question. Exactly in this moment, if I offer to change something, it's still in discussion. This is not the first presentation of this idea, and it's still discussed. If I right understand, I don't have right now a better solution. I have a working solution, but I don't know it's good or not. Sorry. It works.
Thank you.
So
this was, and the last one. Is the AST approach possible for a monolith?
Yeah, it works for Django. I also play something like, if you want, I can extract for you only ORM from Django with all dependencies.
That's unfortunately, we are running out of time. I would like to thank our speaker for a very interesting presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also, I would like to remind you of the lightning talks that you can sign up for the lightning talks are something that has only one limitation, which is it has to be under 5 minutes. The topic doesn't have to be Python. Topic doesn't have to be even technical. It is a great opportunity for those that would like to speak in public, be in front of the large audience to try it out without the fear of doing a 30-minute presentation. So go and sign up. Thank you. Hello. Our next speaker is Dom Weldon, and he will be talking about very interesting topic, how imports work and why should I care. Dom is a full-stack cloud software engineer from London, and he will introduce himself further. It's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I apologize in advance that I am losing my voice slightly, so hopefully it will last until 4:30, but we'll find out, I guess. So yeah, my talk today is how do imports work and why should I care? And also why should I use a tool like PDM, which is a tool that we'll come to in a minute. Just as a quick introduction to me, like we say, my name's Dom Weldon. I'm a full stack engineer. You can kind of get a rough idea of some of the technologies that I like to use from the logos up there. I'm, like I say, based in central London, gives you an idea of what it might look like there, or certainly feels like this post-Brexit, at least. And actually, on that note as well, it's lovely to be here in Slovakia today. With a name like Dom, it's always interesting wherever you go. So, you know, this is next to my Airbnb when I checked in. You know, this was last night. My name's absolutely everywhere. And so, yeah, this is Dom Weldon back in London. And I'm House Weldon to yeah, everyone here today. So that's nice to be. So moving on, I'm also an independent contractor. I work at the moment for a very large investment management fund in the City of London. I've decided not to name them today, not for any weird, spooky reason, just because I'm here in a kind of personal capacity. This isn't a work thing. I'm just a guy that enjoys talking about Python in Slovakia of a Friday afternoon. Before that, I was primarily working in sort of for a mathematical modeling consultancy in defense and infrastructure projects primarily. And my past is, was academic for a while until I sold out into tech. So let's look at the talk today, imports. How do they work? What are these dependencies that we use in our code? And how and why might I want to use a tool like PDM? And how can dependencies make my code vulnerable? And we'll also be looking a bit at some of the harder points in the previous presentation to do with things like import lib and why that can get complicated. So yeah, the tool I mentioned as well, PDM, Python Dependency Management, I think it was initially proposed as, but now it's just PDM is the name of it. You can check it out on GitHub here. I want to stress, though, that this isn't just, oh, this tool's great, you should go for it, it's the best thing ever. And it's, PDM is one part of the talk, but generally we're looking at imports as a whole. And also PDM is very standards-based. It works well with other tools. So this, I'm not connected to the project apart from working on some open source bits here and there. This is not an advert necessarily just for PDM. So let's go back to some of the basics. This is probably one of the very first scripts you'll ever have run in Python, the classic sort of hello world. And we've got to think about what's actually going on here. First off, we've told here our command line to execute, to associate this Python executable with this word Python. We've passed some tokens to it, and some symbols that get turned into tokens. We've got, and it's found this callable print, and it's found this string literal argument, and then it matches our arguments to this function's parameters, and it calls the function in a call object, and we see the resulting output. So quite a lot's actually gone on there that we might not necessarily think about initially. But let's make our project now a little bit more complicated. So rather than just having one file now, we've got two. And so we've turned our set of files into a package here. We are now saying that we want to use code from one module inside of another module. Essentially, Python has been told to go into another file somewhere, open it, execute the code that's in that file in the current environment, and put it into my namespace at the moment as it stands. Now, we could make it a little bit more complicated still. We could go and say, hey, this is going to be an async app because it feels a bit cooler. But we're importing this package here, async.io. But where's that come from? There's no package, there's no file there that's called async.io.py. So we must be getting this code here from somewhere that we can't see. And likewise, if we wanted to try and make our app a little bit prettier, a bit more user-friendly, we could use a library like Rich. If anyone's familiar with it, it's a brilliant CLI text-based application to make really rich, powerful text applications. But if we try and import it straight away, we get this error, module not found, and we know that classically we'll need to install this module using pip, which is a package installer for Python. We give it the name of the package, it goes and finds it, puts it in our environment for us, and now we can use Rich. But hello, we've just tried to execute our program, but there's a problem. It's saying that we've got a syntax error here. So now, if we look at that, that looks like pretty much OK, valid syntax to me. I can't spot anything particularly wrong with it. But hang about. Yeah, when we look at this, what version of Python we're using, it's Python 3.9, and this structural pattern matching, or the match statement, wasn't added until Python 3.10. So there's another thing that we've got to take care of before we can run our program properly, and that is to make sure that the executable we're using is at the right version as well. And so, if we fix that, we start using Python 3.11, say, we can execute our code and it runs just fine. Brilliant, OK. But something's changed in our code when we installed that rich package and the async IO package as well. I can't say anymore that I'm the only person that wrote all of the code inside of my application. We've got to think who actually wrote this code, and more importantly, are the people who wrote the code good people who want our code to succeed, or are they baddies that don't have our best interests at heart? And so in the case of Rich, this is a developer based in Edinburgh in the UK, Will McGugan. I've spoken to him a few times. He's a brilliant guy. You should definitely check out some of the Rich project and what's coming out of there. Yeah, Rich, I have no problem with at all. But for example, if I was to import some other random package that says it's completely fine, what if it was written by this guy? He could be like some internet username, and turns out that actually no, we don't want this person. They might have malicious code. And so we need a way of tracking who is providing our software to us and whether it's useful and something we want to actually incorporate into our project. So there's a lot going on here, and we've got some questions that kind of come out as a result. So the first one is, where do those modules that we saw before that we can't see, like async IO, live? We also need to make sure, how do we know we're using the right version of Python? How is Python going about finding all of these extra modules and things like that? And what happens to a package when you install it? So, and also finally, how can we know that these packages are safe? So let's answer these questions and look at some of the tools that we'll find along the way. So let's tackle the first one. Where do those unseen packages live? So the example I used initially was async IO, but there's another part of the standard library that you might be familiar with, I'm sure, called inspect. So we can actually use tools inside inspect to find out where the source file for a particular callable or a particular object actually lives. And so in this case, we're just looking for find where this standard library package inspect lives, and we can see there's this lib folder. But if you know anything about Unix file systems, you'll know that that's quite a sensitive location in that particular folder, that user lib. And the important thing to caveat here is that that's actually my system Python that I'm working with here. So you don't really want to go changing anything in your system Python. It's what Ubuntu or Mac OS or whatever your operating system uses to manage certain processes inside it. So we want to have a tool that allows us to install Python easily in a particular version. And I'm sure many of you, or most of you probably will have come across Pyend before, which is a tool that allows us to manage exactly that using a system of shims. So we can install a particular version or subversion. We can say that we want to use it locally, or we can even use several different versions of Python in the same project locally, combining it with other tools. And so if we use like a Pyend installed version of Python now, and let's look, where do these modules that we can't see live? So I know it says async IO on the one side, and we're looking at inspect, but they live in the same place pretty much. And so you can see now that there's this kind of Pyend directory, which is where our Python is living. And we can also see that we have this lib directory that stores many of the packages that exist inside of the standard library. Okay. And so where do the packages live? Well, they live in this lib directory. But let's look inside of this directory lib. So I'm using pathlib here and inspect to just sort of get a list of the files and directories that I can find inside of this lib directory. And I've edited the results here slightly. This isn't what you would see if you wrote this particular bit of code, but it's illustrative. And so you can see here that we've got files for many of the standard library packages like abstract base classes, async.io, base64, all the big names. But we've also got this site packages directory, which isn't a file, it's a directory. So what's in there? And if we take a peek in there, we can see by looking, doing the same thing inside of that directory, wow, we've got a few bits and pieces in here. This is a fresh install of Python, but we've just found a couple of our first packages that exist inside of Python that aren't in the standard library. And that one, there, pip, is something everyone will be familiar with. Pip is not actually in the standard library, but there's a module that is in the standard library called ensure pip, which will install it on your behalf should you wish. And it was created, like we know, by Ian Bicking, one of the really influential people in rationalizing a lot of the Python packaging ecosystem several years ago, or a long time ago now. So PyEnv as well, the tool that we're using here, will install pip generally by default when it installs a version of Python. And if we wanted to, we could just start installing any packages that we want into this site packages directory. But as I'm sure we know, that's not a good idea. That's not something you generally want to do. Instead, you want to isolate your packages by individual projects. Just like in the previous talk, we want to reduce the amount of complexity. We don't want, just because you're working on one project that happens to use pandas, you don't want your version of Python in another project that is doing something completely unrelated to also have pandas installed in its namespace. So the tool that we use to do this is something I'm sure many of us or most of us are familiar with. We create virtual environments that have a localized Python executable and a virtual environment contains its own site packages directory. This was also created back in the day by Ian Bicking. So this allows us to reuse the same Python executable from a tool like PyEnv that we install, but create a hierarchical way of resolving package names inside of a given environment. So first we look in the virtual environment, then we might start looking in the standard library and so on. So just to kind of really hammer home how that works, we kind of set up a bunch of virtual environments here. We might have several different versions of Python installed. A couple of them are using Python 3.11, a couple of them are using 3.12, and there's a legacy project on 3.10. So then if we were to import a package, say this rich package that we're using at the moment, it would initially start searching through the virtual environment, and then depending on which virtual environment it's in, it finds it in its site packages. If we were to do something like look for async.io, again, that's actually in the standard library, so it would end up being, down here, you can see the animations off there slightly. It would be found down in where the standard library lives, inside of the actual kind of Python lib folder. And then if we were to look for something like pip, that would be inside of the site packages folder or directory instead, because that's not in the standard library. So that's all very well and good, but how does this actually work? Pardon me. How does this actually work in practice? What does Python do to go about finding those files? Well, before we answer that, there's an important distinction. And so let's just clarify. What's the difference here when we talk about a package and a module? Well, so the answer is that a package is actually also a module, and all modules have a name, and they're of the same type. This is this type module here, we can inspect. And they are executed when they're loaded. So at import time, the code inside of your initial module file will get executed. So things like function definitions generally, but sometimes code that also has side effects. And then we can find them in this sys modules list or collection inside of the sys package. Packages, by contrast, they're also modules. They're a special kind of module, and they're a module that has this path attribute on them. And so let's look here at the rich package we were using before, and you can see that it has a path attribute that points to a file or a directory, where we can find some more of this, the sub-packages and things like that for rich. Their init files, though, are still executed, and they're put into this sys modules. So this path attribute, and yeah, we can see where that points to there. It's important to know, though, that there are actually two types of packages. There's a regular package, which just can be thought of really as a directory of Python files. We've probably all created them. It's what you will use to organize your code. And the path attribute there is just this list of directory names. And you find sub-packages by iterating and looking through that directory. But there are also special types of packages called namespace packages that allow the dynamic loading of a package by executing code, should they wish. The path attribute there on a particular package just has to be an iterable that returns a file location. And obviously, we can create our own iterables that execute code. They might do things like look on networks. They might sniff around to find out what's on a particular machine and so on. So even by importing a package, even by the process of finding it sometimes, we're opening ourselves up to potentials for attack. And so if we take a look at how this actually works, so let's imagine we're importing some module from some package. Python works out this fully qualified name for the package, and then it uses this system of objects that are called finders and loaders, and they form part of what's called the import machinery of Python. So this implements a hierarchy, and the hierarchy looks something a little bit like this. So we start by looking through modules that have already been loaded. Then we start looking at the available paths that are in our sys.path at that point, and then we start iterating through the various path attributes of the modules that have already been loaded until we can find something that might match the name of the package we're trying to import. There's then a way of resolving any conflicts between how packages, if there's potentially more than one package of the same name found. This being Python as well, all of these finders and loaders are completely extensible. So we can look at what they are by default. This is just a couple of parts of that machinery actually on sys here, but the finder objects that are there in the meta path. And so you can see here this virtual environment implements its own finder. But there's nothing to stop you from writing your own or writing your own loader as well that controls how your package is loaded. Now, for 99.9% of the time and packages that you create, that's really not a good idea. If you're messing around with this, you're doing some kind of really dark arts, either for good purposes or normally very strange enterprise bad purposes that you've been forced to go down into. Pardon me. So here we can see how the virtual environment the virtual environment system works. It adds a finder to our import machinery, and it also adds several directories to our sys path, which then allows us to implement that hierarchy of searching for packages that we saw before. So this allows us now to think what happens when we actually install a package. Well, the answer becomes quite straightforward. So if we ask what actually needs to happen for a package to become importable so that we can install it, well, we just need to have it in one of our sys path locations or available to a finder. And so generally installers like pip, all they do is use this package disutils to make sure that it bundles up the code into a format that Python accepts, and then puts it into the site packages module directory at the correct location. And so installer here, something like pip, it'll check that it can find a package called rich initially, inspects the metadata as well to see what packages rich might require and various other artifacts about the package itself. And then when it has this complete list of everything it needs to install, it'll go about downloading them and copying them using disutils into the relevant places that package should be found. Now, if you're starting to think that's all a bit crazy, complicated, I don't remember all of that, then that's absolutely fine. You don't really need to know anything about all of this to manage your packages effectively. What you need instead are good tools. And so you're probably aware of many of the kind of various different dependency management tools that exist in Python, things like Poetry and pip and pipenv and that kind of thing, and PDM as well, which I'll come to in a second. These are all very related and analogous in many ways, But I'd argue that they're, rather than just being dependency managers at this point, they're really more namespace managers. They're managing not just what dependencies we have, but also what versions of Python we're using and how we can segment lots of different parts of our project and our code. Namespaces are really important in Python. Essentially, that's pretty much all that most of our individual objects are. Virtual environments as a namespace, a Python version as a namespace, packages and modules, they're all just namespaces, as are like classes, objects, and even that strange type, the namespace inside of the standard library that you can use sometimes as well. So having tools that manage all of this is really important. And thinking about namespaces as well, it's worth remembering that if you look at the little Easter egg in Python, the Zen of Python, that it does end with namespaces are one honking great idea. Let's do more of them. And so that's why we have these managers. And so coming on to a tool like PDM, you can see the homepage for it there. It was actually, pardon me, excuse me. So PDM was actually born of a plan that was published in PEP 582 a few years ago that was ultimately rejected, which I think was a shame for the Python ecosystem generally. But it proposed replacing a lot of the kind of site packages architecture that we have with something very akin to node modules, if you kind of come from node world at all, and creating this dunder PyPackages directory that would just store all of the different packages that you might need to use inside of a local directory called PyPackages. But unfortunately, because of the architecture of the whole Python packaging ecosystem at the moment, that was ultimately rejected. And so PDM now actually manages virtual environments by default rather than implementing these PyPackages directories. And it also integrates with tools like PyEnv and various other tools as well. It's a very standard-focused project and uses the new PEP 61 style sort of PyProject .toml for its recording, which isn't even that new anymore, but it adheres to the standard. And it generally tends to avoid adding tool-specific metadata like poetry does, say, when it could just follow the standard instead. And so we've got the pretty standard set of commands here that you might use with PDM, so things like init, and then you've got a suite to manage virtual environments. You can run code inside of your virtual environment, and there's also, importantly, this command pdm add, which replaces things like pip install. So if we come back to just when we're thinking about installing packages, let's say we're doing a quick little project to do some web scraping, potentially. I'm going to use Rich, I'm going to use Typer, the kind of layer on top of Click that uses type annotations, and I'm going to use AIO HTTP to make some HTTP requests. I probably won't want to actually install all of my packages like that because I'll also need some other ones and I'll forget which packages to install and so on. So your classic requirements.txt where you actually put in all of your requirements you have. But as we know, each individual project itself is also going to have a whole suite of requirements that get added on top of that. And so eventually we get into a very complex situation where we can't always necessarily repeatedly rebuild our environment because package versions change and they're not properly pinned. And so, like poetry, PDM will create a lock file for you where it resolves all of the Python artifacts that you might want, so that's all of your packages, to specific hashed versions, and then allows you to recreate your environment using a command like pdm sync, for example, rather than having to resolve all of your dependencies each time. Check out the documentation to find out more about how that all works. But yeah, returning to our questions, finally we've said looking at where do packages come from and what happens when we install them, and also how can you know that packages are safe? Well, thankfully, the whole ecosystem of Python packaging has really come along tremendously over the past 10 years or so. And now the Python Packaging Authority, who maintain PyPI, which is obviously the biggest registry for Python packages in the whole community. pardon me, I always find it amazing that it actually started as like a weekend project back almost 20 years ago now, or over 20 years ago. Gosh, that makes me feel old. But yeah, now serves like hundreds of billions of downloads each year. And so but it's worth remembering that PyPI is public. Anyone at all can post, pardon me, almost there. The voice will hopefully last. Anyone at all can upload a package to PyPI. There are no particular checks on it, although that's somewhat changing at the moment. And so, pardon me, we have actually got a problem with malicious registrations. That's where essentially bad actors upload packages to PyPI with the intention of generally exfiltrating secrets or just causing mischief and so on. And if you actually look at the names of, pardon me, sorry. If you actually look at the names of many of the packages that exist in PyPI, there are lots of them with very strange names or sort of typo squatting as well. A good example was this one, Xbox Live Pi. It was discovered as part of a scan of lots of Python packages recently, and that targeted Windows machines. And you can see as well that it was targeted very much towards residential, maybe sort of young coders that are trying to do projects that might sort of appeal to them and integrate with Xboxes and the Xbox API and so on. But when it was actually downloaded and imported, it just exfiltrated secrets on the Windows machine and then posted them to a Discord server. And interestingly enough, it was actually published by that guy before Christopher 1337 or leaked. So these things are very much out there and do happen. Enterprises, so that's big organizations, spend a lot of time dealing with problems like this, and actually it can cause quite a lot of gridlock almost in the availability of packages being stopped because of CVEs and things like that. So enterprises will generally have their own Python registries that contain a mirror, say, of PyPI that then quarantines packages that it scans and deems as being suspicious. But there's lots of entire businesses really whose basis is providing these services out there. So I'll let them do their own marketing. But whilst they're a bit of a blunt hammer at times, they are very kind of useful. But for most developers who maybe you're working on a project outside of work, or we're doing something a smaller company or it's open source, we need a way to guard against that particular type of attack. And thankfully, there are tools that we can use. And so one of the ones that I would just beg of everyone, if you're maintaining any Python project whatsoever, to at the very least to use Safety, which is a package published by PyUp, which is a company doing the kind of similar work before. But it will check for any vulnerabilities inside of your Python packages that up until about, I think, the last 30 days, you have to start paying for things that were published, vulnerabilities that were published less than 30 days ago. But it's great, and then ultimately, you'll want to start seeing screens like this whenever you run a scan after you've installed a new package, or say in your environment, or you just run it regularly, to make sure that you don't have any packages with potential vulnerabilities that could exploit, that could open up exploits inside of your code. So yeah, finally, Python packaging and imports, they're complex. There's a whole ecosystem of tools, the import machinery that operate under the hood to import your files or import your packages. When you just run that import statement, and you can actually hack into that process, and you kind of hope that if that process is being hacked, you know about it, and it's a thing that you want to happen. Namespace managers, though, tools like PDM make life a lot easier for us, and things that are definitely tools that we should use. And if you're not using an analogous tool at the moment, I would definitely encourage you to do so very shortly. Yeah, Python packaging is an area that's always evolving. Security concerns are always being addressed, and if you look across to the Node ecosystem, there are similar problems at the moment that everyone sees, but there are certain strategies that are being implemented to try and mitigate against some of those. The same with Cargo and Rust, although I would argue that Cargo is doing this a lot better. And so these are evolving constantly, but it's important to make sure that you take steps independently to protect yourself from what are termed these supply chain attacks. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was perfect timing. We are just on the hour. We have quite a few questions, so let's start. The first one, is PDM similar to Conda? How is it better?
Sure. Well, so yeah, hopefully this has come from someone in our sort of data sciencey world if you're using Conda. So is PDM similar to Conda? Yes, in the sense that Conda is also a namespace manager. It installs your, goes and finds your packages for you. It installs them on your behalf to a relevant location. And also, also allows you to kind of run inside of a Conda environment. The problem is that Conda is very much, at least in my opinion, it's a tool that's designed to almost kind of emulate how you might think about working in like a spreadsheet. Sometimes it creates a very Conda-specific environment, and the differences between Conda environments and Python or pip environments is sort of subtle, but often really quite complicated. There are definitely advantages that you get from using Conda in lots of data science projects, but it's not quite as analogous. And also Conda maintains its own registry, the Anaconda registry, doesn't it? So I would say that they're different tools. PDM isn't necessarily better than Conda and vice versa, but PDM, I think, frees you up into a much less tied-in proprietary environment and allows you to operate that kind of, it definitely allows you to operate that pipeline between sort of like data science project to product a lot easier, in my opinion, than Conda. But if there's anyone from Conda in the audience that wants to come and punch me afterwards, then that's fine. But yes, so thanks.
Thank you. The next question, what do you think about relative versus absolute imports?
It really depends on the context there, I would say. So yes, often you'll want to use a relative import inside of a script that you're writing. Whereas you're making a sort of absolute import if you're writing a package, it is often one. I think it's just a bit of a too general question at the moment to really be able to offer a kind of considered opinion. But I've run into situations where both have caused me headaches in the past. So it really depends on the project and on the context, I think.
Thank you. The next one, your opinion about the UV package manager.
My opinion is that it's something I should go and look up. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question, how does PDM handle circular package dependencies?
Yes, so PDM actually has its own resolver for PDM has its own resolver here for cases where you've got packages that are, yes, so actually I'm trying to think in this instance here, that's not necessarily going to cause you a problem inside of a package because everything's going to be the same namespace there. But yes, so essentially PDM has its own resolver. I would have to look at the specific use case of a circular package dependency in external packages there to know exactly how that would happen. But if you've got a good example, then I'd love to hear it. So yes. Yeah, PDM versus Poetry. I used Poetry for a long time. I came across PDM. I prefer it. I still use Poetry on some other projects. They're similar tools, but I think I prefer PDM given that it's more standards-based than Poetry. I always really hated having the tool.poetry.dependencies thing inside of my code. It just bugged me for some reason. Pyenv and venv, so you can use them together. In fact, I often do. Yeah, Pyenv is a way of installing and managing different Python versions on your system. So that's different Python executables. Whereas venv generally, you use a Python executable when creating a virtual environment. So yeah, they're perfectly complementary tools, I'd say.
Speaking of which, is Pyenv your preferred virtual environment manager?
So these days, I prefer PDM over most of those other tools because PDM has a wrapper around Pyenv and it has a wrapper around other kind of virtual environment tools. So it's a really nice little entry point for everything. I can't remember the exact question previously, but yeah, Pyenv and PDM are my kind of preferred sort of tools for that virtual environment and namespace management there.
This is a deeper technical question comparing the import async.io versus from async.io import task.
No. So in both of those cases, well, so it depends here whether or not task would be a package or an object, but and also as a class, which is also an object. Yeah, so in this particular instance, it wouldn't change anything because the fully qualified name, as my understanding of it goes, certainly in the default finders, is the same. The one thing I would say, though, is that my little stylistic flourish, at least in how I write Python code, is that I would always say import async.io rather than from async.io import task. Now, this is a really petty, trivial thing, but if you've got lots of different objects inside of your code that you're writing, or you've ever tried to build a tool to link together two libraries and you've got lots of objects with the same name, it becomes really tiresome to start saying async.io task versus sort of any IO task or something like that. So yeah, I just always import the package, unless it's an insane package that's like huge that is going to cause a load of bloat. Just import the package, because ultimately all that happens when you access that task object is it's a get-attr call on the module. So you can either make that get-attr call as a part of the import machinery, or you can do it as a part of the actually where you're using it in your code. A weird fact is that most of the time, actually just importing the whole package and then using async.io.task, say, is actually ever so slightly faster than the alternative. So it's not like a go-to speed hack for when you're trying to quickly improve the speed of your code. But if you do test it, it is generally, it does perform better to import the whole module and then do the get-attr. So.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And how does PDM handle dependency conflicts? Package A depends on version X of package B, while package C depends on version Y of package B.
So it will resolve the graph. So the resolver basically says, oh, okay, I can't use these versions together, so I'm going to try and search for two compatible versions that's compatible with everything else. So just like most dependency resolvers would do. It will inform you, though, obviously, if eventually, after all the rounds of resolution, it can't find a matching version of it. Yeah, that's how it is.
Perfect. Here is a question. I saw from import a star in documentation of a small ORM project. Why do you think it was a preferred way of importing the project's functionality? Should it be avoided?
Well, yes. Gosh, from... Oh, no, so yeah, that's from the ellipsis there, the ... is like from the name of the package, import everything, not from 3up, import everything. That would be, no. Yeah, so, generally import star is like a massive red flag. Just, generally don't do it. I don't know what this small ORM project was, but I would just import the package and then start using the attributes. It could be that for the package to actually work, it needs all of its, if it was such that in order for the package to actually work, it needed every object inside of that namespace suddenly imported, then I would, maybe it was Christopher 1337 that wrote that or something. I don't know, that would be it'd be a weird project there. And yes, I'll put up a link on Twitter or on GitHub as well. After this presentation. So.
Okay, safety versus move to SaaS service. You have an alternatives?
Well, so you mean here for things like safety check? Do you just use safety as it's published in the open source world, or move to a SaaS service? It's probably a question of cost. And also how vulnerable you kind of are likely to be based on what it is that you're building. For a lot of kind of just basic sort of hobby or kind of simple web projects where you're not dealing with hundreds of billions of dollars worth of other people's money, then I'd use safety check. Whereas if you are building bigger systems that have big financial or structural or defense consequences, then absolutely start locking things down with SaaS systems and that kind of thing.
Next question is about your preferred way to handle circular imports problem.
So I suppose circular imports are one of those things that in truth, I don't certainly in my projects anymore, tend to run into very often. And I think that's more of a way of being quite strict or thinking about how you actually structure your code. So if you're getting a circular import and you're getting them often, then that might be a sign that perhaps you need to start splitting up some of your code into different modules or different packages to start thinking about what are these objects that I need and why do you need them. So, for example, I'm almost religiously these days keep all of my Pydantic schemas in any project that I work on in a separate sort of schemas package or sub-package inside of my project. So I define basically what all of my data structures are in there, and that doesn't import from anywhere else. Yeah, that's one thing. But just if you think about your structure generally, I would say rather than how to necessarily always fix a circular import. So.
Perfect. So we have 2 more questions. And how does PyAU prevent supply chain attacks?
Yeah, is that PyAU maybe, is that meant to be PDM or PyPI or?
I wasn't sure either.
Yeah, so, let's say, how does PyPI and the Python Packaging Authority prevent supply chain attacks? Well, there are lots of people working on exactly that question, as far as I understand. I believe that there are initiatives at the moment whether exactly how well implemented, I'd need to check. I haven't looked at this in certainly a month or two, that are looking to apply security checks whenever a package is uploaded. But in the meantime, definitely the tools to use are things like safety, things like Bandit, and just static analysis tools certainly that allow you to do that, and also to follow good security practices, thinking about PLP, principal of least privilege, and making sure that you're not just running every script from God knows where your dependencies are coming from on like a really sensitive personal laptop that has all sorts of company details in or whatever. So.
And the last question you partially answered, but obvious advantage PDM has from being a VN-less manager, so effectivity-wise.
Yeah, how much more effective is it in resolving packages than, say, Poetry? That's a tough question. I haven't done any metrics on the sort of speed of resolution, say, or any of the problems that actually kind of on a huge project, the problems with resolving all of those packages. I would say certainly comparable, but if someone wanted to benchmark, then that would be a great idea, I guess. And if that's already been done, then brilliant. Yeah.
That concludes our time, our questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just...
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobytom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. a keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobitoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobitmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobitmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobitmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardverom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardverom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť.
Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom. A keď stlačím tlačidlo A, spríjemním si atmosféru zvučkov z reproduktora. Ja som si naprogramoval autíčko na diaľkové ovládanie a hľadám stratený poklad. Ja som naprogramoval ovocný klavír.
Je to jednoduché a zábavné. Ak sa chceš k nám pridať, klikni na učíme s hardverom.sk alebo o tom povedz svojim učiteľom a učte sa tak ako my.
Na mikrobytoch sa mi páči, že sú vhodné a zaujímavé aj pre úplných začiatočníkov. Začať môžete s papierovými robotmi, ktoré sme u nás prepojili s výtvarnou výchovou. Okrem programovania sa žiaci pri práci s mikrobytmi naučia vzájomne si pomáhať, rozvíjať tvorivé a kritické myslenie.
Mikrobytmi sa dajú robiť aj rôzne veľké prepracované projekty, naučia sa v nich navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodiny informatiky sú s nimi zábavou. Mne pri práci s mikrobytmi veľmi pomohli videokurzy od Učíme s hardvérom. Videá si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a spustiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardvérom alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining the last session of today, which is the lightning talks, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 1 extra lightning talk, which is the end of the contest, which isn't written here but will be here. But we have 5 awesome lightning talks today prepared. And now, first of all, a little bit of rules how lightning talks work. A question: how many of you have already been to a lightning talk session in Slovakia or somewhere else? Okay, most hands up. So the first rule is 5 minutes max. So we have a timer, and this timer is strict. So once the timer falls down to 5 seconds, I will show you, but you can start clapping just with your fingers. So let's try it out. Yeah, awesome. And then once the timer falls down to 0, we give the speaker a round of applause, and then we will wait for the next speaker to come and connect his computer. Any questions? No. Okay, so can we start the timer? So, and now the stage is yours.
Okay, PRO and Parquet format for big data. Big data is, for me, everything what is more than 100 gigabytes, terabytes. For example, in our company, when we are working with big data that is like 1 to 2 terabytes tables with, and our storage is like 5 petabytes when we are using this data for machine learning. And PRO and Parquet is a really good choice for storing the data. Before, it was, you had some data format, CSV, JSON, or whatever, and then you need to convert it. But with Arrow, you can one memory format, which you can use and basically use that format in many tools. Big advantages for machine learning is when you are using Parquet with Arrow, you can basically move the data without zero copy. Even when you are shipping data to GPU, NVIDIA is working on great support for moving the data without wasting time on copying the data. Basically how Arrow is working, you have storage, what can be S3 or whatever, memory, and then you have API for C++, Python, and yeah. The biggest advantage is zero copy and columnar format. Parquet format is divided to row groups when you have data store in columns. Every row group have metadata, and basically this you can use for pushing down the filters to the files. Metadata contain statistics, highest value, lowest value. For example, when you are like filtering the data based on the value, you see there is like not value in this column, and you can skip it and basically go to group, row group which you need for your loading. When you are using, for example, pandas, you can define a panda data frame and directly convert it to Arrow table and then save it. When you are loading the data, you usually use dataset, or you can use Parquet Reader directly. The metadata you can see on the top. Basically, you see there number of row groups, which is usually about 100 something megabytes, and group rows. Down there, you can see schema. Based on that schema, data are stored. When you have big data, you can divide them to multiple partitions. And here is interesting things. Basically, PRO is supporting FSPEC. And sometimes partition schema is not good for, I don't know, Dask data frame or something else. When you cannot use multi-index for filtering, then you can use fspec, create virtual file system, and put it directly to dataset for filtering. That way, you can filter the data if you have metadata, for example, in database. And you can really speed up the loading and processing the data. Filtering in a dataset is basically using expression. And if you are combining it with Parquet files, reader is using metadata and filtering the data, basically reading just what you need. And this way, you can basically load a lot of data fast and ship it to GPU for machine learning or for something else.
Awesome. Thank you for your talk on Pyro. And the next speaker is... Oh, yeah. You didn't write your name here?
No.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I will not try to pronounce your name because... yeah, but we'll connect you to the computer. Fallen asleep. Okay. So now we're going to have a talk on, is that PyRead1s. Okay, and can you just pronounce your name? Sorry.
For the ease your pain is Shako.
Okay, where are you from?
I live in Berlin. I'm from Azerbaijan. I live in Berlin, originated Azerbaijan.
Okay, and yeah. Browser. Yeah, it's yours. So now, as you can see, lightning talks don't have to be big presentations. They can be short, and they can be even shorter. Now we had one almost 5 minutes long, but I've been to some awesome lightning talks in the past, either our conference or other conference, where it took only 1 or 2 or 3 minutes for the speaker to convey a really, really awesome message. So if you're planning to do a lightning talk tomorrow, so don't be afraid of the time, 5 minutes. You don't have to use it whole. And also, it doesn't have to be only about Python. I think personally one of my favorite lightning talks at Pycon Slovakia was how to use sticky notes and how to tier sticky notes so that you don't bend them. If you want the link for this lightning talk, I can send it to you. It's one of my favorite ones. Okay, so are we set up?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So let's start the timer, and the stage is yours.
Yeah, thanks for coming. We are going to talk about the read-once objects, and it's a concept related to the security. And I'm, as a software engineer, just part of work related to the security. So what is read-once objects? There is a wonderful book about secure, it's named Secure by Design. And the read-once object is something that you want to protect some part of your application which is sensitive. And you want to limit the access to this object. And so this library is mine, and you can go and if you want to open a pull request or test it. So basically, the read-once object is something that cannot be subclassed, cannot be serialized, or cannot be accessed twice and others. So let's just go through the README, and we will understand. So just pip install the read-once, and then you create a password object, and just ordinary Python class inherited from the read-once. Then suddenly somebody tries to dir your object, and like it has a guard on that. It just returns back an empty list. Even the dunder dict cannot be accessible for this object. It's going to return back again empty dictionary. If you one time gets a secret back, second time it's unsupported, so not allowed. It's just one time. So that's what it's called a read-once. Yeah, it can be accessed only once. The secondly approach for the attack scenario, you can get an object and try to add your own secret back to get all of the secrets, like smuggling the response. But here it's prevented if the kind of attacker injects a new fake it should be data. So injects new fake password. It's gonna get back only its own password. Then read-once object cannot be subclass. This is a kind of attack you want if you want to prevail the superclass fields. The easiest thing that you can subclass it and dump the parent class fields. So subclassing is not supported. The accessing directly the secret object is not supported. So this is an ordinary field lookup. This one is accessing the protected members. So it's Python syntax to access the private members. This object cannot be pickled. So if somebody tries to dump your object, unsupported operation, it cannot be dumped. This object cannot be JSON serialized, so it cannot be serialized and deserialized. Even with custom encoder, you cannot do it, so it's prevented there. If you have, for example, custom password encoder to bypass the Python's built-in JSON encoder, it's gonna be, one more time failed. But we do not stop. This, I would say, attack vectors are getting to the YAML, JSON, pickle, and for read-once object, you cannot make it YAML, and it's not supported as well. There are cases where in the source code or in a logs, any kind of logs, accidentally somebody dumps the object. And this reveals to security breach. And here, if you try to directly access the object or print the object, it's just masked, so it cannot be dumped. How about attrs? The attrs is a wonderful library which you can use for yourself. This is supported with the data classes. Unfortunately, you cannot data class directly the DB password, but what you can do is create a different kind of sensitive information and then collect it inside one data class. Then, of course, it's going to be work as usual. If you print the object of the data class, again, it's masked. This object has no get set, and you cannot bypass the descriptor side of the object. What else? For Pydantic, it has a support. Done.
Awesome. Thank you. So today we only have speakers who have perfect timing.
Yeah, thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much.
I can go.
Okay. And can I ask Juraj to tell us what is random? Okay. Do you have your own computer? Or? Okay. Okay. Okay, so what is random? Are you set? So okay. Okay, so stage is yours.
Okay, welcome. I really thank you came, but we will ask the question, what is random? What the first thing you imagine when you say random? Say it out loud. Okay, to me it's coin flip. A coin flip is more likely a 50-50. No, it isn't, because if I know which force I use, the fraction of the air, and so on, I know definitely what the outcome will be. And it's a special case, sorry. The coin lands in like this. I cannot get it, but you get it. It is possible. It is like 1 on 6,000, but it's possible. So coin flip isn't random. So what is? If you say it like that, random isn't anything, because we have gravity forces which are constant. And like that, we cannot have random things. If you know everything, every force, every little thing in the universe, every atom, you can predict everything. So, about us. What does it say about us? We are random or aren't? I think we aren't random, because when we say, wow, this guy is so random, it isn't random. It was. I am here, I'm not random, I choose to be here, so I'm not a random. To you, I am maybe a random person. I am not. I have a name, I have a person, so I'm not random, and you are, and you aren't too, because since I don't since I don't know you, maybe you are random, but you aren't. To someone, you aren't random. So, what is random? Like I said, anything is random, because universe. But yeah, that's all I can say. So, like, in summary, there isn't anything like a random thing. So please don't use it random on something like, wow, this person is so random. There isn't. They're just behaving weird. That's the case. You can say, wow, this person is weird. That's it, please. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks. Thank you. Can I ask the next speaker to prepare his talk, Generative for Tabular Data, Mike? And we'll have a computer, okay. Okay, and just in the meantime, to find out how many Python programmers are in this room, who thought of random initer as the first thing when the speaker asked about what is the first thing that you think of when random comes to mind? Randint, yes, randint, random initer. Sorry. Yes? Yes? Yeah, you still have time, of course. Yeah. As you are saying, computers are usually pseudo-random, not random. You wouldn't probably want random stuff happening around your computer, so that's why they have to generate something that seems random, but usually isn't random. So even randint isn't actually random, it's just pseudo-random, and probably someone can make a lightning talk about that, how the seeds start. So are we ready? Okay, awesome. So the stage is yours.
All right, let me start with a couple of questions. Who is familiar with synthetic data? Oh, a couple of people. How about structured tabular synthetic data? 1, 2, 3. Okay, nice. So I'll go a bit into that topic, and let me present the way we can very easily do it using mostly AI platform, and that's actually where I work, which is a startup based in the neighboring capital. But anyway, let me just go through this simple notebook. Basically what I'm doing is first I'm installing mostly AI package, importing it, giving it an API key, and now I'm opening just not a random but census data, and it looks pretty much like this. Now, I actually already pre-trained it, so there's actually some machine learning involved behind it, along with some other data processing and all that stuff, which essentially gives me the option to generate a synthetic data set which is based on the real one, but is absolutely privacy preserving, and at the same time, it retains practically the same statistical representations. So let me show how it looks like. So after training it and generating, you could see that it looks very similar. Probably not random, but absolutely synthetic identities. Let me show another quick example of using some excerpt of data of Airbnb for London. So first of all, it looks like this. So we have host, title, property, room type, neighborhood, and price. But this time, we actually also want to program the data a little bit. So I already pre-trained this one because it takes a little bit longer, definitely more than the time that I have in this lightning talk. And I actually want to specify some particular seeds, so it's more or less like a context. I want to say, hey, I want to create a data frame which is centered just around Camden neighborhood. And I have 3 different room types, each one 5 times. And I want to generate data based on that with retaining all the same statistics. So let's do it. So it will run for probably about half a minute. And after that, we can see the results and see if it makes sense. What we're seeing here, by the way, is just very simple examples for one table, but there are also the options of doing it for a whole database. Anyway, just to see this quick example, I sorted it by price, and what we're seeing is completely synthetic entries that, as we could see, are probably quite representative. So we see that typically the shared rooms and then private rooms, they go pretty much hand in hand with the increment of the price. And also usually the titles make more or less sense, but all in all, it's just based on the data that it was trained upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, and now we have our last lightning talk speaker. Well, it sets up. One more thing I remembered about the random. We talked during the last break that computers aren't random, and I've read an article about a big study conducted on tens of thousands of students, which were coin flipping like mad, and it turns out that even coin flips aren't entirely random. And I'm not just talking about the special case, edge case, where the coin lands on its edge, but even when you flip it, I think there's something like 50 point something 5% chance that it lands on the side on how you started flipping it. And there's a big study, and I think thousands of students somewhere in America were coin flipping to prove this hypothesis, and it is probably true. It was a big study conducted in America, so you could argue with it. And are we ready?
Super. Okay. So there are.
Can we go? Okay, so stage is yours.
Thank you. There are many ways of finding prime numbers, but has anyone done it already using regular expressions? I have 4.5 minutes to do it, and I'm going to live code because what could probably go wrong, nah? So first, in this standard Python 3.11, I'm going to import RE and then write something that for x in range, I'm going to cheat, I'm going to start at 2. That's okay? Yes, and I'm going to find all prime numbers from 2 to 99. And then I have to find something. So if RE search the stir of x, well, if it ends with a 0, then it's not a probable, it's not. So I want to find the prime number, so I have to negate this, that's fine. So I have all the zeros, removed all the zeros. Let's also remove all the 5s, that's fine. Let's also remove all the 2s, 4s, 6, and, and 8s. That's even better. But there are still some things that we are missing, and we also get this 3 and 7, and we actually need the 2. The 2 and 5 are actually prime numbers, so we should actually test that this is not 2 digits, but we are on the right way. What can I do? I can also match something, but that match from the beginning. Full match is also from both ends. So if I do full match, And at the beginning, I expect I can remove this because the end is automatic. And now I will find anything, then I receive the same. And now, look, 2, 3, 4, that's fine, but I see the 4 and 6 and 8, they should be removed because there are no prime numbers. We have 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Any ideas? Make it bigger. Bigger? What bigger? The screen? Font? Okay, sorry. Then hopefully you are going to be able to help me, but, well, wait. Like this? Hey, but we lost some time. Can I have more 5 minutes or? No. Okay, so let's do it again. RE, and well, I hope I have it here already. Okay. Maybe I can take a shortcut. Maybe I could do something else. Maybe I could do something like this, and this, and this, and then do something like this, and this, and make this, and this, and? Thank you. I leave it to the reader to interpret this. Thank you.
Awesome. How far can you go with it? How big numbers?
Probably any number. Try it.
Okay. Okay.
Kľudne. Máš HDMIčko či chceš C-čko?
C-čko. Dobre. Okay, so now the last session you've been all waiting for. Who of you has participated in the contest for the tickets to your speakers' dinner? Okay. The question: who has participated in the contest to win the speakers' dinner ticket? Okay, a few hands there. Okay, so that was the contest which I announced this morning at the conference opening, and it was the contest you could participate in at our community booth right in front of this auditorium. And can I just ask for the slides? Okay, any moment now. Awesome. So the question was how many teachers have went through our teacher training program, which our non-profit SPY or Select Python user group, so that's the non-profit organizing Pycon, how many teachers have went through our teacher training? And you've got some wild numbers. Some of them were really large. We wish we would have that capacity to teach the teachers. Some of the smaller ones, but the exact number which we were looking for is 1,546 teachers which went through our teacher training courses last year. That was online courses, physical courses, online webinars, all kinds of activities, and these are teachers from Slovak primary and secondary schools. So quite a large number for us, and we're really proud of it. And of course, now the announcement of the 5 lucky people who guessed the numbers which were the closest. I think the closest one was around 1,000, so still far off by a few hundred, but yeah, the closest numbers and the other numbers were a little bit far off. So yeah, these 5 people just talk to either me or somebody at the cloakroom, and you can get your free conference ticket or the ticket to the speakers' dinner, which will be tomorrow at, I think it's 8 o'clock, hopefully, if I'm correctly. Yeah, some speakers are nodding, so yeah, 8 o'clock. It's good that the speakers know when the speakers' dinner is, even if the organizer doesn't. So that's all. Thank you for attending Pycon Slovakia. This was the last session, if I'm correct, of the lightning talk. So it was the last session. This was the last announcement. Once again, if I can ask you for a round of applause for all of the lightning talk speakers. And yeah, hopefully see you tomorrow, and hopefully full of energy and prepared for a full day of talks. Thank you for coming.